Hi, welcome to the complete Ubuntu Linux Server administration course. In this lesson, we're gonna learn the history of Linux operating system. Linux is an operating system developed by Linus Torvalds in early 1990s. Linus is a graduate student from University of Helsinki in Finland. In those days, 3 operating systems were available in the market, such as Unix, DOS, and macOS. The source code of Unix operating system was available for university students for study purpose. But after some time, this practice has been stopped. After that, Professor Tannenbaum, who was a university professor, develops a clone of Unix operating system and name it as Minix, which was used by university students for understanding the working of operating system. Now the source code of Minix is available for all the students for understanding the internal working of operating system. So Linus Torvalds gets inspired by Minix and he develops the first official Linux kernel on 5th October 1991 and named it as Linux version 0.02. This version contains 3 utilities such as bash, update and gcc. Bash is used for executing the commands, update is used for performing the operations related to file, and gcc were used to execute or compile the source code. Then on 5th January 1992, Linux version 0.12 was released as an improved and stable kernel of Linux. After that, by a group of thousands of programmers around the world contributed to Linux and add their own source code under the GNU GPL to improve that operating system. What is GNU GPL? It is a general public license agreement under which you can add your own source code to Linux. You can redistribute it, but you cannot sell that operating system. So under this license, they contributed to Linux. So until now, different kinds of Linux distributions are developed by different group of programmers. The distributions like Red Hat, CentOS, Debian, Ubuntu and many more. Though there are different Linux distributions are available, but one thing is common amongst all these distributions, and that is the Linux kernel. It is the inner layer of all the operating system and the outer layers are different. So here I would like to show you a video where the developer of Linux, working in his home office.
So this is my working space. I've been using a walking desk for the last 3 or 4 months now. I'm not sure how much it does for me, but I'm sure it's healthier than just sitting down. I'm also trying to keep my desk clean, because if you pan over to my old desk, which I don't actually use anymore because it got so filled with crap, I don't know what to do about this anymore. I need to burn it down someday. I used to work night times, but then I got kids, and the kids go to school, and that means that we had to wake up at 7:30 or so to take the kids to school. It's not exactly a 9-to-5 job, but it is actually fairly close. And you can see that in the commit logs. It's interesting. I sometimes do statistics of which time zones people are and what time people are working at. And these days, you can definitely tell that a lot of people are actually keeping pretty regular hours. I'm not the only one with kids, clearly. It's set at a very slow speed. I call it my zombie shuffling desk, because if I put it any faster than 1 mile an hour, my mouse movements get very erratic and I no longer can close my windows. I only have a web browser, which is how I read email, and a couple of terminal windows open, which is where I end up doing my Git pulls and any coding, although the coding part is not that common anymore. In between emails, I end up reading various text sites and and sometimes not so text sites, depending on what's going on. Oh, I'm going to stop this because I'm having a hard time walking.
Hi, welcome back. In this lesson, we're gonna learn how to install a Virtualbox on Windows machine. If you already know how to install a Virtualbox, then you can skip this lecture and directly move on to the next lecture. And if you don't know, then let's get started. Okay, and the other thing is, if you're a user other than Windows like Mac or Linux user, then you'll find a link in the resources section which will explain to you how to install the Virtualbox on the corresponding machines. Okay, so the first thing that we need to understand is what is Virtualbox. A Virtualbox is a cross-platform virtualization software which is used to install multiple operating systems inside our machine. Okay, like Windows or Mac or Linux. We can install multiple operating systems inside one operating system with the help of this software. Okay, to install the Virtualbox, the first thing that we need to do is go to virtualbox.org. Okay, and here is the link. And here you will find a link for download Virtualbox 5.1. It is the latest version of the Virtualbox. So click this download link, and here you will find 4 options for Windows host, OS X host, Linux distributions and Solaris host. So we are Windows users, so here I would like to click this link and you can see the download begins. So for now I'm cancelling the download because I already downloaded it on my machine. So to install it, just double click and run. Okay, click on next, next, next. It displays a warning, so click yes, install. Okay, it takes some time to install. Okay, here you can see a shortcut is created on the desktop. It takes some time to configure the software, so you need to wait for some time. And here we go, our software is installed. Click finish. Okay, this is how our software looks after installation. So our software is installed successfully here. In the next lesson we're gonna learn how to install a Ubuntu Linux server, okay, inside this virtual machine. Hi, welcome back. After installing Virtualbox, now it's time to install the Ubuntu server. Okay, Ubuntu server as a virtual machine. So in this lesson we're gonna learn how to install the Ubuntu server on this Virtualbox. Okay, in order to do this, you need the image file or the ISO file of the Ubuntu server. So let's search for Ubuntu server, and here just click on this link, and here you will find 2 links. Okay, that is LTS. One is LTS and other is a normal. So what is the difference? When you get this link or this file here, then you will get the support from the team of Ubuntu up to April 2021. LTS stands for long time support or long term support. And if you get this version, then here you can see it says it gives you the 9 months of security and maintenance updates. Okay, only 9 months. So you can download the versions according to your needs here. So my machine is a 32-bit machine, so I'm not going to download the Ubuntu server from these links because both are 64-bit versions. So if your machine supports 64-bit, then you can get from here. But I'm going to search for Ubuntu server 16.10. okay, it is the latest version, 32-bit, and here you can see it gives this link. Click on this link and scroll down, and here, okay, here is an ISO file. Here you can see the cursor I'm pointing. Okay, it gives you the ISO file which is required for this course. So just click on this file here, and here you can see the download begins. Okay, it is a 658 MB of file. Okay, so it takes a long time to download, so I'm cancelling here the download because I already downloaded it on my machine. Okay, here on E drive, here you can see on E drive the Ubuntu server ISO file is present. After putting that file on E drive, just start the Virtualbox and click new, and here type Ubuntu server. It automatically gets here 32-bit. So for now click next, and here you can set the amount of RAM, okay, for your virtual machine. So it is a 1 GB is an enough RAM, okay, for our virtual machine, so set it as it is and click on next. Here just create and click on next, and here it displays here the amount of disk space. You can increase here or decrease the space, okay, which is required. So keep it as it is, okay, to 8 GB, and let's create. Now you just need to click this start button. Okay, now click this and search for our E drive. Okay, and on this E drive here is our image file or ISO file. So click this and click open and click start. Now here you can select your language. Here is an English language default, so click enter. Here click enter. Now here English, okay, click enter. United States, here you can select your country, so I want to leave it as it is, United States. To select the countries you can use the arrow keys on your keyboard. Okay, at this point click no. Okay, and here select English US. Okay, English US. Okay, now it is detecting for hardware. You can go to view and click on this full screen. Okay, and now here you can see this window is full screen mode. Now here you can put the host name, so I'm going to put code of line, okay, and click enter. Okay, here it asks for full name of the user. Okay, so is my full name, and it asks for a username for your account. Okay, this is used when you are logging into the Ubuntu server. So keep it as Prashant, and I'm going to set the password like this. Repeat the password. Okay, it says you entered a password that consisting of less than 8 characters, which is considered too weak. You should choose a stronger password. Okay, it asked me to set a stronger password. So a stronger password is consisting of alphabet, digits and special symbols, and it must be greater than 8 characters. Okay, so I don't want to set the stronger password here because I'm not going to use this real life server. Okay, it is an educational purpose. So if you are using this in real life, then you can set the stronger password here. So here just click yes. Okay, it says encrypt your home directory, so click no. Now it takes some time. Now it's setting up the clock. Okay, it shows based on your present physical location, your time zone is Asia, Kolkata. Okay, if it is not correct, you may select from full list of time zones. So at this point you can set your time zone. Okay, so it displays Asia, Kolkata, it's correct, so I'm going to click S. Now here it shows 4 options: guided, use entire disk, guided, use entire disk and set up LVM, and it also said guided entire disk and set up encrypted LVM, and it is manual. So all of these options are for setting up the partitions on the disk. Okay, when you set the first option, then it goes normal way, and when you set the second option, then it comes with LVM. LVM stands for the logical volume management, and when you set this third option, then it goes with the encrypted LVM, means it encrypts the disk, okay, to protect it against the hackers or viruses. But when you set this option, then it performs slowly. Okay, the performance of the machine becomes slower when you encrypt the whole hard drive. And when you go manual, then it manually setups the hard disk or hard drive. Okay, so I would like to go with LVM. It is the best option. So click on LVM here, click enter. Okay, right, change it to disk and configure LVM. Click yes, click enter. Okay, now click here, right, changes to disk, yes. Now it installing the system. It takes a long time to install. Let's turn off the full screen mode. Now it is configuring the APT. Okay, leave it blank and click enter. Now here select no automatic updates and click enter. Okay, at this point here it displays different kinds of packages like DNS server, LAMP server. Okay, so leave it as it is, because we are going to see each application step by step as we move forward in this course. So click enter. Now it's installing the Grub bootloader. Okay, and we will see in the upcoming lessons about what is this Grub bootloader, okay, and what is the booting process, okay, in detail. Okay, now here it asks you to install the Grub bootloader to the master boot record. Click yes. Finally it finishes the installation. Now the installation is complete, so click on continue. Now the machine restarts. Now click enter. It takes some time to start. And now here is the login prompt, and just put the username that you set. Okay, I set my name Prashant and the password is, and click enter. And here we are inside the Ubuntu server. Okay, to clear the screen, type the command clear. Okay, in this way you can clear the previous output, okay, with the help of this command. In this way you can install the Ubuntu server with the help of Virtualbox. Hello friends, in this lesson we're gonna learn about the basics of Nano editor. So what is Nano editor? Nano editor is a basic text editor, okay, and it is easy to use text editor inside the Linux, okay. With the help of Nano editor you can create text files, you can edit the configuration files, or also you can save or create the C programming files, C++ or Python programming files. It acts like the editor for the programming environment. Okay, so let's see practically how to use the Nano editor. Okay, to start the Nano editor you just need to type the command nano. Okay, and here the Nano editor is started. Okay, at the bottom here you can see these are the shortcut keys and their uses is displayed here. Okay, so Ctrl G is for help, Ctrl O for write out, Ctrl W for varies, okay, like that. So we're gonna learn about these one by one here. Okay, first of all type something here, hello world. This is the test to understand Nano editor. Okay, now we type this data to this file. Okay, so how to save the file here with the help of Nano editor? So you just need to press Ctrl and O on your keyboard, and here you can see it says that file name to write. Okay, means you need to provide the file name. So I'm going to provide the file name as suppose test.txt. Okay, so it says file exists. Okay, there is a file already present there, so press Y here. Now the file is saved. Okay, so press Ctrl X to quit the Nano editor. Okay, and now our file is saved here on the home directory of Prashant. Okay, here you can see test.txt file is present here. Okay, note one point that in which directory you are currently in. Okay, the file is automatically saved in that directory if you do not provide the location for saving. Okay, let's see the contents of the file. Just type the command cat. Cat will display the contents of that file. So here you can see these are the contents of our file. Okay, you can start or you can open this file in another way like Nano and provide the file path as test.txt. Press yes, and here you can see it displays that file contents. Okay, in this way you can open any file with the help of Nano editor directly. You just need to provide the full path, okay, of that file. Okay, let's see the working of Control W, that is where is. It is used to find the text present or search the text inside the file. So our file is small here, so suppose your file is so long, okay, which contains huge code or huge text, and you want to find a particular line. At that time Control W is useful. Okay, so press Control W, and here you need to provide the keyword or the word to search for. So I'm going to insert here Nano and hit enter. Okay, here you can see it displays the blinking cursor to the Nano word. Okay, in this way you can search a particular word, okay, inside the Nano editor with the help of Control W. Okay, the next thing I would like to show you is how to cut and paste with the help of Nano editor. Suppose I want to cut this word Nano or this whole line, Nano editor, so press Ctrl K. Okay, the whole line goes away, and I want to paste it at the bottom, so press Ctrl U. Okay, in this way you can cut and paste the line or the text with the help of this Nano editor. And suppose you want to copy and paste the whole line. So to copy and paste, what you need to do is press Alt A, and you can select the whole line, and after that press Alt 6 and go to the bottom and press Ctrl U. Okay, in this way you can copy and paste, okay, with the help of Alt 6 and Ctrl U. Okay, and Alt A is used to select a particular word or particular text. Okay, suppose I want to cut this understand word. Okay, so press Alt A, and with the help of arrow keys you can select that word, and after that press Ctrl K. Okay, in this way that word is cut, and here with the help of Ctrl U you can paste. And to save, press Ctrl O. Okay, here it shows the file name to write, so press enter, or you can change the file name here. You can save the same file with the another name. Okay, in this way you can save the file, or you can cut paste, or you can copy paste with the help of this basic Nano editor. Okay, Ctrl J is used to justify, so press Ctrl J, so it will justify all the text present here. Suppose you press here Ctrl J. Okay, in this way it will justify the text present in your file. Just save these settings and Ctrl X. Okay, clear. Okay, let's start Nano, and here I'm going to create a new file with the hello world. Okay, and let's Alt A, Alt 6. Okay, and Ctrl U. In this way you can copy paste. Okay, okay, and press Ctrl O. It says file name test.txt. Yes, and Ctrl X to quit and clear. Okay, let's view the contents of the file test.txt. Okay, these are the contents. now open up Nano editor, and here suppose you want to open that file to read. So for that there is an option Control R. Okay, so here you need to provide the file name test.txt. okay, and in this way you can open an existing file for reading, okay, with the help of Control R. Okay, now suppose you want to replace a word in this file, then you can simply replace this with the control and backward slash. Okay, so press control backward slash. Okay, it asks you to search for the word that you want to replace. Suppose I want to replace the word world, okay, and replace with guys, guys. Okay, now it asks you replace this instance, means all or for only one word. Okay, suppose I press A, then you can see here all the words are replaced here, okay, with guys. In this way you can replace one word or the whole word with the same name, okay, with the help of control and backward slash combination. And if you want to go in deep, okay, with this editor, you can simply type Control G, and here you can see these are the shortcut keys and their uses are displayed in this file. So you can go in deeper if you want, okay, with the help of this Control G option. Okay, in this way this Nano editor is used to create a file, to save the file, or to read the existing file. Okay, and we're gonna learn more about it okay, in our upcoming lessons, like we're gonna edit the configuration files and make changes to our system as we move forward in this course. Hi there, in this lesson we're gonna talk about the basics of Wget and Vim editor. Wget and Vim, both the text editors, are the very popular text editors in the Linux environment. Okay, Wget editor was developed by Bill Joy in 1976. Okay, and as an improved version of Wget, Vim is introduced. Okay, it was developed by Bram Moliner and made publicly available in 1991. Okay, so the working of Wget and Vim editor is same. Okay, so let's see practically how to create a file, how to delete a file, okay, or how to insert data, okay, in the Wget editor practically. Okay, first note that Wget and Vim editor, both the text editors, are started either in insert mode or in command mode. Okay, so when you start the Wget editor, by default it is in insert mode. Okay, you can start either Wget or Vim editor. Okay, so to start Wget editor or Vim editor, you just need to type Wget or Vim command, okay, and hit enter. Okay, so I'm going to start with Wget. Okay, here you can see this is the text editor which is started here. Okay, by default it is in command mode, so now it is in command mode. So if you want to insert some data, you need to go into insert mode. Okay, so to get into insert mode, you just need to press I on your keyboard. Okay, now we are in inside mode. Here you can see at the bottom the insert text is appeared. So to insert the data, just start typing. Okay, so I'm going to type this is the test to understand the working of Wget or Vim editor. Like this you can type the data, or if with the help of backslash you can delete the inserted data. Okay, or you can move with the arrow keys, okay, on your keyboard. Okay, here inside the Wget or Vim editor. Okay, so inside the insert mode you can just delete or insert the data. You cannot perform an operations like copying, cut, paste, okay, like that. To perform this operation you need to come out of the insert mode. So to come out the insert mode, just press escape. Okay, now we are out of the insert mode. So what operations we can perform with the command mode? So first of all, let's see how to save this file. Okay, we do not name this file yet, so press Control Shift and colon. Okay, and here press W. Okay, and hit enter. It says that no file name. That means you need to press Control Shift colon again W, and here with space you need to provide the file name. I'm going to name the file example.txt and hit enter. Okay, it says that written. Here you can see it says written. That means our file is saved successfully. So after saving the file, how to quit the file? You also need to be in command mode. Okay, so now we are still in command mode, so press Ctrl Shift colon, press Q and this symbol here on your keyboard. Okay, and hit enter. Okay, like this you can get out of the Vim editor. Okay, so let's see. Here you can see example.txt is created here on our current working directory. Okay, so to view the contents, just type cat example.txt and here you can see it shows us the contents of the file. Okay, so let's clear and type y example.txt. Okay, you can open an existing file with this way. Suppose your file is present inside the etc directory, so you just need to provide the path like this. So you need to provide the full path name. So I'm going to open the file here because we are in the same directory where our file is present. So hit enter and here you can see the file is open. So here I'm going to show you how to copy the data. Okay, suppose you want to copy the data, just press YY. Okay, YY is used to copy the data and here I'm going to press P and here you can see after pressing P it pastes the copied line here. When you press YY it copies the whole line, or the other way to copy and paste the data is just press Ctrl V. Okay, now here at the bottom you can see visual block, so here you can visually see which line you are copying. Okay, so I'm going to copy this. Okay, and after that press Y and press P and here you can see it pastes the text from HRS to the OF because I had copied the text from HRS. Okay, so in this way you can copy and paste in the Linux text editor. Okay, suppose you want to delete the line. Okay, let's delete this whole line. So to delete this line you just need to press DD. Okay, and when you press DD on your keyboard the whole line get deleted. And suppose you want to delete a particular line, so at this time just press Ctrl V. Okay, and select the text that you want to delete. I just want to delete this line only and then press D. In this way you can delete the selected line, and if you want to undo the changes press U. Okay, in this way you can undo the changes by pressing U and delete the line by pressing DD. Okay, if you want to cut and paste the line, then for that you first need to select this line, press D, and after that here at the bottom I would like to paste it, so go here and press P. Okay, in this way you can cut paste by pressing D and then P. Okay, and double D is used to delete a particular line. Okay, and you can use X to delete a line. Okay, in the text file like this. If you press X you can use X to delete a particular line, and to revert the changes press U. Okay, you can use X like this to delete the file contents one by one, and to undo the changes press U. Okay, so I'm going to quit the file now. Okay, to save the changes press W and then Q and then this symbol and hit enter. So let's see the contents, example.txt. Okay, here you can see it saves the changes that we made to the file. Okay, so let's open the file here again with Y or Vim. Okay, let's open it with Vim, example.txt. Okay, and in this file press Ctrl Shift colon /. Okay, this is used to search a particular text inside the file. So I want to search understand. Okay, let's hit enter. Okay, now here you can see it shows you the line where your text is present. Okay, let's quit the file here. Okay, and let's start the Y editor. And how to use an existing file for reading. Okay, here, so for that just press Ctrl Shift colon and here R, and then insert the file name with the full path. Okay, so here our file is present in the current directory and we are inside the current directory. Okay, so that's why I'm going to provide here the file name directly, that is example.txt. and here you can see in this way you can open the file, okay, inside this Y editor or Vim editor. Okay, I'm just going to copy and pasting these lines. Okay, you can set the numbers to your contents, okay, inside the file. Okay, so how to set the numbers? Just press Ctrl Shift and type here set and U and hit enter. Okay, like this you can set the numbers. Okay, it will be very helpful to you to know how long your code is, okay, or at exactly in which line number you are getting an error or problem. Okay, this will be very helpful in case you are doing programming or scripting like stuff inside the Linux operating system. Okay, in this way you can use the Y or Vim editor inside the Ubuntu server or any Linux operating system. Hi there, in this lesson we're gonna talk about how to copy a file, how to rename a file, and how to delete a file. And also we're gonna apply the same operations on folder. Okay, so let's see practically how to do this. Okay, the first command that I would like to show you here is mv. This command is used to rename a file or folder. Okay, so let's see how to use it. First, here you can see in my current directory here the student.txt file is present. Okay, so to rename this you just need to provide the command like mv space the first file name which is present and then the new file name that you would like to give. So I would like to give this file a name as test.txt. okay, so our file is renamed here, so ls, and here you can see our file is renamed. Okay, with the help of mv you can rename a file or folder. Okay, so let's get inside the root and ls and try to rename opt directory. Okay, here I'm going to rename opt with o. Okay, let's see what happens. It says permission denied. That means inside the root directory you cannot perform this operation without having the super user level authority. Okay, you have to be a root user or a super user. So to do this, use sudo and hit enter. It asks for my password. Okay, password is mistake. Okay, and ls, and here you can see the opt directory is renamed to o. So let's set it as it is mv o opt sudo. Okay, like this. Okay, the o is renamed back to opt. Okay, in this way we can rename a file or folder. Okay, after renaming the file and folder, the next thing is how to delete the file or a folder. Okay, so let's get back inside the home directory ls, and here the test.txt file is present. To remove this file, just type rm and file name test.txt. okay, the file is removed. Type ls, and here you can see there is no file present in our home directory. Okay, open a Y editor and create a file example.txt. okay, get inside insert mode. Okay, okay, ls, here you can see it is our file that is created. So let's see the contents. Okay, now create a folder. Okay, ls, and our folder is created here. Okay, so we can remove a file or folder with rm command. Okay, so now I would like to show you how to copy a file. Okay, to copy a file there is a command called as cp. Okay, and after cp you need to provide the first file name that you want to copy, that is example.txt, and I want to copy it inside p folder. Okay, let's get inside p and ls, and here you can see inside p folder the example.txt file is copied. Okay, so let's get inside the root directory and try to copy any folder or file from here. Suppose I want to copy media to home directory. Okay, this tile symbol is used to represent an home directory. Okay, and hit enter. It says that omitting directory media. Remember that whenever you get such errors like omitting directory, provide the option /r. Okay, and hit enter. Okay, the directory is copied here. Okay, so first we copied the file from home folder to the folder p, and then we copied the directory from the root directory, okay, in our home folder. So now I would like to remove this directory. So let's see what happens. rm, okay, and media. Let's see, it says that cannot remove media is a directory. Okay, why we are getting this error here? Okay, so to see that, just get inside media ls, and here you can see because there is another folder present inside media, that's why we are unable to delete this directory. So what to do in such cases? In such cases, just provide the option /r and then media, and let's see what happens. Okay, the directory is removed. Okay, in this way you can remove a directory by providing /r option, and the same thing you can apply for copying. Okay, let's try to remove the directory p. rmp, okay, is providing the same error /r, and let's see, the same thing is happened. The directory is removed when we apply the /r option. Okay, in this way you can copy a file, you can delete a file or folder, or you can also rename a file with the help of these three basic commands that we have seen in this lesson. Okay, hi there, in this lesson we're gonna learn about the various operators with the help of which we can make fun. Okay, so what are these operators? Okay, the operators are AND operator, ampersand operator, OR operator, semicolon operator, and the NOT operator or negation operator. By combining these operators with the help of commands, you will get a different output. I mean to say, you can make fun. Okay, so let's see how we can make fun with the help of these operators. Okay, the first operator is ampersand operator, and it is denoted by this symbol on your keyboard. Okay, and when you use this operator at the end of the command, then it will run that command at the background. Okay, so let's see how to use it. Okay, let's create a folder p. Okay, and how to use this symbol with this command is just put at the end this operator like this and hit enter. Okay, and here you can see it shows here 1 and 160. This is the process ID. That means our process of creating the folder is running at the background. And let's see, and here you can see p folder is created. Okay, and here it displays the message done. That means the process is completed. Okay, in this way you can use this ampersand operator to run any command at the background. Okay, the next operator is AND operator. Okay, the AND operator works like an if statement. Okay, first of all let's see how to use the AND operator. Let's try to create. Okay, on our current directory p folder is already there. So let's try to create p folder, and here like this you need to provide the AND operator and then cdp. Okay, and hit enter. Okay, it says that cannot create directory pre-file exists. That means that directory is already there, that's why it unable to create the directory. But due to AND operator, the second command, that is cd changing directory command, is not executed, because AND operator works in such a way that the second command get executed only after the successful execution of first command. Okay, okay, let's remove the p directory and execute the same command again with the help of AND operator, and here you can see the command is executed and we are inside the p directory. Okay, here you can see the p directory do not contains any file or folder. Okay, in this way you can use the AND operator. Okay, the next operator is OR operator. The OR operator acts like else statement. Okay, so let's see how to use it. Just replace this AND with OR. Okay, use the two pipe symbols. Let's see what happens. Okay, here p folder is already present. Okay, and we try to execute it. Okay, here you can see it says mkdir cannot create directory, p file already exists. But here you can see although the first command fails but the second command get executed. That means here you can see we are inside the p directory. Okay, now you can understand how OR operator works. Okay, if the first command fails, then the second command executed in case of OR operator. Okay, let's try to create another folder. Okay, first of all get to the home directory and here try to create a new folder S. Okay, and here you can see the S directory is created but the second command is not executed. That means OR operator works only if the first command fails. Okay, in this way you can use the OR operator. The next operator is comma operator. Okay, the comma operator, and the use of comma operator is to execute more than one command at the same time. Okay, like this, suppose okay, here you can see there are two directories p and s and I want to remove them. So let's issue the command rmdir p semicolon rmdir s. Okay, with the help of the semicolon you can separate various commands and execute them at one time. Okay, let's hit enter, and here you can see ls and p and s directories get removed from here. Now the final operator that I would like to show you is the not operator or negation operator. The not operator acts like except statement in programming. Okay, so let's see how it works. First ls, and here you can see there are two files with extension txt are present, one file with pdf, one file with html, one file with doc, and one file with xls. Okay, all these files are different. Okay, so what if I want to leave the text file as it is and remove the remaining files? Okay, so for this just type the command like this, rm not operator. Okay, then inside this bracket put star dot txt, means it is going to leave all the files which are having .txt extension and remove the remaining files. Okay, so let's hit enter. Okay, and let's see the result ls, and here you can see all the files except .txt extensions are removed from the current directory. Okay, in this way you can use the and, ampersand, not, comma and or operator and make fun with them. Okay, hi there. In this lesson we're going to talk about the command redirection and piping in Linux. Okay, so first talk about the command redirection. So what is command redirection? In Linux environment, any command that we execute is having three streams connected to it. Okay, and those streams are standard input stream, standard output stream, and standard error stream. Okay, With the help of these streams we can connect to the command, okay, and we can either save the data from a command to a file or send the data as input to a command from a file. Okay, in short, saving the output of command to a file or sending input to a command via file is called as the command redirection. And this command redirection is achieved with the help of some operators. Okay, so let's see practically how to do this. Okay, first of all I would like to show you a new command, okay, which is used to create any kind of file. The command is touch. With touch command you can create any kind of file. Okay, so suppose I want to create s.txt and gh.pdf file, okay, and hit enter. Okay, those files are get created in the current directory ls, and here you can see gh.pdf and s.txt files are created here. Okay, and already there are some folders and files are present. Okay, with the help of touch command you can create any kind of file. Okay, so let's talk about the command redirection. So now we are going to send the output of a command to a file. Okay, let's try this with the ls command. If you want to save the output of this ls command to a file, then just type ls space greater than operator and the name of the file where you want to save the data. Suppose I type a.txt and hit enter. Okay, so you can see the ls command does not show any output and the output is directly saved to the file a.txt. Let's see a.txt, and here you can see the output of this command is saved to this file. Okay, in this way the greater than operator is used to save the output of the command to a file. Okay, the next operator that I would like to show you here is the greater than operator. Okay, the greater than operator is denoted like this. Okay, but before actually showing you, let's try the same command again here and let's see the contents of a.txt file. Okay, you can see here we executed the same command 2 times but the data remained the same. That means the same output should have to be added twice here, but instead of that it is showing the output only one time here. Okay, so why this thing is happening? Because every time when you use this operator it erases all the previous contents of the file and add the new contents to it. Okay, so to avoid this problem, this greater than operator is used. Okay, this will append the output to the already existing file without erasing the data. Okay, so let's try it. Okay, and now let's view the contents of a.txt, and now here you can see the data is appended. Okay, now we can see here the same data 2 times. In this way you can use the greater than operator to append the data to a file. Okay, now I would like to show you how to send the data from a file as input to a command. Okay, sort command is used to sort the data, okay, from a file. Okay, so to send the input to sort command from this file you need to use the operator like this. Okay, sort less than operator and the file name, that is a.txt, and let's see what happens. Okay, here you can see it sorts the data present inside the file. Okay, and if you want to sort the data in reverse order, just provide the option here /r and hit enter, and here you can see it displays or it sorts the data in the reverse order, okay, from the file. In this way you can send the input to a command from a file with the help of less than operator. Okay, in this way these command redirection operators are used, okay, to send the data to a file or to receive the data from a file. Okay, now here you saw how the data is sorted, okay, with the help of this operator, but how to check whether our command is working or not? Okay, because when you remove this and hit enter it will show the same output. So we can check this by combining 2 operators here. okay, both less than and greater than. That means here we are sorting the data in reverse order and saving it to new file, that is dummy.txt file. Okay, let's see what happens. Okay, ls, and here dummy.txt file is created. Okay, let's view the contents. Okay, and here you can see the data is saved to the dummy.txt file in reverse order. Okay, that means our command or code here is working. Okay, the next thing that I would like to explain here is piping. So what is piping? Piping means sending the output of one command as input to another command. Okay, and we can accomplish this with the help of pipe operator. Here you can see the pipe operator is denoted by this symbol here on your keyboard. Okay, let's do the piping with the same command ls and the pipe operator. Okay, ls command will display the files and folders. Okay, and I want to sort it and display it to the output. So let's use the sort command, and I want to sort them in reverse order. So /r, let's see what happens. Okay, here you can see the output of ls command is sent it to the sort command, and the sort command will sort the data and display it to the output. And what happens if I remove this /r, hit enter, and here you can see it sort the data in the ascending order. So in this way you can use command redirection and piping either to save the data, or to send the input to a command from a file, or to send the output of one command as input to the another command. Okay. Hello friends, in this lesson we're going to talk about process management in Linux. So what are processes, or what is a process? Any program that runs in the computer memory is called as a process. So processes are of two types. The number one is automatic process, and the number two is interactive process. The automatic processes are those processes which are started by the system during boot time. Okay, and the interactive processes are those processes which are started by or executed by the user. Okay, the command or the program that we start from the shell comes in the category of interactive processes. Okay, so as a Linux system administrator, it is your job to make sure that your system runs correctly and gives a better performance. Okay, so in this lesson I would like to show you 3 or 4 commands with the help of which you can monitor the processes, their status, or you can also view the CPU activities. So let's see practically how to do this. Okay, the first command that I would like to show you here is ps. With ps command you can view the list of processes that are running on your system. Okay, so let's type ps and hit enter. And here you can see it shows 2 processes are running, and it shows their process IDs. Okay, so the process IDs are very important for us. Okay, we're gonna learn about it later, but for now just remember it is the useful information. With ps command you can try different switches. Like if you try -e, then it will list all the processes running on your system. Okay, like this, or you can view them one by one with this option like this. By hitting enter you can view each process one by one. Okay, like this, or by passing -e and f. When you pass f, then it will list all the processes in full format like this. Okay, and when you provide L, then it will list all the processes in long listing like this. Okay, in this way you can try these switches with it and get a lot of information or a better information. Okay, the next switch is AX. When you pass AX, then it will show the running processes in short BSD style. Okay, short BSD style. And when you pass AUX, then it will show all the processes in long BSD format like this. and you can track a particular user information here, means which processes are initiated by that user with the help of this ps command. Like this, just need to provide -u and username, and here you can see these are the processes which are started by me, okay, which is the logged in user here. So in this way you can track your users, means which processes there are running or what are they actually doing on the system. Okay, in this way you can use the ps command, okay, and get such an useful information. The next command that I would like to show you is top. So let's see what it reveals. The top command explains everything, and which is very important information about the processes. So let's see one by one here what this output shows to us. Okay, let's talk about the first row. The first row reveals about the uptime of this system or the server. Okay, here you can see this server is running since last 8 hours and 35 minutes. Okay, the next part shows the number of users that are currently logged in. Here only one user is here on the system. Okay, the next part is load average. It is the most important part here, and the value here is the number of processes that are waiting to be handled by the CPU. Okay, the next row explains the information about the tasks that are running. Okay, here you can see it shows the total number of tasks, that is 122. Out of that, one is running and the rest 121 are in sleeping mode. The next part explains the stopped task out of that. So here 0 tasks are stopped, and the next part explains the zombie processes or the zombie tasks. So what is zombie process? Any process that is stopped but it unable to give its exit status to its parent process. So such processes are called as the zombie processes. So here the 0 zombie processes are on this system. So let's talk about the next row, that is CPU. So the first part is US, that is user space. It shows the involvement of the CPU in the user activities. Okay, the next part is SY, that is CPU activity in system space. That is it shows here currently 1.7 and it's constantly changing. Okay, so this part reveals the CPU activity in system space. The next part is NI. So the value here indicates the amount of time spent by the CPU on low priority processes. Okay, the next part is ID, that is CPU inactivity. This part explains us that the inactivity of the CPU. So the greater the number here, that means your system is doing nothing. Okay, the next part is WA. So the value here indicates the amount of time your CPU waiting for the input. For example, the input output hardwares that are connected to your system, like hard disk, keyboard, mouse. Okay, the next one is HI, that is the hardware interrupt. So this part explains or shows us, or the number here shows us that the amount of time spent by the CPU interacting with the hardware. And the next part is SI, that is software interrupt. So the amount at this point, or this part explains us the amount of time spent by the CPU interacting with the software. And the last one is ST. The value at this point indicates the amount of time stolen by the virtualization hypervisor from a virtual machine. So in this way, this third part explains all the information about the CPU and the system. The next row explains the information about the memory. So it explains the total amount of memory available, then out of that the free, and out of that the used, and the rest is the buffer or cache memory. And the next row explains the information about the swap memory, like total available swap memory, and then free, and then used, and then available memory for use. Okay, let's talk about the last row here. The first part here reveals PID, that is the process ID. The process IDs are very important. Suppose you want to kill a process, then to kill a process you need to provide the process ID to the command. So the next part is the user. So it reveals the user information to which the process belongs. Okay, the next one is PR. PR explains us the priority or shows us the priority of the process. The next one is NI, that is the nice value. With the help of nice value, we can set the priorities. Okay, so we're gonna learn about this in the next lesson or the next part. The next is VIRT. It shows us the total amount of memory claimed by the process. Okay, so the Prashant process is currently occupied 8152 kilobytes of memory. And the next part shows us RES, that is the resident memory. Resident memory is the memory which is actually used out of the VIRT, means the claimed memory. And the next one is shared memory, means the memory which is shared by this process with other process, okay, out of the used memory. And the next part is S, which explains or shows the status of the process. R means that is running, S means in sleeping mode. If it shows Z, that means it is zombie process. If it's showing you T, that means it is stressed or stopped process. And if it shows you D, that means it is uninterruptible sleep. Okay, in this way these symbols reveals the status. The next one is CPU. The CPU part here shows us the amount of CPU activities caused in the last polling cycle. Okay, so what is polling cycle? A polling cycle means the time in which a device or a process monitored once, okay, and continuously. So in this way it gives the information about the last polling cycle. And then the next part is memory. So this is the percentage of memory that has used in the last polling cycle. The next one is the time. This indicates the total amount of time that has used by the process since first it was started. Okay, the next part is command. Okay, so the process which is belong to which command, so it gives the information about it. So in this way you can monitor here all the information which is very essential as in system administrator. Okay, suppose you want to kill a process, okay, then you just press K on your keyboard, and here you can see it shows default process ID is 2317. So I'm going to type it 2317 and hit enter. Send PID 2317 signal 15. Okay, here you can see the command top is stopped here when we send this 15 number signal to this. Okay, so there are different kinds of signals that we're gonna learn in the upcoming lesson. So there are some other things that you can do with this top command, like suppose you want to delay the output of these processes, then you can delay by providing the time in seconds. Let's see the output. Okay, here you can see it's showing the output with the delay of 2 seconds. Let's send it to 0. Okay, and now here you can see how fast it's showing the output. Okay, the next switch is -p. With this switch you can view a particular process. Suppose I pass 2322, but currently it's not showing anything here. But remember that with this you can view the information about that particular process by sending here that process ID. When you pass -b, then it start or it shows the output in non-interactive mode. Okay, let's see what is non-interactive mode. Okay, like this means we can't do anything here. It continuously shows in this way the output. Okay, to stop it press Ctrl C. Okay, let's clear it. With top -u you can view an information about a particular user like this. Okay, so it's currently showing in the processes initiated by the user Prashant like this. You can press Ctrl C to stop. Okay, let's start again the top, and suppose you press Z, then you can see the output in color format, and when you press B, then you can highlight it. Okay, like this. Okay, in this way you can view the lot of more important information with the help of these commands. The next important command I would like to show you is uptime. Uptime gives you the same information that we saw with top command, and there is a command free. It show you the same output which we saw with the help of top command, okay, about the computer memory. Okay, in this way you can see the list of processes that are running on your system, and you can see the amount of memory that is used by a particular process. Okay, and with the help of that you can get to the point that which process is actually causing the problem, like hanging your system or not running in proper way. Okay, in the next lesson I'm going to show you how to set the priorities of the processes, okay, with the help of nice and renice command. Hello friends, welcome back. Welcome to the part 2 of process management lesson. Okay, in this lesson we're gonna learn how to set up a priority of an process, okay, with the help of nice and renice command, and also how to kill a process with the help of kill and kill all command. Okay, and also we're gonna learn the different kinds of signals that are available to kill a process. Okay, so first of all let's see the nice command. Okay, so let's see it practically. First of all let's see here the top command, and here you can see the top command currently here executed by me, that means the Prashant user, and you can see here the priority is 30. Okay, so to change its priority you need to type the command like, first you need an administrative level privilege. Okay, so sudo nice, then -n, then the amount of value that you want to reduce from that already existing priority. Okay, you can set the priority to a process from -20 to +19. Okay, so here I would like to decrease it by -15, then the command name. Okay, and now here you can see the priority is changed here from 30 to 15. Okay, in this way you can set up the priorities of a process, okay, with the help of nice command. Okay, let's run the top command. Okay, the priority is set back to 20 because I log out and log in again here, so press Ctrl C to quit this process. Okay, now I'm going to show you how to use the renice command. So to use the renice command, just use a renice, and then priority that you want to set, suppose I want to set here the priority -10, and then here -u for user, and I want to set the priority for Prashant, so hit enter. Okay, it says permission denied, so just use sudo and hit enter your password, and now let's view here, and here you can see the priority of Prashant is reduced to 10. Okay, in this way you can set the priorities with the help of nice and renice command. So the next command that I would like to show you is kill. So the kill command is used to kill any process that is running on your system. Okay, so you need to provide a process ID to kill the process. Suppose there is a process, stop and send this to background, and here you can see it displays here the process ID. So to kill that you just need to provide 1509. Okay, and here you can see it displays the process is stopped. So by default it sends signal number 15. There are different signals. Okay, there are total 64 signals that you can send here with the help of kill command. To list all the signals, just type -l, and here you can see these are the signals, okay, you can send to the process. Okay, let's see the process. Okay, here you can see it is still showing the process stop here when we execute the command ps. So kill and -9. -9 here you can see in the above list, it is the absolute kill signal. Okay, so it will kill the process completely. So just provide here the process ID 1509, and here you can see it shows the message killed. Let's see, and now you can see here there is no top process is showing here with the ps command. In this way, here each signal is having its own importance. Okay, and if you want to go into the depth, you just need to type man and kill, and here you can see it shows all the things that you can do with the kill command. Okay, and you can apply this logic to every command if you want to go into the depth. That is, suppose you want to go into the depth for nice, then simply type this, and you can see all the things that you can do with nice command. Okay, in this way you can control the behavior of processes by setting up their priorities, and also kill a process if some process is causing a problem by sending different signals. Okay, the most powerful signal is -9. Okay, the final command that I would like to show you is kill all. With kill all command, you can kill a process by its name. You don't need to provide the process ID of that process. Okay, so suppose there is a process stop running at the background. So to kill this, just type command like this and process name, and here you can see it displays the message the process is stopped. Okay, by providing signal 9, now it displays the processes are killed, and let's see with ps. Okay, now there is no processes running there. So in this way you can control the behavior of processes and make sure your system is running faster. Hi there, welcome back. In this lesson we're going to talk about the advanced process management tools, okay, like htop, fg and jobs. So let's see how to manage the processes with the help of these advanced tools. Okay, first of all you need to install the htop command, because by default it is not present on any Linux system. You need to install it. So to install, you just need to type sudo apt get install htop and hit enter. Okay, and then it will ask for your password. Then you need to insert your password. Okay, I already installed it on my machine, so that's why I'm going to start it directly like this, htop. Okay, so this is how the output looks with the help of htop command. But right now I'm going to quit it, because you cannot perform some operations correctly with normal users. You need to be an administrator to perform each task here. So you need to be a root user. So just switch user command, that is su, and login as root, and you need to insert your root password. Okay, now I log in as root and then type htop, and here now we are logging as root, and now we can perform any operations that can be performed with the help of this htop command. So let's talk about each option present here and what it's trying to say to us, okay, in the output. So let's talk about the first option, or the output here, CPU. This option here, or this menu here, tells us that the amount of CPU involvement inside the processes. That means 2.0, 2.6, okay, and this amount is constantly changing. That is the involvement of the CPU in the processes. Okay, it is the amount of involvement of the CPU in handling the processes. So the next one is memory. It is the amount of memory actually used by the processes. So here you can see there is total 999 MB of memory available, and out of that 57.1 megabyte of memory is used. And the next one is swap, that is SWP. Swap is a memory which is an extension to our actual physical memory. Swap is not an actual memory, but it is a file which is present on our hard drive and which acts as an extension to our physical RAM. Okay, so there is 1024 megabyte of swap memory is present, and out of that 0 kilobyte is used. Okay, so let's talk about the next row here. that is tasks, and there are total 26 tasks, and then 15 threads, and out of that one is running. The next row shows us that the load average. So what is load average? Load average is the time taken by the CPU to load each process, okay, one by one. Linux is in multitasking, so that's why it is the loading average. So it displays here three values. So the three values here represents the load average for three different timings, okay. So the first value shows us the load average for last 5 minutes, the second value shows us the load average for last 10 minutes, and the third value shows us the load average since last 15 minutes. Okay, here you can see this load average is also constantly changing. Okay, the next row shows us the uptime. Uptime means since last our server is started, the total amount of time, okay, that our server is started and running continuously. Okay, here you can see the server is started since last 22 minutes. Okay, let's talk about the next row here. Okay, and we're gonna see each column here one by one. So the first one is PID. PID stands for the process ID. Process ID is a number with the help of which we can kill any process, okay, by providing this number. The next one is the user. The user who started the process, okay, the name of the user is provided in this column, okay. So here you can see 1662 is in process ID, and that process is started by the user root, okay. The next column represents the PRI, that is the priority. We saw in our previous lesson how to set up the priorities, okay. We can also set the priorities in this tool, okay, and it is very easy to set the priorities with the help of this htop command. So we're gonna see in few minutes how to set up the priorities, but for now just understand here this column represent the priorities. The next column is ni, that is the nice value. Then after that VIRT, it is in virtual memory size, okay, or it is the memory that is claimed but not actually used by the process. So the root user having process ID 1662 claimed the memory 5832 kilobytes, okay. And the next column is RES, that is the reserved memory, and it is the actual memory used by the process. So out of 5832, the 3318 kilobytes memory is used, okay, here by the root user. And the next column is shared memory. So this column represents us the memory which is shared with other processes, okay, out of the VIRT memory, okay. The next column represents the status of the processes. So there are different statuses of the processes. So here you can see the first represents R. R means that is the running process. S means it is in sleeping mode. If you find T, that means it is either stressed or stopped. If you find Z, that means it is a zombie process. And if you find D, that means the process is in the state of uninterruptible sleep. Okay, after that the next column represents the CPU, the amount of time spent by the CPU on that process. The next one is the memory. The memory column represents the physical RAM used by the process, okay. The next column is time. This time column shows us since last the process is running, or the time used by the process, or you can also say that the running time of the process. And the next one is command. So this column shows us the actual command that the process started, or the link of the command with the process. So the htop command is displayed here, and its process ID is 1662, and it is started by the root user, okay. In this way all these columns explains us this very useful information. Okay, let's talk about all the options present at the bottom, okay. Let's talk about F1. When you press F1, then you get this help menu here, and if you want to understand the shortcuts Okay, and then you can see here you can learn more things with this help menu. Then the next one is F2. So when you press F2, then the use of F2 is to set up or to customize the output of this stop command. So you can see here you can customize how it should look to the bottom. You can control this with the help of arrow keys and then enter key. Okay, you can also set the colors that should appear at the output or the columns that should be in the output. Okay, you can determine or set anything with the help of this F2. So I'm not going to customize this right now because this output that present is pretty good. So after that the next option is F3. So with the help of F3 you can search a particular command. Suppose here in the command column you can see there are different commands are displayed. So when I type snap then here you can see it shows us the snapd command, and when you press F3 again then it will shows you the next commands. Okay, in this way you can search a particular process with the help of its command name. Okay, the next option is F4. When you press F4 then you can filter. Okay, the F4 is also work like the F3. Just type the command. Suppose I want to type or I want to filter ISC. Okay, I want to filter this ISC ID, then it is showing us all the processes, okay, with the same command name. In this way you can use this option here. Press F10 to quit and restart it again. Stop. The next one is F5. With the help of F5 you can see here the command column. When I press F5 then you will get all the processes in tree format or all the commands in tree format. Here you can see the su switch root. Okay, and here the root user started this stop command. Okay, so you can get into the root of that process or this command, or you can get the depth information as compared to other options with the help of this thing. After this the next option is sort by, that is F6. When you press F6 then you can see here it shows us different option. You can sort the output by process ID or by user or by priority or by nice values. Okay, there are different options with the help of which you can sort. So suppose I want to sort the output by user, then select this user and hit enter, and now here you can see the output is sorted based on users like this. Okay, the next option is F7. With F7 you can set a highest priority nice value. Okay, lowest the value means highest the priority. So here this Prashant user is having priority 20 and I want to set it to high, so press F7. So as I press F7 the value decreases here. Okay, now it is set to 10. Okay, and if you want to increase the value, that means you want to set the lowest priority to it, then you can press F8. Okay, like this, and by pressing F8 you can set it to normal. Okay, in this way you can set up the priorities with F7 and F8 key. And the next option is F9. With the help of F9 command you can directly kill any process that is running in this column. Okay, so suppose I want to kill this process Prashant. Okay, or okay, let's kill this process at top. So to kill that, press F9. Okay, now here after pressing F9 you can see here there are different signals that you can send. Okay, so you need to select these signals. So out of all these signals I want to select 9 because signal 9 means the absolute kill. Okay, so when you send this signal, okay, now our process is stopped here. Okay, In this way, you can send different signals. You can learn about each signal by searching online, because these signals are lot signals, and out of that, signal number 9 is for absolute kill and signal number 15 is for stopping a process. Okay, so these two are important signals. So just log out here, exit, and now we are here as Prashant. So the next command that I would like to show you is jobs. With jobs command, you can see the list of jobs that are running on your system. Currently there is no job is running on our system. Okay, so suppose I type command htop and send it to background. Okay, so when I type jobs, here you can see it shows us the htop command is running and it is in stopped state. So you can see the list of jobs that are currently running on your system with the help of jobs command. And the next command that I would like to show you is fg. Fg command is used to start a job, okay, or to restart a job that is stopped at the background. So you just need to provide here fg, and after that the process name. If there is only one process or job is running, then you don't need to provide anything, just hit enter, and here you can see after hitting enter our process is started back. Okay, in this way the jobs command work. Okay, so suppose I type htop. Okay, htop. Okay, there are two commands that are running at the background with the same name. So if you want to start the second process, then you need to provide option like this. Okay, that is mod 2, and if you want to start the first, then like this. Okay, so if you're having more than one processes or jobs running, then just provide the option like this 1 2 3 12, anything that is there, and you can start that process back like this. Okay, in this way you can perform the advanced operations on the Linux system with the help of this pretty useful and very interesting colorful tool. Okay, hi there, welcome back. Welcome to the final lesson of this section. In this lesson we're going to learn the more important commands, okay, to manage the processes. Okay, the commands are number 1 fuser and number 2 is no hub. Okay, with the help of these commands you can do some more advanced stuff as compared to the previous tools. Okay, so let's see how to do this. Okay, first talk about the fuser utility. Fuser utility is a powerful tool in Linux. This utility gives you the information about a file user or the process being currently used by a file or directory. Okay, so how to use this tool? Okay, suppose I want to see the information about the root directory, then you need to type fuser, okay, and /, okay, / represent the root directory. You can see this kind of information here. It's currently showing us the process ID and its access type. Okay, and if you want to see this information in detail, you can provide the switch like -v and hit enter. Okay, and now you can see clearly here it shows us the user, the process ID and its access type and the command. Okay, so here user, okay, the first user is root, its process ID is it's showing here, kernel access is mount, okay, and command is root. The next one is Prashant, process ID 1257, access type is RC and command systemd. Okay, so in this way you can get the information about the directory. The root directory is currently being used by the user Prashant and root. Okay, so these are the processes which are currently using the root directory. So what are these access types? Okay, so let's see. So there are different kinds of access type. Okay, suppose you get in the output C, that means it is current directory. Then if you get E, that means executable being run. If you get F, that means open file. F is omitted in default display mode. If you get capital F, that means open file for writing, and if capital F is also omitted in default display mode. If you get small r, that means it is the root. Okay, access type is root. And if you get small m, that means it is managed file or shared library. Here you can see it shows us the Prashant is having the access type R and C, that means root and current directory, and the next process shows us only R, that is root. So in this way you can get the information in detail with the help of this command. Okay, like top command, we can also send the kill signal, okay, to these processes. Suppose you want to kill all the processes here, then you can simply send -k signal and hit enter. Okay, and now here you can see as I hit enter, our system restarted. So let's log in again, clear, and let's run it again, fuser v and root. Okay, now we kill these processes by sending the signal k. But suppose there are lots of processes and you want to kill a particular process. So in such cases you can send a switch like -i. It is an interactive mode, okay, in which it will ask you whether you want to kill the process or not, and in this way you can kill a particular process without affecting other processes. Okay, so just provide -i and hit enter. Okay, now here you can see it's asking me if I want to kill 1594 process. No, and it asks me for next process to kill, then I'm going to press yes. Okay, and after pressing yes, it restarted. Okay, there is no file present in our current directory, so create a file student.txt. okay, now here the file is present, and with fuser you can get the details of the file system. Okay, all the processes which are connected to the file system or which are responsible for the file system, then you can get the information about it like this by providing the file as input. Okay, and you can also get it in detail by providing /v. okay, in this way you can see all these processes are related to the file system on which this file is present. Okay, in this way you can use the fuser utility to get the information about a particular file user or a directory user, okay, or the process which is using the directory or connected to the directory. Okay, the next command, and which is the important command, okay, is nohub. Nohub is a utility which is used to run a program at the background even if you are logged out from the system. Okay, so let's see how it works. Suppose I want to ping my host, that is code offline. So to set this at the background, you just need to type nohub, then ping, and after ping code offline, and send it to the background. Okay, now here you can see it displays the message are ignoring input and appending output to nohub.out. That means this nohub.out file is created in the current directory. So just type here logout. Okay, now we are logged out, and just type your username and password. Okay, we are back, and type ls, and here you can see nohub.out file is created, and you can see its contents by cat nohub.out. okay, and it is the output of the ping command, and you can check the command is running or not with htop. Okay, and type F3 to search the command ping, and here you can see it is our ping command. Okay, it is running at the background here, and you can kill this command by sending the signal F9. Okay, and select here signal 9 to absolute kill. Okay, and the process stopped. Press F10 to quit this htop. Clear? Okay, in this way you can use the fuser and no hub command. Okay, these are the most powerful tools. So in this way, this process management section is very useful for you to manage the processes and make sure to run your system faster. Okay, hello friends, welcome back. Welcome to another important section of this course series. Okay, in this whole section we're going to talk about the user management, okay, also group management, also how to set up file permission. Okay, there are a lot of things that we're going to learn in this whole section, but in this lesson we're going to talk about the user management. So in this lesson I would like to show you how to add user, how to delete the user, and how to modify the user. And you will also learn how to lock user accounts, how to unlock them, or how to set up the expiry dates for the user accounts. Okay, so let's see practically how to do this. Okay, so first of all I would like to show you how to add the user or how to create the user. To create a user there are two commands in the Linux, that is user add and add user. So the basic difference is that when you use add user, then it will receive the information like full name, your phone number, like that things, okay, step by step. And when you are using user add command, you need to provide each information with the help of switches. Okay, so let's see how to create a user with user add command. So to create a user you need a sudo or administrative level privilege. Okay, so sudo user add, and here you need to provide the username that you want to create. I want to create a user Steve. Now here the user is get created. Okay, to view the user status you can use a command change -l and provide username. Okay, permission denied, here sudo, and here you can see our user is get created. Here you can see the date when the user is created. So our user is get created, but here you need to set up a password for this user. Okay, because when you are trying to switch the user like this with switch user command, and it will ask you for the password, and you did not set any password for this user. So when you're trying to hit with blank password, then here you can see it says authentication failed. So that means here you need to set up a password. So to set up the password you need to sudo and use the command passwd. Okay, and the username Steve, and here it asks for the password. You need to provide the same password twice, and here it says password updated. So now switch user Steve, enter your password. Okay, now here we log in as Steve. Okay, in this way you can add the user with the help of user add command. Okay, here there is one problem. So what is that problem? So just log into home directory and here ls, and here you can see there is no home directory created for Steve. Here only the home directory present for Prashant. So what to do to create the home directory for this user? There are three ways to create the home directory. The first one is just create the directory with mkdir here, and after creating a directory with name Steve, you need to get into etc here, and inside this here you can see the folder skel, and you need to copy all the files from this directory to the folder that you have created in the home directory. The second way to create the home directory is you need to provide the option -m while adding the user. It will automatically create the home directory for the user, okay, before creating it. Okay, so our user is already created. So how to create the directory for it? Okay, first of all exit from the Steve, and here you just need to provide a command mkhome dir underscore helper and the username Steve. Now just get inside home and ls, and here you can see the home directory is get created for Steve. Okay, you can get inside Steve ls. Okay, L. Now it will show all the hidden files here. Okay, in this way you can create the home directory. Okay, after creating a user, and if you want to create the home directory while adding the user, you can directly add the option -m. Okay, so suppose I want to create a user, sudo user add and Steve1. Okay, and I want to create a home directory for him, so just provide -m and hit enter. Now let's get inside home ls, and here you can see Steve1 home directories get created here. Okay, due to -m option or this -m switch. In this way you can create a home directory while adding the user or after adding the user. Okay, so after setting up password and creating home directory, the next thing that I would like to show you is how to add the full name for the user. So to add the full name, there is a switch -c. Okay, so after -c here provide the name Steve Jobs. Okay, Steve Jobs is my favorite, so that's why I'm creating Steve Jobs user. So this will add a new user Steve2 with its full name Steve Jobs and hit enter. Okay, now our new user is added, so just use change L Steve2 sudo, and here you can see the status of Steve2. So the full name is added here. So how to test that or how to see that? To see that, you need to use the command finger. The finger command is not present in this environment. You need to install it. So first you need to use sudo wget install and finger. Okay, I already installed it on this machine, so use the command like this, finger and the username, so Steve2, and here you can see the user information, that is the login name, its home directory, and its shell, and also its full name. Okay, here the Steve Jobs name is present that we have added with the help of -c. Now after adding the full name, I would like to show you how to set up an expiry date for the user. So to set up an expiry date, you need to use the option -e. Okay, and after -e you need to provide the month and the day and the year, and I want to create the user Steve3. Okay, this will set up an expiry date for the user account Steve3. Enter, and now you can change L Steve3, and now here you can see the expiry date for the user. Okay, the first line shows the created date and the next line shows us the expiry date. Okay, this also shows us the information, that is minimum number of days between password change, maximum number of days between password change, and number of days of warning before password expired. There are a lot of things, and we're gonna learn about these things in detail in the next lesson. But for now, remember, we can set up an expiry date like this. Okay, now after setting up the expiry date, I want to explain something about user IDs or the groups. Okay, so with ID command, here you can list the various IDs about the user that are present on your system. Okay, now this is showing us the ID about the Prashant. Now when I type the username, this is showing us the ID or group ID information about Steve1. You can also see about Steve2. So what is user ID? User ID is used by the server to identify the users. Okay, we identify a user on the server with the help of name like Steve1, Steve2 or Prashant. Okay, but a server don't understand it with the help of name. They identify a user based on their user IDs. So in the Linux environment, there are about 16 bits are available for creating the user accounts. okay, and set up their IDs. So you can set up the user ID from 0 to 65,535, okay. And if you're crossing this limit, then you need to use the directory server like open LDAP, and the user ID 0 is reserved for the root account, okay. So you can set up a user ID for the user while creating it, here just need to provide the option -u and need to provide the user ID 1002 or 4. You can set up the user IDs starting from 0 to 65,535, okay. So you can set up any number, but the 0 number is reserved for root account. So you can set up the user ID with -u, okay. I'm not going to add here any user ID. I just want to show you. And you can also set up the group ID with -g. So you can list the groups that are available with the help of groups command. So there are different groups: Prashant, ADM, CD-ROM, sudo, dip, plugday, okay. These are the groups that are present in this system right now. So you can add the users to these groups while creating it. Suppose I want to add the user to the group, okay. Suppose the group is LXD, okay, and I want to add the next user Steve4 to it. So you need to write down the command like this with the switch capital G, okay. Now our user is added to the group LXD. So pass wd Steve4, okay. Now switch user Steve4, okay. Now we are logging as Steve4, and here you can list the groups, and here you can see the user Steve4 is now become the member of Steve4 group and also the LXD group. So now we have created lots of users here. So the last point that I would like to show you here is how to set up a shell for a particular user. You can set up a particular shell, or you can add a particular shell to the user while creating it. So there are different shells that are supported in this Linux environment. You can see on your computer screen the kinds of shells that are supported in this Linux environment, or you can also disable for a particular user the shell access, because not all users require the shell access, because if someone is having shell access, then that user can mess up with your files, he can modify your files, or he can also damage your files. So you can restrict the access to the shell with the help of this technique. So how to do this? Just provide the option like this sudo user add, and you need to provide -s, okay. And with -s you can set up a different shell, okay. First of all, let's see here ps, and here you can see here it shows us the bash. Bash is the shell for the user account Prashant. So I want to create the next user add, yes, okay, -s, and I want to set up a shell for him that is bin and sh, okay, bin sh, and then the username is Steve5. Now sudo pass wd and Steve5, okay. Now switch user Steve5, enter your password, and here you can see when I log in as Steve5 I got a different shell, okay. Let's exit the system and log in as Steve5, okay. Now here you can see you got a different shell. In this way you can set different shells to the users. Now after doing all these things with this user add command, I would like to show you how to use the user mod command. With user mod command you can modify various things, okay, about the user. So to modify the user, just type sudo user mod and here you need to provide the username, but here you need to provide the option that you want to modify. Suppose I want to modify the full name for the user. Let's finger Steve3. Okay, there is no full name for him. Okay, now Steve2 is having full name, so to modify it, just provide sudo usermod c. Here provide the name Prashant. Okay, and here username Steve2. Okay, provide your password. Now let's finger it Steve2, and here you can see the name is modified. In this way you can use the usermod command to modify various things. You can modify user shell, you can modify the username, or you can do a lot of things with various options. You can just see man and user mod. It shows you all the things that you can do with the help of this command. It's very long thing here, so I want to show you here some of the important things that you can do. You can modify the shell with the help of option -s. Okay, let's modify the shell for Steve6. Okay, so now here user mod Steve6. Okay, now switch user Steve6 sudo passwd Steve6. Okay, now switch user Steve6. Okay, now we modified the shell for the user Steve6 and we got a different shell. Okay, now let's see how to ban or restrict the shell access for a user. False. Now try to switch Steve6. Okay, we unable to log in as Steve6. Okay, the next thing is I would like to show you how to lock down the user account. You can lock down the user accounts with -l, and you need to provide the username. Suppose I want to lock down Steve1. I locked it down and just switch user. Okay, first log out. Try to log in Steve1. Okay, it shows login incorrect. And after this, here provide -u. This will unlock the user. Okay, here it shows us the message unlocking the user password would result in passwordless account. So after unlocking it, you need to provide, or you need to set up a password for it. So sudo passwd Steve1, provide a new password, and let's log out Steve1, enter your password. Okay, and now we log in as Steve1. Okay, in this way you can modify the user accounts. Okay, you can lock them, you can unlock them, okay, with the help of user mod command, and you can do a lot of things. If you want to learn in depth, you can use man and the user mod command to see the details. Okay, so the last thing here I would like to show you is how to delete the user accounts. Okay, so for that, let me log in again. Okay, get inside home and ls, and here you can see these are the users that we have created which are having home directories. Okay, there are lots of users that we have created, that is from Steve1 to Steve6. So to delete these users, you need to provide user del, okay, and the username Steve. Okay, ls, and here you can see the user Steve is get deleted, but the home directory is still present here. So if you want to delete the user with its home directory, you need to provide switch -r. Okay, we have deleted it already, so provide option stew1. Okay, now ls, and here you can see stew1 home directory is get deleted. And if you want to remove this directory, that is stew, you need to be a root user or try with rm stew. Now ls, and you can see stew directory is get deleted. In this way you can delete all the users with the help of user del command, or you can modify with user mod command, and also you can add them with user add command. Okay, so okay, finally I would like to show you the another command to create user, that is add user. Okay, let's clear the screen. Sudo add user and username. Okay, now it is asking me to set up the password for this account again. Now it is asking me for full name, room number, working phone, it's not my real number. Okay, and other is none. Now it's asking me is this information correct? Why? So in this way this add user command takes all the information one by one. You don't need to provide the switches to insert the information. Okay, so the user pss is get created, so switch user pss password. Okay, and here you can see we log in as the pss, exit, and here you can see the home directory is directly get created here with add user command. In this way you can manage users inside the Linux environment with all these commands. Okay, hello friends, welcome back. In this lesson we're going to talk about user and password management. Okay, in our previous lesson we learned how to manage users, and in this lesson we're going to talk about the switches or the sub commands that we can actually execute to manage user and also to manage the passwords. Okay, so here we're going to talk about the passwd and the change command and their switches. So let's see practically how to manage user and passwords. Okay, first add a user Matt. Okay, now we created the user Matt, and now set up the password. Okay, now we set up the password for Matt. Now what we can do with passwd command, you can log this user account with switch -l. With -l you can log this account like this. Okay, now here you can see it says that password expiry information changed, means when you log an account the password get changed, or you need to set the password again. Okay, so for now just try to log in or switch to Matt and enter your password. Okay, authentication failure, so just set the password again. Okay, first unlock the user. Okay, to unlock this user you need to provide -u. Okay, and it should be small u. Now set up a new password to Matt. Okay, now switch user Matt, enter the password. Now we have login as Matt. In this way you can lock and unlock the users with the -l and -u. You can also see the status of an user, okay, with capital S, okay, capital S, and here you can see it shows us the status of the user Matt. Okay, let's talk about the next switch, that is -e. With this switch you can force the user to change its password on its next logon. Okay, so let's set this switch for Matt. Okay, now it says password expiry information changed. Now try to switch user switch user mat, enter password. Now here you can see you're required to change your password immediately. Okay, now it's forcing us to change the password. Okay, now you need to set a different password. Okay, so okay, it says new and old password are too similar, so enter something new. Okay, you must choose a longer password. Okay, now the password is changed. First exit, switch user mat. Okay, now the password is changed successfully, and it does not ask me for, or it does not force me to change my password again. Okay, in this way you can use this switch to force a particular user to change its password. Okay, let's talk about the next switch, that is -n. This switch forces the user to change its password under minimum days. Okay, so with -n you can set the minimum days. So suppose I want to set to 10, so like this, and hit enter. Now it says password information changed, and you can see its status with capital S. Now here you can see here it shows us the value 10. That means the minimum number is set. And with -x you can set up the maximum days to change the password, 40. And now you can see its status. Here you can see the number 40 is here. So this user can use its old password up to 40 days. Okay, in this way you can manage the passwords with the help of these switches. Okay, let's talk about the subcommands or switches of chase command. Okay, with chase command you can do a lot of things, such as you can see the status with -l. You know already how to see that. Okay, there is a next switch, capital M. With this you can set up the maximum number of days for the password. Okay, and you can see now its status with small l. Remove this 10, and here you can see the 10 number is displayed here. We set the maximum number of days. Okay, and it also set it for minimum days. And there is another important switch, that is -e, and with this you can set up the expiry date for a user account. So the date format is, first you need to provide the year, okay, then month, 4th month, and the day. Okay, now see its status -l. And here you can see the date we set here for the account expire. Okay, in this way you can manage users and password with chase and passwd command and its switches. Hello friends, welcome back. In this lesson we're going to talk about group management in Linux. In our previous lesson we learned how to manage users and their password. In this lesson we're going to talk about the group management. Group management is a way of managing different user accounts. Okay, so this will be very helpful for an administrator to manage the users. Okay, you can set up particular priorities, or you can also set up some file permissions, okay, for particular users, and you can add them to a particular group. Okay, let's understand this with a basic example. Suppose you are an administrator of a school. Okay, and inside the school there are different categories of students. Means some student belongs to physics group, some students belong to chemistry group, some students belongs to biology group. Okay, so you can manage these students by creating the groups with the name biology, physics and chemistry, and add that student to the relevant groups. Okay, this will be very easy for an administrator to manage the students. You can restrict the students okay, from accessing some resources on your system. So how to restrict the particular resource, that we're gonna talk about in the upcoming lesson. But for now, just understand we're gonna learn only how to create group, how to modify them, and how to delete them, okay, inside this lesson. So let's see practically how to do this. So to create a new group, there is a command group add, okay. So first sudo group add, and suppose I want to create a group physics, hit enter, and now the group is created. You can also set up a group ID with the option -g, okay. And suppose I want to give an ID 1 2 3 4 to it, okay, hit enter. So now it says that the group is already exists, so change the group name to chemistry. Now our group chemistry is created, okay, with the ID 1 2 3 4. And also you can create a system group, okay. So to create a system group, you need to provide the option -r, okay. So let's create a system group biology and hit enter, okay. Now we have created 3 different groups with physics, chemistry, and biology. So how to view these groups? So I'm going to show you directly where these group names are stored. So let's cat inside etc and group, okay. This file which is present inside the etc folder contains all the information about the group, okay, like group name, its ID. So hit enter, and now here you can see at the end the 3 groups that we have added are entered inside this file, like physics having group ID 1017, chemistry is having the ID that we set, that is 1234, and biology is having the group ID 997. So what is the difference in between the normal group and the system group that we have created with the name biology? So the difference is that you can set the group ID from 0 to 999 to a system group, okay, because these numbers are stored for system groups only, and above 1000 all the group IDs are applied to any group that you created, which are non-system groups. So whenever a new user is created, by default with the name of his name, a primary group is created, okay. So let's type here groups, and here you can see the user name here is Prashant, and with the name Prashant here a primary group is automatically created, okay. After adding the group, I would like to show you how to modify the group. So to modify the group, there is a command group mod, and you need to provide the option -n, and here you need to add a new name. Suppose I want to change the physics to physics1, and here the old name is physics. Hit enter. Now let's get inside the file, okay, and here you can see the physics name is changed to physics1, okay. In this way you can modify the group name, or you can also modify the group ID here by providing the switch -g, okay. So here I want to modify the group ID to 2213 of physics1, okay. Hit enter, and now let's cat the file, and here you can see the group ID is changed to 2213, okay. In this way you can modify the group name and the group ID with the help of group mod command. Now after modifying the groups, I would like to show you how to remove the groups. It's so simple. To remove the groups, just need to provide command group del and the group name physics1. So we misspell here the physics, so here hit enter, and now let's get inside the file, sudo cat etc group and here you can see the physics group is removed from this file. In this way you can add group, you can modify them, and you can delete them, okay, with the help of these commands. There are some important files I want to show you here inside this etc folder. So first get inside the etc. The first file I already show you, that is group, okay, which stores all the information about group, like group name and the group id, very important information. Then after that there is a file passwd, okay. So this file stores the information about the usernames and the user IDs, okay. Here you can see at the bottom, these are the usernames that have added by me. So after this file there is another important file, that is shadow. So this shadow file contains the password information about all the users in the encrypted format. Here you can see the student 1, exam 5, exam 2, exam 1, okay. It's showing us the format, encrypted format of the password. And after this there is another important file, gshadow. This gshadow file contains the information about the groups, okay, the shadowed information about the groups, okay. So these are some of the important files which are very helpful for you, because if some wrong user get information about these files, and if he copied these files, then he can easily decrypt the password and he can gain access to your system, okay. He can easily misuse your resources, or he can harm to your system, okay. So you need to protect these files, okay. So how to protect these files or how to set up restrictions, we're gonna learn about it in the upcoming lessons. Hello friends, welcome back. In this lesson we're gonna talk about file folder permissions in Linux. In our previous lesson we learned how to create and manage groups. So in this lesson we're gonna talk about the file folder permissions. File folder permissions allows us to secure our file or folder against the unauthorized user access, okay. There are basically 3 permissions that we can set for a file or folder, that is read, write and execute, okay. Okay, before moving to file permissions, we need to know the file types, okay. So let's see the file types available inside the Linux environment. The first type is the regular files. Regular files means that could be text file or any image file or any binary executable file, okay. All these files comes under the category of regular files, and these are denoted by this hyphen symbol. Then the directory files. All the directories that are present in the Linux are called as the directory files. They are treated as files and they are denoted by the symbol D. And the third type of files are special files, okay. They are having their special purposes. So let's see the special files. Here the first kind is the block file. The block files are the hardware files and which are located inside the dev directory, okay. We're gonna see it later how they looks, but for now just understand block files are the hardware files and denoted by the symbol B. Then the next files are character device files, and these are denoted by symbol C and act like a standard input output stream. They work like input output stream, okay. Then the next category is pipe files. These are denoted by symbol P, and these are also called as the FIFO, that is first in first out, okay. The next type is symbolic links or symbolic files, and these are denoted by the symbol L, okay. In Windows we can create a shortcut for any file, okay. So the symbolic links are work like that, and these are denoted by symbol L, okay. The next and the last type of file is socket files, and these are denoted by symbol S, and these files are used by the applications to communicate with each other, okay. So these are the basic file types which are present in the Linux environment, okay. So let's see practically now how to view these types and also how to apply different kinds of access permissions to the files or folders. Okay, first of all, let's understand the file types here. So let's get inside dev, and here type ls-l. Okay, now here you can see at the beginning it shows us character C, then at some file it shows D. Okay, let's type it again, more. Okay, here you can see at the beginning of some file it shows B, and then L. Okay, all these beginning characters determine the file type. Okay, whether it is a directory or a block file or a symbolic link. Okay, so with this command we can see the file type here, and the next three options here determine the permissions, and the permissions are categorized into three types, that is user, group, and other users. Okay, let's understand this here. The first three here determines read and write access for user. Okay, the first three determines the user access, means what kind of permissions the user is having for this file. Then the next three determines the group, what kind of permissions the group is having for these files. So this file is currently having read write permissions for the group and also for the owner or the user. Okay, and the next or the last three determines the other user permissions, means what other users could do with this file. Okay, so these permissions here are read and write. So in this way these permissions are set here in the Linux environment. So we can set this permission in the same manner, okay, here with the help of chmod command. So let's get to the home directory here, ls. Okay, here there are two files. So first of all let's remove these files. Okay, it is in directory, and then stu.txt. okay, and let's create a new file, student.txt. now view the permissions. Okay, it is having a read write for owner or the user, then for group it is having read write, and for other users it is having only read access. So how to change the permissions? So to change the permission there are two methods to change or set the permissions for a file or folder. The first one is alphabetic, or you can call it text permission, and the next one is numeric method. So let's see how to apply different permissions here with text. Okay, textual style or textual way. So there is a command called as chmod. With chmod you can set different permissions for a file or folder. So suppose I want to set the permissions for the user. So just type u, and then to add the permission you need to add plus symbol. And suppose I want to add only, or I want to add read, write, and execute permission. R stands for read, W for write, and X for execute. And then the file name. The file name is student.txt. Now let's view, ls, and here you can see we set the permission for the user, that is read, write, and execute, and for group that there is only read and write permission. So suppose I want to set the same permission for group, then just replace this u with g. Now these permissions are applied to the group. So let's view, and now here you can see read, write, and execute permissions applied to the group. And suppose I want to add it to other users, means the user which are not belonging to the group, okay, or it is not the owner, okay, of the file. Then for those kinds of user I want to add the same permission, that is read, write, and execute. Then simply replace this g with o. O stands for other users, and hit enter. And let's see here. Okay, now here you can see user, group, and other users all are having the read, write, execute permission for this file. Okay, in this way you can set the permissions for a file with the help of chmod command. And what to do if you want to remove the permissions from a file? So just replace this plus symbol with minus and hit enter, and let's see the result. Okay, here you can see all the permissions are removed for the other users. Suppose I want to set only read permissions. Now just add read and L, and here you can see other users are having only read permissions. Okay, in this way you can set the permissions. Okay, you can add all the permission at a time or remove all the permissions for a file, okay, at the same time with the technique like this UGO. Okay, and just minus and then write X. I want to remove write and execute permissions from all, that is user, group and other people or other users. Then simply hit enter, and now let's view ls-l, and here you can see I removed the write and execute permissions for user, group and other users, and here only a read permission is allowed for all the users. And in the same way you can add this permission at the same time, that is with the help of this combination UGO plus R and W, that is only read and write. Now let's view L. Okay, now here you can see user, group and other users are having the read write permission. So in this way you can set or remove the permissions for a file. Okay, this is the alphabetic or textual way to add the permissions, okay, inside the Linux. So the next way I would like to show you is the numeric way. So in the numeric form, for read permission there is a value called as 4, and for write permission number 2 is used, and for execute permission number 1 is used. So if you want to add read permissions for all, okay, only read permission, that is for all, that is user, group and other users, then you can simply use 444, okay, and hit enter. Now let's view. Okay, now here you can see the read permission is applied to all, that is user, group and other users. And suppose you want to add read and write permission, so what you need to do is you need to add 4 into 2. Okay, you need to add 4 and 2, then 4 plus 2 is 6, so 6. Now read and write permissions are applied to the user. Hit enter, view, sorry. Okay, now read write permissions are applied to the user, and if you want to add all the permissions to the user, then you need to add the execute permission, means 1 to this 6, that is 7. Okay, so hit enter, -L, and now read, write, execute permissions are applied to the user here, okay, or the owner. So in this way you can simply do this mathematical combination or numeric combination, and you can apply the permissions to the file. Suppose I want to apply these permissions to all, that is user, group and other users, then I can simply add this combination here 777. Okay, now let's view the result, and here you can see for all, that is user, group and other users, all the permissions are applied. Okay, so in this way you can set up permissions, okay, for a file or folder inside the Linux environment. Okay, there are some switches, okay, you can use here with the chmod command. Suppose there is a directory and subdirectory and you want to apply the result to it, then in such case you can use the switch -r. Okay, and if you want to apply the result, okay, to each file inside a directory, then in that case you can use -c. And if there are some error messages, if this command is showing, then in that case you can use -f to block that error messages in the output. There is also a technique to apply. If you set 000, okay, then all the permissions are removed here from this file. So if you're trying to read it, let's see cat student.txt. okay, it says permission is denied. You need to be a sudo access or administrator to view these file contents. Okay, So now after removing here all the permissions, if you want to add the permission to user group and the other users, then you can simply do like this: a equal to rwx. This will add read, write and execute permissions to all. Okay, so hit enter, ls and l, and here you can see all the permissions are applied. So in this way you can manage or set up the permissions to a file or a folder, and you can block unauthorized user access, okay, with the help of these permissions. Hello friends, in our previous lesson we learned about file permissions. Okay, in this lesson we're going to talk about managing the file and group ownership. With file and group ownership management, we can change the owner of the file or the group, okay, of a file. So let's see practically how to do this. Okay, to change the user or the owner, okay, and the group of a file, there is a command introduced called as chown, or you can also call it as chon. Okay, so to use this command you need to have a sudo access, or you need to be a root user. Okay, so just type ls l. Okay, here is our previous file, that is student.txt, and here you can see the first Prashant is the owner of the file. Okay, the name of the owner is Prashant, and the next Prashant is the group to which this file belongs. Okay, so first see how to change the owner of the file. To change the owner you need to be sudo chown, and then here you need to insert the new user. Suppose I want to change it to Bob, and then the file name student.txt. okay, provide the sudo password, and now ls, and here you can see the user is changed, or the owner is changed to Bob. Okay, now Bob is the owner of this file. And to change the group, what you need to do is just provide here. Okay, first let's see the groups available. So type groups. Okay, these are the groups here which are available. So suppose I want to change it to the group cd-rom, then sudo chown. Okay, and you need to provide the dot operator when you want to change the group, and the group name cd-rom, and file name student.txt. okay, now ls l, and here you can see the group name is changed to cd-rom. In this way you can change the owner and the group of a file, and you can also change both at once. Suppose I want to change it back to Prashant, owner Prashant and group Prashant, then you need to provide the syntax or the command like this with this dot operator, and hit enter. Now ls l, and here you can see the owner and the group is back. So in this way you can change the group and owner of the file. There is also a command called as chgrp. Okay, with the help of this command you can change the group. Okay, so sudo, here you need to provide the new group name. Suppose I want to change it back to cd-rom, and the file name student.txt. okay, now ls l, and here you can see the group name is changed back to cd-rom. Okay, in this way you can manage the groups and the file ownership with the help of these commands. Hello friends, welcome back. In this lesson we're going to talk about advanced level file permissions in Linux. In our previous lessons we learned how to set up file permissions with chmod command, and in this lesson we're going to talk about the extra part of that command. Okay, with chmod we can set up some extra permissions like setting up user ID, group ID, and also a sticky bit. Okay, these are the advanced level permissions in Linux. Okay, so let's see practically how to set them. Okay, first of all let's see here our file, that is student.txt, and on this file I want to set the SUID permission, that is set user ID. So to set this permission you need to use the command chmod like this, and if you want to set the permission for user, then U and then plus and then S and then file name student.txt. Hit enter. It is asking me for sudo password. Now ls, and here you can notice that the extra S is added at the end of the user permissions. Okay, that means we set this user ID on this file. So what is the use of it? Okay, when you set this permission on a file, then it could be dangerous, because when you set this for an file or any application, okay, it is very useful in case of applications. Suppose there is an application which you need only to be used by administrator, and if that administrator set this bit on, okay, means it set the user ID, then what happens is if other users trying to access that application, then that application runs, but it is treated as root. Okay, it is treated as root means the normal user can perform all the operations that a root user can. Okay, so it is very dangerous. So think twice before applying this permission on your applications. Okay, you can set this on a file folder. Okay, so in this way you can set these permissions. The next permission is SGID, that is set group ID permission. So you can set that permission like this. Just simply replace this U with J. Okay, and hit enter. And now let's view. Okay, here you can see the yes is added to the group permissions. Okay, so what is the use of it when you apply this permission to the group? It is work like same as it work on user, but when you apply this permission on a directory, then what happens is any file that you create inside that directory, then by default the ownership of the directory is applied to that file. Okay, so let's see how it works. Let's create a directory mkdir. Okay, it is very useful permission in case of directories and directory student. Okay, and now let's set chmod to this directory. Okay, now let's get inside student ls. Okay, there is no file, touch student.txt. View. Okay, now here you can see student.txt file is having user or owners Prashant and group Prashant. So now let's get out of it. Now try to log in as root. Okay, now let's get inside. Okay, now we are inside student and try to create a file s.txt. The file is created here. Now view, and now here you can see the file s.txt is created by the root user, but here you can see the ownership of this directory is automatically transferred to this file. Now the owner of this file means the group owner of this file is Prashant. In this way, this permission is very helpful in some cases where you don't want to change the group owners. Okay, in such cases you can apply this permission on a directory. Okay, or if there are some users who always want to change each other files or always want to see each other file and always want to edit them, so in that case you can apply this permission. Okay, now we are logging as Prashant. After setting this bit, how to remove these bits or how to remove these permissions? To remove these permissions, you just need to replace the plus sign with minus sign, that is chmod, and then u minus s student.txt like this. ls. Okay, here you can see the permission for user is removed here from the file student.txt. In this way you can set and remove the permission with these commands. The final permission, and which is a very useful permission, that is the sticky bit permission. So how to set it and what is it? So when you set the sticky bit permission on a file, then what happens is other users can read your file, execute your file or edit your file, but they can't rename or remove the file. Okay, they can't rename or remove your file. Okay, when you set up the sticky bit permissions. So to set up sticky bit, you just need sudo chmod and then +t and the file name student.txt. Hit enter. Now view, and now here you can see for student.txt file there is a character is applied here, that is t. That means the sticky bit is on for this file. And to remove that, just simply replace this plus with minus, hit enter, ls, and you can see that sticky bit is removed. In this way, these are the advanced level permissions that you can use in some particular conditions, but I don't find these permissions are so useful because the read write execute permissions are already there and they are both working. I personally find the working of both the permissions is same, so there is no greater difference in that, but Ubuntu provides this feature, so that's why I thought it is important to know you or introduce you everything that is present in the Ubuntu server. Okay, so that is why I introduced these permissions here. Hello friends, welcome back. In this lesson we're going to talk about the setting of umask value and also the concept of soft links and hard links. So let's see practically about this concept one by one. Okay, in the Linux environment, whenever you create any new file or directory, and then that directory or file is get created by some default attributes or default permissions. So let's create a file here, touch student.txt, and now let's view its permissions. Okay, now here you can see this student.txt file is get created with write permission for user, group and other users. So setting up umask values means you can set your own permissions, okay, in the Linux environment for whenever any user that create a new file, then that file or directory is get created with the permissions that you set, and you can set those permissions with the help of umask command. So to view the current umask settings, just type umask. Okay, and these are the current umask settings. So there is a rule to apply the umask setting for file and for folder or directory. When you want to apply the settings for file, means suppose you want to set up read permissions for all, that is user, group and other user, then what you need to do is you need to provide the value 222. So why I'm providing the value here 222? So when you set the number or whatever number you set here, you can set the number here from 0 to 7. Okay, you cannot set any number beyond that, and when you set any number, then that number is get subtracted from 6 in case of file and from 7 in case of folder, and after subtracting what value remains, that value is applied as a permission on file or directory. Okay, so when I set here 222, then it is applied for user, group and other users. So 2 is get subtracted from file, that is 6, and so when 6 minus 2 is equal to 4, then 4 means read permission. Okay, so I'm going to apply the read permission for all here, so that is why I set this umask settings. So let's hit enter, and now create a new file here, test.txt. okay, and now view its permission, and here you can see the test.txt file is get created with read permission. Okay, and when you create a directory, let's create a directory dir suppose st, and let's view. Okay, here you can see the directory is get created with read execute permission. Okay, note one point that you cannot set the execute permission for file, okay, with UMass settings, but you can control the execute permission for directory. Okay, whenever you want to set the UMass permission, suppose you want to avoid the execute permission for directory, then you can simply set the values according to that. Means suppose I set the value here 001. Let's see what happens, and let's create a directory mkdir test1. Now let's view the contents. Okay, now here you can see test1 directory is get created where it is not having execute permission for other users. Okay, because we set the 1 at the end, so 7 minus 1 is 6, so 6 means there is only read and write permission, because for read permission there is number 4 and for write permission there is number 2, so 4 plus 2 is 6. That's why the permissions are applied, okay, in this way. So in this way you can set up the UMass values. Now let's talk about soft links. What is soft link? A soft link is also called as symbolic link or a symlink, and it work like a shortcut inside the Windows environment. Okay, suppose our file is present on D or E drive in Windows, then we create a shortcut on desktop to simply access that file, okay, very fast. So soft link are work like that. So how to create a soft link? Create a new file here, test2.txt. okay, now add some contents. This is the test. Okay, now our file test.txt test2. is having these contents. Okay, so how to create the soft link for it or shortcut for it? So to create it, type the command ln, then -s, and then the source file name. Source file name is test2.txt, and the new or the soft link is soft.txt. okay, now let's view L, and here you can see the soft.txt is the short link, and which is get created here, and here you can see how the soft links are displayed in the Linux environment. Okay, that this arrow is pointing to the source file, okay, with the short link. So now we can access the contents of test2.txt file via soft link. So let's type cat soft.txt. okay, so now we are accessing the contents of test2.txt via soft link, and let's type here il. So here let's observe the inode number. Okay, here you can see the numbers are the inode numbers. In Linux environment, the files are recognized by its inode number, not with the file name. File names are for the convenience for the humans. Okay, so here the inode numbers are present, and these are like a data structure. So let's observe the inode number of test2.txt, that is 133695, and the inode number of soft.txt, that is 133692. so both are having different inodes, okay, different inode number. So what happens when I delete the source file test2.txt? okay, now let's try to access soft.txt. okay, now it says no such file or directory is present. That means when we delete the source file, then we can't be able to access the contents of the file via its soft link. Okay, now we learn how to create a soft link for any file. So Now I would like to show you how to create an hard link. So hard link is nothing but a new name for an existing file. Okay, in case of hard link, when you create it, then it is having the same inode number, okay, that the source file is having. So let's create here a hard link with ln command. Okay, the same command is used, and here you need to provide the source file name. Suppose I want to create a hard link for okay, let's create a new file here, touch student2.txt, and let's add some contents. Echo, this is the test. Okay, now let's view the contents. Okay, the contents are added into the file. Now let's create a hard link to it. To create a hard link, first type ln, then the source file name, that is student2.txt, and new name or the hard link name. So hard.txt, now view I and L. Okay, here you can see hard.txt, the hard link is get created here for the file student2.txt, and you can see here both are having the same inode number. Okay, and let's access the contents of hard link. So cat hard.txt. Okay, both are having the same contents, and when I remove the source file, our source file is student2.txt. Okay, and now again access the contents of hard link. Okay, the contents are still present there, means we can access the contents on removal of the source file. Okay, in this way the hard link and soft links are used in the Linux environment. Okay, here I would like to show you a practical example of soft link. Let's get inside the root directory, and here you can see okay, it is the image file. Okay, and it is a soft link, init is a soft link to the image file of the Linux environment here. Okay, in this way these soft links are actually used. Here two soft links are present, okay, in the Linux. Hello friends, welcome back. In this lesson we're going to talk about granting sudo access. All we know that the users which are having the sudo access can perform the administrative level task. Okay, so when we install the Linux operating system, then at that time only the root user and the host user are having the sudo access by default. Okay, and when we add a new user with the add user command, then that user does not having the sudo access. So if there are some condition that you need to provide the sudo access to the user, then this technique or this method is useful for you to granting them the sudo access. Okay, so let's see practically how to do this. Okay, first of all let me show you the user Bob. Okay, there is a user Bob in my system, okay, which is does not having the sudo access. So I log in as Bob, and now let's see here ls. Okay, there are different files, and with ls I'm trying to change the file permissions, okay, with sudo for the file student. So suppose student.txt. Let's see what happens. Okay, it says that Bob is not in the sudoers file. Okay, this incident will be reported. So when the user does not having the sudo access, okay, then in such cases you would get these kinds of errors. So how to add the user to the sudoer file? Okay, the sudoer file is present in the etc directory. Okay, and to edit that file you need an editor, that is visudo, and to start that you need to have the sudo access. To first exit from Bob and now edit that file with Prashant user because it is having the sudo access. So type visudo. Okay, now we are inside that file. Okay, with hash you can write the comment. So here the comment is adding Bob to the sudo file. Okay, and now how to add the Bob? just type Bob, then all equal to, inside this type all, close it, and then all. Okay, you need to add this line of code and type Control O to write the data to it, hit enter, and Control X to quit the file. Now we added the Bob, okay, to the sudo file. Now switch user to Bob. Now try to change the permissions of the file. Sudo chmod 000 student.txt, enter password, and you can see we do not get any error here, and the command executed successfully. lsl. Okay, here you can see the student.txt file does not have any permission. Okay, we remove the permission with the user Bob. Okay, in this way you can add the user, okay, into the sudo file. Let's get into it. Okay, let's get into the file. Sudo visu. Now Bob also can edit this file. So what to do if you want to remove the user? Just remove this line of code from this file, okay, and save the file. You can also add some group, okay, to this file. If you want a particular group to have a sudo access, then you can simply add the mod operator here, then group name, and then type the code like this, all equal to all and all. Okay, and here you can provide colon and all. You need to add the extra code like this in case of group. Okay, in this way you can add users and a group to this sudo file. Okay, hello friends, welcome back. In this lesson we're going to talk about access control list in Linux. In our previous lesson we learned how to manage the permissions with the help of chmod command. Okay, we learn how to set them or how to remove them, but that command is having some limitations. Suppose you have a file or a directory and there are 10 other users, okay, and you set the reading permission for other users, okay, for that file or folder, and you want 5 of them have the right permission too. So you can't do this thing with the help of chmod command. Okay, so to overcome such limitations of this previous technique, the access control list is introduced in Linux. Okay, so let's see how access control list can be implemented practically. Okay, in some Linux operating systems you need to remount the file system with ACL. Okay, so you can remount it by editing the fstab file, okay, which is located in the location etc. So just type vi etc and fs tab. Okay, here what you need to do is you just need to go here. I added ACL entry, so you need to add such entry into your file. So by pressing I you can edit like this, and by pressing escape then control shift colon then write q, like this you can write into it. And after that what you need to do is just type sudo mount o remount and /, that is the root directory, and hit enter. Now our file system is remounted. So in this way you can remount it, but in this version you don't need to do this, but I show you here because some systems or some older system need to do this or need to remount this. Okay, so after remounting there is a command called as set facl, with the help of which we can set the attributes or permissions on a file. Okay, so first of all let's create a file student2.txt. okay, and with get facl you can see or test its attributes or its permission. So student2.txt. now here you can see it reveals the current permissions, okay, for the file. So here you can see other user is having only read permission. Okay, so other user is having read permission. So in my system there is a user Bob. So let's see what happens when I try to edit this file with switching user to Bob. Now y student2.txt. okay, here you can see it displays the warning it is a read-only file, and when I try to edit that, okay, it shows an error here. Okay, in this way you can't write the data to that file, so you can quit this by typing Q and force it to quit, okay, like this. And now we see Bob unable to edit the file, so exit Bob, and here let's view the file. Okay, so with set FACL, now I'm going to set the write permission to the Bob. So just type set FACL, then M for modify, and then user, because we need to change permission for user Bob. So here the username, then colon, and the permission, that is read write, and the file name student.txt. okay, it says no such file or directory. Okay, sorry, student2.txt. okay, now let's switch user to Bob again, and y student2.txt. okay, here I'm going to edit the file. Now this is the test to understand ACL. Now let's try to save it. Okay, let's see the data, that is cat student2.txt. okay, here you can see the data is added to the file. So in this way you can set the permission for other users, okay, according to your needs. Means you can set user specific permissions with the help of access control list, and you can test here, like suppose exit from Bob, and with L here you can see when you add access control list or the permissions with access control list, then the plus sign is get added, okay, here at the end. Okay, in this way you can add the access control list. You can also add access control list to a group. You just need to replace this U with G, and here Bob name with the group name, and here you can set the permissions that you want. Okay, in this way you can add it to the group. Okay, after adding this permission, let's see what happens with the help of get FACL, then student2.txt, hit enter, and here you can see user Bob is get added here as a user, okay, for this file, and it is having read write access. So after adding the permission, let me show you what happens in case of directories. Okay, so first of all let's create a directory Joe. Now let's see the permissions for Joe. Okay, here you can see for other users only read and execute permission is there, so there is no write permission for this directory. That means other users can't create a file or directory inside it. So let's switch user Bob and get inside Joe. Okay, now we are inside Joe, and when I try to create a directory something like this, so it says permission denied, because we don't have the right permission for this directory as other users, so that's why we can't create any file or directory inside it. So let's add the permission for Bob here, user Bob, that is read write execute for this directory Joe. Okay, and now switch user Bob. Now let's get inside Joe, make directory ss, okay, create file st.txt. okay, both the file and directory has been created here. Okay, in this way you can add the files and directories after applying the execute permissions with the help of setfacl. So now we learn how to add the permission. Okay, so how to remove the users from the access control list. Okay, so you can also remove the users from this list, or you can remove the permissions. To remove the permission, you just need to type -x, then user name Bob. Okay, and after that the file name, so student2.txt. so the Bob is removed as user. Okay, so let's see what happens. Get facl student2.txt, and now here you can see there is no user present here as Bob. Okay, the user is removed from the list. You can add multiple users for a file with the help of setfacl. Okay, and if you want to remove all the permissions, suppose here you can see the mask permission is also there. Okay, the mask is there. So if you want to remove all the permissions at a time from a file that you set with setfacl, then just type the command setfacl, then -b and the file or the folder name, and hit enter. Now get facl student2.txt, and here you can see the mask permission is get removed from this. Okay, so in this way you can play with access control list and make a more flexible way of providing the security for your files or folders. Okay, hello friends, welcome back. In this lesson we're going to learn about PAM modules. So what is PAM module? PAM stands for Pluggable Authentication Module. Okay, it is a security framework, or you can call it as group of modules or library of modules which are used to perform authentication related activities. Okay, there are different types of modules are there, and each module is having its own function. Okay, so what type of activities it performs? For example, when we enter our username and password, then it can be used to validate our username and password. Or suppose there is an account which have some restrictions, okay, which have some restrictions for particular resource, then PAM modules can help to validating for that account whether that account is allowed or not to have access to that particular resource in the Linux systems. All these kinds of activities can be performed here with the help of PAM modules. Okay, when we log in our Linux system, then that validation procedure is also done with the help of PAM modules. Okay, this Linux system uses PAM modules for validation purpose or authentication purpose. There are a number of applications are there which uses PAM module for performing authentication related activities. You can just go to the directory etc pam.t. Okay, and inside that directory you can see a list of configuration files. All these configuration files are regarding all the applications which uses PAM for authentication purpose. Okay, so here I would like to show you a basic syntax that uses PAM. Okay, or we can use this basic syntax in those configuration files to perform these authentication related activities. Okay, so let's see here. The first thing that we need to set is type of activity, then we need to set control flag, then the module name or path. Okay, everything is depends on this module name. Okay, because module is having or module contains its own function, and those functions can be controlled with the help of activity and control flag. Okay, and the last is parameters. We can set a parameter, okay, for the module, or we can pass the parameters to the module, but it is not compulsory that every module should have a parameter. Okay, there are different modules which do not contain any parameter. Okay, so this is the basic syntax. So let's see here the type of activities are there, or which type of activities are present here. The first activity is auth. The function of this activity is to perform authentication related activity like validating username and password. Okay, the next activity is account. The function of this activity is to perform the validation for an account. Validation of an account, like whether that account is allowed or not during a particular time period, or that account is expired or valid for login or not. Okay, that kinds of activities can be performed here with the help of this keyword, or you can call it as activity. The next activity is password. Okay, the function of this activity is to update the user credentials. Like suppose when a user trying to update his password, then this activity helps, okay, for that application to perform this activity. Okay, the activity of changing the password. Okay, and the last one is session. The function of this activity is to establish a particular session for the user. Okay, there are different types of sessions are there, so this can be used in setting up a particular session for the user. So after activity, I want to show here control flags. So there are different types of control flags are there. The first one is requisite. When requisite control flag is set, then what happens is if this condition become false, okay, means whatever configuration you set here for authentication, and if that get false, then what happens is the below whatever configuration or whatever activities are present below this activity are not get called. Okay, all those activities get skipped and it returns false result or fail result to the application. Okay, to the application which uses our PAM authentication mechanism. Okay, the next flag is required. In required, what happens is when we set the control flag to required, and if that condition become false, then the next modules which are present below this module get called, but at the last what happens is it gives the fail result to that application. Okay, in requisite the further modules are not get called. Okay, but in required the further modules are get called. The next flag is sufficient. When an activity is called with sufficient flag, then what happens is it gives a pass result to the application and no further modules are called. Okay, and the next one is optional. This optional activity has nothing to do with pass fail result. Okay, it directly executes the module and gives the result to the application. And the next flag is include. The use of this include flag is to include external configuration files in the current configuration file. Okay, and module name or path. There are different types of modules are there. Okay, and each module is having its own function. Okay, so it is not possible to give you information about all the modules which are present there. So here I want to show you one module, pam_deny.so. okay, every PAM module contains an extension .so. So due to this module, what happens is when you enter a wrong username and password, then this module is get called there and you will get incorrect login error message. Okay, and the last one is parameters. So it is not mandatory or compulsory that every module should have a parameter. Okay, so it depends on that module. So if you want to know what parameters can be passed to a module, you can just open that configuration file. Okay, about each module the information is present there inside that configuration file, so you can read that and you can set those modules according to that information, or you can search online about it. Okay, so after learning all these things, I would like to show you something practically how the settings can be done in those configuration files. So first of all, let's get inside etc pam.d. Okay, here you can see these are the lists of all the configuration files. Okay, for all those applications which uses PAM for authentication purpose. Okay, here you can see login is present, passwd or sudo. Okay, when we're trying to execute one of these commands, okay, then those commands goes through the PAM. So here I would like to show you the example of switch user. So let's open with Y editor switch user. Okay, here you can see we have just talked about all these things here. Here in this green color you can see auth. Auth is for performing authentication related activity, and here the flag is set here sufficient, and the module password is pam_root_ok.so. So what happens due to this line? Due to this line, when the root user is trying to log into any account other than root, then he can get into that account without entering password. Okay, here you can see, you can read here, this allows the root user to SU without password. Okay, so in this way you can learn about each module and its function. Okay, so let's understand here. Okay, now we are root user. Okay, so let's try to switch user to Prashant. Okay, you can see here, without entering password, I have logged in here as Prashant. Okay, so let's exit and again open the file su. Okay, and let's comment out this line. Okay, and after commenting the line, let's see what happens. Switch user Prashant, and now here you can see, when I'm trying to log into Prashant from root user, now it is asking me for the password because we have commented that line which was allowing me, okay, without entering the password. Okay, so in this way settings can be done in the configuration file. Okay, let's do another setting. Okay, here we have just commented this line. Okay, now when Prashant is trying to be a root user, then it asks for the password. What if I want any user to become root without entering the password? Okay, so for that just type auth sufficient and pam permit.so. Pam permit.so is a module which is used to allow access to an account, and we have passed here sufficient. Okay, auth sufficient pam permit. Okay, just write this data. Okay, let's see what happens. Switch user Prashant. Now here you can see I logged in as Prashant, and let's try to become root from Prashant. And here you can see, without entering password for the root user, I become root user. Okay, so all this happen is due to that one line of code. Let's try another thing. Just open the file switch user. Okay, let's comment this line. Okay, now I want to prevent all users from using the su, that is switch user command. So what you need to do is type auth requisite, and you need to call pam deny.so. Okay, just write down it, clear, and just switch user Prashant. Okay, it says authentication failure, switch user root, authentication failure. All these happening because of that line of configuration that we have done. Okay, so in this way configurations can be done in these configuration files. Okay, this is how PAM module works. Actually, PAM is very difficult to understand at the beginning, but when you practice this or when you study about each module its working, also study about how the control flag works or how that activities works, okay, then you will automatically understand how to use this PAM module, okay, in configuring the system. Okay, hello friends, welcome back. Welcome to this disk management section. In this whole section we're gonna talk about the disk management utilities. Okay, so in this lesson we're gonna talk about how to check the disk space uses. Okay, we're gonna learn how to check the disk space uses in this lesson. So there are two commands, that is df and du, which we can use to see the disk space available on your system. Okay, so let's see practically how to do this. So to check the disk space just type df and hit enter. Now it reveals us this information in this format. Okay, so let's see it one by one. Okay, the first column reveals the information about the storage devices. Okay, and this column is named as file system. So here you can see dev sda1, it is our storage device. Okay, there are different storage locations here. In this way we can see here the storage devices or the storage locations. And after that, the next column shows us the total amount of memory available. Okay, for SDA1 you can see here 482922. Okay, it is the total amount of space available and it is in kilobytes. And the next column shows us the used memory out of this total available memory, that is 59525. It is the amount of memory used. And the next column shows us the available memory out of this total available memory. Okay, so 398463, it is the available memory out of 482922. Okay, and the next column shows us the memory in percentage. Okay, memory uses in percentage. So here you can see 13% of memory is used by SDA out of total available memory. And the last column shows us the mounting location where these devices are mounted. Okay, in Linux operating system, every device you connect is recognized as a file, and if you want to access that device you need to mount that device somewhere. Okay, so in our upcoming lessons we're gonna learn about it in detail, how to mount a device. Okay, suppose you have a pen drive and if you want to see the contents you need to mount it. So these are the mounting locations of various devices. So in this way we could understand these things. But there is one problem. When we see these memory uses or memory available, we can't understand what exactly it want to say. So if you want to understand this in human readable form, just provide a switch -h. Now here you can see it shows us the information in megabytes. SDA1 is currently having 472 megabyte of memory, and out of that only 59 megabytes is used and 390 megabytes memory is available. Okay, in this way you can understand exactly what's going on when you provide this switch. And when you provide -a, then it gives us the information about the dummy file systems. Okay, the same information but including the dummy file system and their uses. Okay, and if you want to understand this with a human readable form, just provide -ah. Okay, and then it gives the information in this format. Suppose you want to understand or you want to see the disk uses of a particular directory. Okay, so suppose I want to see the disk uses for this dev sda1, then you can provide like this -h and t and then the device location. Okay, now it gives us the information about that particular directory or the particular device. Okay, so in this way we can use the df command. Okay, there are also some switches. If you want to see the information in megabytes, just provide -m. If you want to see in kilobytes, then provide k. Okay, in this way this tool gives us this information in such detail. Okay, and if you want to see the information based on inode numbers, okay, so just provide the switch here -i. Okay, now this gives the whole information, okay, according to the inode numbers, that is the file system. Okay, here you can see the columns, that is file system, then the next column is inodes, that is total inodes, then used inodes, then out of that the free inodes, then the percentage of that used percentage, and then the mounting devices or mounting locations. Okay, so in this way we can understand or we can get this information with this command. Okay, so the next command is du. The du command is used to get the information about directory or directory based information. Okay, so suppose if you want to get the information for a directory dev, then just provide the, or suppose bin directory, then just provide the command like this du and bin. and here you can see it gives you the information in this way, but you can't understand what exactly that number is. So to understand that, just provide the option like -h, and when you provide -h, it gives the amount of space used by that directory bin, that is 15 megabytes. If you want to see the grand total uses of a directory, then just provide the switch sh. Okay, here I want to see the disk used for root directory, then hit enter. Okay, it says permission denied, so quit this. Okay, it gives us the same information. Okay, and if you want to see the information about all the files inside a directory, okay, then just provide du and a and the directory name like this. Okay, it gives you the information about each file and its space uses, but you can't understand what these numbers are, so just provide h. Now it will give the information in whether it is in kilobytes or in megabytes. Okay, so in this way you can use these commands to understand the disk space uses. Hello friends, welcome back. In this lesson we're going to talk about partition and file system management in Linux. In this whole section we're going to talk about how to create partition, how to delete them, how to resize them, and then how to install a file system on it. Okay, when we get a new hard drive from the market, then we need to install a file system on it, and before installing a file system we need to create partition on it. Okay, so in this whole lesson we're going to talk about how to create that and how to format that with the different file systems. Okay, so before actually installing or creating partitions, I would like to show you how to add a virtual hard disk in this environment. So let's see practically how to do this. Okay, first of all, start this Virtualbox. Okay, after starting this Virtualbox, what you need to do is click on this settings and then click on storage, and now click this small little icon here. Okay, and now here you can see the plus symbol, so click this and here click add hard disk. Okay, now create new hard disk, so just click next, and here you can choose the size, so just leave it to 1 GB. Okay, it is 1 GB, and here just set it to disk 1 like this. Create. Now here you can see our hard disk is get created here. So after adding the hard disk, now start your machine. So now click OK and start the virtual machine. Okay, now we are inside our virtual machine and we have added the hard disk successfully. So how to see the connected hard disk to your system, or we can also see with this technique the already existing devices or partitions. Okay, so we're going to use the fdisk command for this whole lesson to perform all the tasks. Okay, and you need a sudo access for this. So to list all the partitions and devices, you need to type sudo fdisk and -l and hit enter. Now this will list all the information here about your system. So let's talk about this part here. Now here you can see it represent the first disk, that is dev sda. Okay, the location of disk is dev sda, and it is represented as sda because when we connect a SCSI hard drive, we are having the SCSI hard drive, so that's why it is represented as SDA. If you connect the second, then it will be represented as SDB. Here you can see it is SDB. It is the second hard drive that we have added, having the size 1 GB. If you connect third one, then it will be recognized as SDC. If you add the fourth, then SDT. Okay, the number goes on increasing like this. And if you are having a IDE hard drive, okay, then it will be represented as HDA. If you connect second IDE hard drive, then HDB, HDC, like that it goes on increasing. So in this way we can see the location of our connected device, okay, and list here. And here you can see this part represent the partitions which are available on the SDA. Okay, all these partitions are get created after installation of this Linux operating system on this virtual machine. Okay, so let's see all these parts one by one. The first part represent the location of the partition, that is the SDA1. Then the second one is SDA2. The last one is SDA5. Okay, the next column represent the boot. Okay, the star symbol represent the bootable partition. So SDA1 is bootable. Then the next one is start. The next column is end. So start and end both are the starting and ending point for the partition. And the next column represent the total sectors, and the next column represent the size. So this partition SDA1 is having size of 487 megabytes. Okay, and the next column represent the ID. Okay, each partition is having a unique ID. So when you see the number 83, that means it is a Linux partition. And the 5 number represent the extended partition. The 8E represent the logical volume manager, that is logical partition. Okay, so in this way you can view all this information with the help of fdisk command. And this SDB is our second hard drive that we have added. And now let's see how to create the partitions on this. Okay, so to access this hard drive for creating partition, just type fdisk dev sdb and hit enter. Okay, now we are inside this fdisk. So here you can see when you type m, this will list all the information or all the things that you can do with this tool. Okay, so with D you can delete a partition, with F you can list free unpartitioned space. Okay, all these things that you can do here. So here I would like to show you how to create a new partition. Okay, so to create a new partition, just type n. Okay, so when you type n, here you can see there are two options, that is P and E. P for primary and E for extended. So in Linux basically there are three types of partitions are there, that is primary, extended and logical. With primary partitions you can create up to 4 partitions. Okay, and the primary partitions are generally used to make the partition bootable. Okay, by installing the operating system you can boot from that partition. And number 1 to 4 are generally reserved for the primary partitions. Okay, and the next one is the extended partition. With extended partition you can create different partitions on that. Okay, extended partitions are used to hold different types of partitions. So with the help of extended you can hold logical partitions, and you can create more than 4 partitions there to organize the data. Okay, so here I would like to show you how to create primary partitions. So type P and hit enter. Now here you can see it says default 1. So number 1 to 4 are reserved for primary partitions, or you can also create an extended partitions in between number 1 to 4. Okay, and if you are trying to create any logical partition, then the number start with 5. Okay, you cannot number a logical partition starting from 1 to 4. Okay, so by default it take 1, so hit enter. And okay, now it asks you for sector, so hit enter. It automatically take the current sector. So after that here you need to insert the size. So I want to create an 100 megabyte, so plus 100 m. Okay, now our partition is get created here. So I want to create again a new partition, so type n. Now it asks you for primary, extended, primary, enter, hit enter, then first sector. So right now don't enter any number here. After this type plus 200 m. Okay, now with P you can print all the partitions which are present or which get created here, so hit enter. Okay, now here you can see all these partitions which we have created right now are displayed here. So you can see here SDB1, SDB2 are the two partitions, and both the partitions contains the Linux partition. Okay, I want to change this partition to another one, so press L. Now this will list all the partitions which are present. Okay, so now I want to set it to FreeBSD. So FreeBSD is having a ID A5, so type T. Okay, I want to change the partition 1, so enter number 1. Okay, and now A5. Okay, and now print. Okay, now here you can see the A5 is applied, that is FreeBSD is applied to partition number 1. Okay, in this way you can change the partition with option T. Okay, now we have created two partitions here, but both are primary, so I want to create an extended partition. So type N, and now here type E for extended. So here it asks you for the number, so with extended you can set the extended partition from 3 to 4. So hit enter. By default it take 3. First sector, hit enter. I want to set its size to plus 400 M. Okay, now print. Okay, here you can see STB3 is get created here of size 400 M. Okay, now you cannot access this partition number 3 directly. You need to create another partition on it. So I want to create a new partition on that, so type N. Now it will ask you for P for primary or logical, so I want to create a logical on that. Okay, so I want to set the whole drive to logical, so hit enter without any number, and now print. Okay, so here you can see the logical partition is get created here with number SDB5. It is not get created with the number SDB4 because 1 to 4 are reserved for primary partition. So logical partitions are starting from number 5. Now our partition is get created here. So by default it is having Linux partition. So let's leave it as it is. So now after creating the partition, I want to show you how to delete the partition. Okay, so I want to delete the partition number 2. So to delete the partition you need to use D. Now this will ask you for numbers. Okay, I want to delete the partition number 2. Okay, now print. Okay, here you can see partition number 2 is get deleted. Okay, and suppose I want to resize that partition to new size. I want to set it to 115, so create N. That partition was primary, so P number 2. Okay, by default it take number 2. Okay, I want to set it to 115 M. Okay, now print. Okay, here you can see that deleted partition now is resized to 115 megabytes. Okay, so now we have created primary, extended and logical partitions on our system. So now after creating all this partition, what you need to do is you need to write this data to the partition table. So type W and hit enter. Okay, it says that the partition table has been altered. That means the new partition table is get created. So for that just type sudo fdisk-l. Now here you can see it lists the newly created partition table or newly created partitions for our 1 GB of hard drive, that is SDB 1, 2, 3 and 5. So in this way we can create the partition. But creating partitions is not enough. You need to install a file system on that. Okay, so with file system we can create files or folder on that. We can organize them. Okay, so file system is useful in different way. All the operations that we learn, okay, in the previous lesson about setting file attributes, okay, or setting file permissions, all these are depend on these file systems. Okay, some file system do not support that. If that file system don't support, then you can't perform those operations. So here I want to show you some of the important file systems in the Linux environment. Okay, I'm going to give just a simple introduction. Okay, I'm not going to get into the depth of it. Okay, it's a huge concept. So there are different kinds of file system. So first talk about this ext, ext2, ext3 and ext4. Okay, all these are the upgraded versions of ext, that is ext2, ext3 and ext4. So let's talk about ext. So ext stands for extended file system, and it is created for the Linux environment. So difference in between ext, ext2, 3 and 4 is that ext and ext2 do not support the journaling, and ext3 and 4 support the journaling. Okay, all these are the upgraded versions of ext. So what is journaling? Suppose you are working on your operating system. Okay, means you are creating some file or saving some file, and suddenly light goes and the file system crashed. So what journaling does is it record that job to the file, and on your next boot it will recover from that error. It will try to recover from that error, and it will recover successfully. So journaling concept work like that. So ext3 and 4 support journaling, but this will make your file system work slightly slower as compared to other file systems. So let's talk about the next one, that is btrfs. Then the next one is razorfs, zfs, xfs, jfs, swap, and fat16, fat32 and extfat. I think many of you may aware of the fat16 and fat32, okay, in the Windows environment. So these file system can be installed on pen drive, and these do not support journaling. Okay, and the swap is a file system, but you cannot access or you cannot create any file on that. It is actually an extension to the RAM. Okay, so you cannot create it to, so you cannot use it to hold files. Okay, means you cannot save data on that. You can just use it as an extension to your RAM. Okay, so we're going to talk about it later. So all these operating systems, some of the important ones, so you can search online about all these in detail if you want, but ext4 is the best option. So I want to show you here how to install the ext4 here practically. Okay, so let's see. So to install the operating system, just type sudo mkfs is a command which is used to install a file system, then t, and here you need to provide the file system type. So I want to install ext4, and the location of the device, I want to install it on stb1. Okay, it's done because it is having a very small size. Then on stb, okay, let's print the table 5. Okay, it's done. So we have installed the ext4 file system on all the partitions here. Okay, so in this way we have created new partitions, that is primary, logical and extended in this lesson, and we install a file system on that. Okay, but just creating and installing a file system is not enough. We need to mount these devices or these file system to a location. So in the next lesson we're gonna talk about how to mount these file system. Okay, so there are different ways of mounting. So let's see in the next lesson how to mount and access this file system. Hello friends, welcome back. In this lesson we're going to talk about mount, umount and permanent mounting in Linux. Okay, in our previous lesson we learned how to create partition and how to install a file system on it. Okay, but creating partitions and installing the file system is not enough. You need to mount those devices or partitions somewhere, okay, on your Linux system, and only after that you can access that for creating file or storing any data. Okay, so after mounting these devices or partitions, you can easily access them for storing the data. Okay, so let's see here practically how to do this. Okay, in the Linux environment there are two folders which are dedicated for mounting. Okay, so let's get inside root and ls, and here you can see mnt is a folder or directory which is generally used for mounting any type of device. Okay, you can mount here inside this directory, and media is reserved for mounting the cd or dvd type of devices. Okay, so here we have created the partitions. Okay, let's check it. Sudo f disk l. Okay, we are having sdb 1 2 3 and 5. Okay, here I want to mount sdb1 device to a directory student, okay, which I'm going to create now inside the mnt directory. Okay, so what you need to do to mount this partition or this device. So first of all, let's get inside mnt. Okay, here there is no file or folder present here, so create a directory here, student. Suppose I have some student data and I want to store that data on this sdb1. Okay, so it says permission denied. Sudo now ls. Okay, first of all get inside this student directory ls. Okay, here you can see there is no file or folder present. Okay, so to mount our sdb1 to this directory, what you need to do is first of all type sudo, then type the command mount. Okay, then here you need to provide the device, that is dev sdb1, and here you need to provide where you want to mount. So here I want to mount it in mnt student. Okay, hit enter. Okay, this command executed successfully. Now let's get inside mnt student and ls, and here you can see after mounting the device or partition, here the lost plus found folder is get created automatically. Okay, now we can access, or now we are accessing actually that device. So suppose I want to create a directory here, d. Okay, sudo access. Okay, now this directory is get created, or we can create file like this. In this way you can mount a device, okay, to store the data. Okay, and you can create different partitions according to your need. That means suppose you want to store your audio files on particular partition, then you can name it as audio, video, okay, like that, or particular database. It's depend on your requirement. Okay, so there are some situations where you need to unmount the device. So we currently mounted the device to this directory student. So how to unmount a device? To unmount a device, you need to type umount, okay, and device name sdb1 and hit enter. Okay, now let's get inside this mnt directory student ls, and here you can see we have created one folder and one file, but there is no file and folder is present here. That means the device is unmounted successfully. Okay, in this way you can mount and unmount the devices in the Linux environment. But there is a problem in this technique. The problem is that when you restart your system, then the mounted devices are get unmounted automatically. Okay, so how to avoid this problem? Okay, so there is a way to avoid this problem. The way is permanent mounting. So to permanently mount a device, what you need to do is you need to add some information inside the fs tab file which is present in the etc directory. Okay, so let's see that directory here, and you need to have a root access to change that file. So switch user root. Okay, now so let's see the contents of that file which is present in the etcfs tab. So for accessing that, just type yeditor vi etcfs tab. Okay, now we are inside this file. Okay, this file contains the information about the devices, okay, different devices. So let's see what information present here. So let's talk about these columns which are present here one by one. Okay, the first column represent the device that you want to mount. Okay, here you can mount the devices with the device ID, that is UUID, okay, or with the path, that is /dev /sdb1 sdb2, like that. Okay, there are two ways to mount the device. Okay, and the next column here is talk about the mount point. You need to specify where you want to mount that device. So here you can see the boot option is displayed here for this UUID AB2ECCEC. okay, and after that the next thing is type. Here you need to specify the file system type, okay, that you already created for that device or the device is already having. You need to specify that type here. And after that there is an option. Okay, here in this column we need to specify the option. So there are different kinds of options like sync, async, okay, but here I would like to suggest you that you need to set this to default. So okay, it will automatically takes the right choice, okay, for your device. Okay, so set it to defaults. The next column talks about the dump support. So what is dump support? When you set this to 1, so it will automatically back up your device. Okay, so that is the dump support. So when you set it to 1, that means it is true and it will back up the device, and when you set it to 0, that means this device does not want the dump support. And the last column talks about the fsck support. Okay, so what this support is, so it will check the file system at boot time for any errors. If it finds the error, then it will automatically repair from that error. Okay, so here one is reserved for root file system, and for other file systems you need to specify number 2. Okay, and if you don't want this support, then you can set it to 0. Okay, so in this way this information is present here and you need to specify. So here first of all close this file, and I want to mount SDB1. okay, so first of all we need this UUID. So how to get that? To get the UUID, just type blkid command. Now this shows us all the devices and their IDs. So let's get this data to a file, student.txt. Now open this with yeditor student.txt. okay, so we need the SDB1 device ID. okay, so press Ctrl V and then with arrow keys you can select this ID. okay, now press YY on your keyboard. okay, then quit this file. Now open the fs tab file with yeditor etcfs tab. okay, at this point press P. Now get into insert mode, so press I and remove this double quote. okay, now we have specify here this device ID, then you need to specify the mount point. So I want to mount it inside mnt student. okay, and this device is having the file system ext4, and this option set to defaults, DEFA defaults, and I want the dump support, so set it to 1, and I don't want the fs2k, so set it to 0. okay, in this way you can add this information to permanently mount a device, or you can also mount the device with this way like dev sdb2. okay, it is the device 2 instead of this ID here. okay, you can use this technique. So now write these contents. okay, the data is returned to this file, so you can check it with cat etcfs tab. Okay, here you can see our data is added inside this file. So after adding this, you need to update this fstab file. Okay, so for that just type mount and a. This will automatically mount the devices under this file. Okay, so now we have mounted the SDB1 permanently, means when our computer restarts, due to this file our device is automatically set to the mount. Okay, so to view it is mounted or not, let's get inside cd mnt student and ls, and here you can see we got our files back. Okay, so in this way you can permanently mount a device with the help of this technique. Hello friends, welcome back. In this lesson we're going to talk about another way to manage partitions and file system inside the Linux. Okay, in our previous lesson we used fdisk, okay, to manage the partitions, and in this lesson I would like to show you parted command to create the same things. Okay, so let's see practically how to do this. Okay, to operate with parted you need to be a root user. Okay, so switch user to root. Okay, now let's check here our hard disk. Okay, I added a new virtual hard disk of the same size, that is 1 GB. So fdisk L, and here you can see our hard disk is recognized as STC of size 1 GB. Okay, so just type parted. Okay, to work with parted, first you need to be a root user and you need to select the device on which you need to create partitions. Okay, so here select the device, so dev SDC, it is our device. Okay, okay, now we have selected SDC. Okay, after selecting this, what you need to do is you need to set a label for this device. So I'm going to set here MS-DOS. Okay, there are different labels like BST, PC98 or Mac or Sun. Okay, like that, but I would like to choose here MS-DOS. Okay, you can set any label that you want. Okay, so hit enter. Okay, now after setting the label, now it's time to create the partitions. So to create a partition you need to type mkpart. Okay, and hit enter. Now it asks for whether the partitions are primary or extended, so type p. Okay, file system ext4, and starting I would like to set here 1 and end must be 200. Okay, so to view this partition you can type p. Okay, and here a partition of 200 MB is created. Okay, in the same way you can create extended partitions, so type here mkpart a extended. Okay, start is you need to set here the endpoint of this, that is 200. Okay, it is the endpoint of first partition, and here just set 500. Okay, now print. Okay, these two partitions are get created here. So now it's time to create logical partitions on extended. So here mkpart. Now because we have created extended partitions, so now it is asking for logical or primary. So here I want to create logical partition. Okay, file system is ext4. The start must be 200 and end must be 500. Okay, ignore this warning here. Now print. Okay, here we are having 3 different partitions. Okay, now we have created the partition in this way. So after creating partition here, I would like to show you how to delete these partitions or how to delete a partition. So to delete the partition you need to type the command rm and partition number. So I want to delete this last partition, logical partition, so hit enter. Okay, and to recreate that, just use mkpart logical ext4, start must be 200 and end must be 450. Ignore this warning. Now print. Okay, these are our partitions, okay, which are present here. Okay, after creating and removing partitions, there is a command called as a rescue. With this command, you can recover the lost partitions. Okay, suppose I want to recover the first partition here, so just type the command here, rescue, rescue. Then you need to provide the start, so start is 1 and end is 200. Now it is searching for the partitions. Okay, here you can see it takes a long time to recover those partitions, so here I would like to quit. Okay, now just get inside SDC again, and okay, first here you need to select the device, select dev SDC, and now print. Okay, our partitions are get created here. So the next thing that we need to do is we need to install a file system on it. Okay, so press Q. Okay, to install a file system you need to type mkfs, then the file system, the ext4, and the device dev sdc1. Let's check this with fdisk. Okay, SDC is present here. Okay, here just type dot and now hit enter. Now set up the same file system for SDC5, so replace this one with 5. Okay, so our both partitions are having ext4 file system now. Okay, so to access this you need to mount. Okay, so to mount that, first of all let's get inside mnt ls. Okay, here create a folder, test ls, and test folder is here, so just mount dev sdc1 to mnt test. Okay, and ls here, now get inside test ls, and here you can see lost plus found folder is get created inside the test directory. That means our device SDC1 is mounted successfully, and you can also mount it permanently with the technique that we learned in our previous lesson. Okay, so in this way you can manage partitions and file systems, okay, inside the Linux environment. Hello friends, welcome back. In this lesson we're going to talk about how to create a swap partition. Okay, but before creating a swap partition, let's understand what is swap partition. Suppose your system is having a 1 GB of RAM. Okay, and due to some reasons your system overflows. So what happens is the swap partition acts as a support system to your RAM. Okay, and it overcomes that situation. Okay, you cannot create a file or folder on swap partition. It acts as a support system to your RAM. Okay, so let's see practically how to create a swap partition. Okay, you can create swap partition in two ways. You can create on either a partition or on a file. Okay, so let's see how to create a swap partition on partition. So first of all, let's see, or let's check here the existing partitions. Okay, here I would like to create this partition on SDC1. Okay, so to create that partition you need to be sudo then issue the command mkswap. Okay, and here you need to provide that device SDC1 and hit enter. Okay, here our swap partition is get created on the device or the partition SDC1. Okay, you can check this by mounting this partition SDC1 to any directory. So inside MNT there is a test folder, so I'm trying to mount here that partition sudo mount dev sdc1 to mnt test. Okay, it says that unknown file system type swap. Okay, that means our swap partition is get created here. Okay, it is the first way of creating partition, but you can also create with the help of a file. Okay, so to create that, just type the command sudo, then type td if equal to dev 0 of tmp, and here you need to set the file name swap file. You can set any name to this file, and then here you need to set the size of the file. Okay, suppose you want 5 megabytes of file, then you need to multiply 1024 into 10. Okay, what it does is it converts that 10 MB size into kilobytes, and when you set the 10 MB size data here, then it creates 5 MB file. Okay, suppose you want to create 1 GB, then you need to convert the 2 GB size into kilobytes. Okay, suppose I want to create here 1 MB file, then I need to set here like this 2 MB size. Okay, when you convert 2 megabytes into kilobytes, then you get this amount here in kilobytes. Okay, here you can see 1 MB size or 1 MB file is get created here. Okay, now our swap file is get created here, but creating swap partition or file is not enough. You need to make it on or tell the system. So you can do this with the command sudo swap on dev sdc1 and hit enter. Okay, and you can check its status with swap on -s. Okay, here you can see SDC1 partition. Okay, and it is having the priority -2. Okay, in this way you can create a swap partition and you can make it on. Okay, you can also make a swap partition off by issuing the command sudo swap off, and here you need to provide the device name SDC1, and now check the status with swap on. Okay, here you can see the SDC1 is removed from the list. Okay, in this way you can create swap partition and make it on or off with the help of this technique. Hello friends, welcome back. In this lesson we're going to talk about RAID array and their levels. So what is RAID array? RAID stands for redundant array of inexpensive disks. Okay, RAID is a technology which is used to improve the reliability and performance of your data storage. Okay, if you have more than one hard disk, then you can implement RAID levels, okay, on that, and you can increase the performance or reliability of the data storage. Okay, so there are different levels of RAID. Okay, you can implement the RAID according to the number of hard disks or on the basis of your needs. Okay, so we're going to talk about each level one by one. Okay, and there are different levels, but we're going to talk about only the important levels and which are generally used nowadays in the industry. Okay, so let's talk about the RAID level 0. The RAID level 0 is also called as the striping. So what is striping? Suppose you have two hard disks, okay, and on that hard disk you need to write a 4 MB of data, or you're gonna save a 4 MB of file on this disk. So what RAID 0 does is it converts that 4 MB file into two equal blocks and write the data to both the hard disks at the same time. So this technique is called as striping. Suppose you have 4 hard disks, then it will convert it into 4 blocks and write the data at the same time to the 4 hard disks. Okay, this method is called as striping. So RAID 0 uses the striping. So what are the advantages of RAID 0? RAID 0 provides a great performance in read and write operations. It uses all the storage capacity, means if you are using 1 TB of 2 hard disks, then it will use both 2 TB of disk space, okay, for storing the data. And it is an easy to implement technology. Okay, so these are the advantages of RAID 0. So what are the disadvantages of RAID 0? RAID 0 does not provide fault tolerance. Okay, suppose you have 2 hard drives and one of the disks fails, then you would lose all the data. Okay, so what is the ideal use of RAID 0? The best use of RAID 0 is in the video editing workstations. Okay, suppose you have a video editing company where you work on lots of videos, then in such situations RAID 0 is very useful, because in video kind of work you need a better performance for read and write operations. So in video editing workstations it will be very helpful. Okay, so let's talk about the next level, that is RAID 1. The RAID 1 is also called as mirroring. So what is mirroring? Suppose you have 2 hard disks, okay, each of size 1 TB. So what it does is, when you implement a RAID 1, so whatever data you write to disk 1, that data is get copied to disk 2. That same amount of data is get copied to disk 2. So copying of this data is called as the mirroring. So this will save your data in case of disk failure. Okay, it is kind of a security or kind of a backup. Okay, so what are the advantages of RAID 1? With RAID 1, it is a simple to implement technology, and it provides a good performance and provide a fault tolerance. Okay, and in case of drive failure, the data is get copied to the replaced drive instead of rebuilding. Okay, so when you replace the second drive, then that data is get automatically copied to it. Okay, so what is the disadvantage of RAID 1? The main disadvantage of RAID 1 is that you can only use half of the space out of total drives. Means suppose you have 2 different drives of same size, that is 1 TB. So what happens is it requires 1 TB of space for storing the data, and another 1 TB is used to copying the data. Okay, so you can only use 1 TB of hard drive to store the data, and another 1 TB is used for copying or for mirroring. It provides slightly slower performance in writing. It is the disadvantage of RAID 1. So what is the ideal use? It can be useful in small systems like accounting system, okay, where you want your data to be secure or you need a backup of it, then it will be useful in such systems. Okay, so now let's talk about the next level, that is RAID 5. The RAID 5 is also called as distributed priority. So what is priority? Suppose you have these 4 hard disks. Okay, for this RAID level you need at least 3 hard drives. Okay, and for RAID level 1 you need at least 2 or 4 or 6. Okay, in RAID level 1 you cannot use 3, okay, or 7 like odd numbers. You need the hard drives in multiple of 2. But in case of RAID 5 you can implement it in at least 3 hard drives. You cannot implement RAID 5 on 2 hard drives. Okay, so priority means it uses the 1/4 of the hard drive for storing the data of that disk in the compressed form. Suppose you have all these disks of 1 terabyte. So 256 gigabyte of disk space of each disk is used for priority. So the priority stores the data in the compressed form. Okay, and you can rebuild that data from this disk in case of disk failures. Okay, so what are the advantages of RAID 5? Read operations is very fast in RAID 5. but a write operation is slower. If you lose one of the drive, then you can access all the data with the help of parity. Due to parity information, we can rebuild that data. Okay, in case of RAID 5, it provides full fault tolerance. Okay, and what is the disadvantage of it? It takes a long time to rebuild the information or data in case of drive failure. Okay, if suppose one of the disks fails, it takes a long time to rebuild, okay, that data. And if more than one disk fail, then you will lose all the data. Okay, so these are the disadvantages of RAID 5. So what is the ideal use of it? It can be used on file servers, web servers, which has a limited number of data drives. Okay, RAID 5 can be implemented on such systems. Okay, now let's talk about the next level, that is RAID 6. RAID 6 is also called as typing with double parity because it uses double parity and also striping. Suppose you have 4 disks. Okay, so in case of RAID 6, it provides double parity on each disk. Okay, when you apply the RAID 6 is same as RAID 5, but the difference is that it is much slower than RAID 5, but it provides more security due to double parity. Okay, so let's talk about the advantages of RAID 6. Like RAID 5, read operation is very fast in RAID 6. In case of 2 drive failures, you can get your data back due to double parity. So it is more secure than RAID 5. And what are the disadvantages? Write operations are more slower as compared to RAID 5 due to double parity. Okay, because it provides double parity, so the write operations are slower. And if drive failure occurs, then it will take a day to rebuild that data. Okay, it takes a long time to rebuild the data in case of drive failure. Okay, if more than 2 drive fails, then you will lose all the data. Okay, you can rebuild the data in case of 2 drive failures, but more than 2 drive fails, you will lose all the data in case of RAID 6. So where is the ideal use, or what is the ideal use of it? So it will be very useful in all the systems which needs excellent security and good performance. Okay, and it can be used in video streaming like applications. Okay, it can be very useful in video streaming like applications. Now let's talk about the last level, that is RAID 10 or mirror and stripe. So RAID 10 is nothing but the combination of RAID level 1 and 0. Okay, so this combination is consisting of mirror and stripe because RAID level 1 provides the mirror feature and RAID level 0 provides the striping feature. So we can combine here both the features, and so we can increase the performance and security of our data. Okay, so what are the advantages of RAID 10? If disk failure occurs in case of RAID 10, then the rebuild time is much more faster. Suppose you have 1 terabyte of hard disk, then it will take around 30 minutes to rebuild that data. Okay, it is much faster as compared to any of the levels, and it provides the fault tolerance with good performance. So what is the disadvantage? As compared to RAID 5 and 6, it is the much expensive way to achieve redundancy because it consumes half of the disk space for mirroring out of the total capacity. Okay, because mirroring is present here, so if you have 4 TB hard drive, then only you can use 2 terabytes of hard disk for data storage and another 2 TB is used for mirroring. So where is the ideal use, or what is the ideal use of it? It can be used in such conditions where you want to store database and want a high performance and availability of the data. Okay, so in this lesson we learn about different RAID levels, and in the next lesson we're going to talk about how to implement these RAID levels. Okay, we're going to talk about only one of the RAID level which is important. So let's see in the next lesson how to implement the RAID level practically. Hello friends, welcome back. In this lesson we're going to implement the RAID array 10 practically. Okay, in our previous lesson we learned the theoretical part of red array. Okay, we saw different levels like red 0, 1, 5, 6, 10, but out of all these levels I would like to show you here red 10, because red 10 contains mirroring and striping. Okay, so that's why I choose to show you red 10 here practically. And there is no difference of implementing any array. Okay, you just need to change some values while implementing the array, but the rest of the procedure for implementing any array is same, whether it is a red array 0, 1, 5, 6. Okay, so here let's see practically how to implement the red array 10. Okay, to implement this array, I've already added 4 virtual hard disks. Okay, I already show you how to add virtual hard disks. So here you can check fdisk. Okay, here you can see SDB, SDC, SGD and SDD. 4 are having the size 1 GB. Okay, so here I'm going to implement the red array 10. So there is a command. Okay, the command is mdadm. Okay, with the help of this command we're gonna implement the red array. So first of all switch user to root. Okay, with root you can perform these operations without any error. Okay, so here mdadm, then tag or hyphen create, and after creating you just need to name your array. So here our array is 10, so here md10, or you can name it md0, 1, 2, whatever you want. So let's set it to md0, and after this hyphen you need to set the level. Okay, so our level is 10, and then you need to specify the red devices. So we are having 4 devices, that is 4 virtual hard disks. Okay, now here you need to provide the devices name. So dev SDP, then dev STC, dev SDD and dev STE. Okay, and now hit enter. Okay, it says here array md0 started. Okay, so how to check whether it is actually started or not? So mdadm, then hyphen detail. Okay, and here provide the name of the array, that is md0. Hit enter, and here you can see it shows us the procedure, the current procedure of our current status of our array. So here at the bottom here it says resync status 27% complete. Okay, so our hard disks are in the syncing status. Okay, so they are combining the 4 hard disks and building one array. Okay, out of that, and here you can see a lot of information like the red level, then array size, used devices, total devices. Okay, you can see here at the bottom the total number of devices. Okay, that is SDB, SDC, SGD and SDE, and here you can see the UUID. Okay, for the MD0 array. Okay, let's see the detail again. Okay, now it shows 77% complete. Okay, so wait for some time until it completes. Let's check it again. 96% complete, and now do it again. Okay, it's done. Okay, now after creating our array, you can see the array with the command here fdisk l. Okay, here at the bottom you can see our array is created here with dev md0 of size 2 GB, because this array is having mirroring, so that's why we can use the half of the disk space of the total drives. So we are having 4 GB, and due to mirroring half of the disk space goes for mirroring, and the rest of the 2 GB we can use for creating or saving files. Okay, so in this way our array is created here, but creating the array is not enough. We need to install a file system on it. So mkfs.ext4, I would like to implement or install ext4 on our device. But XFS or ZFS is the best, but it do not support on some Linux systems. Okay, so for right now I would like to install ext4 dev md0, hit enter. Okay, our file system is installed, and now after installing the file system, now it's time to mount our device. We need to mount the md0 to access the array. Okay, so let's get inside cd mnt ls, and here I already created a folder with the name red. Let's get inside red ls, and there is no file or folder present here. So now let's mount our md0 to this folder red. So type the command mount dev md0, and here mnt red. Okay, the device is mounted here. Now let's get inside mnt red. Okay, and here lost plus found folder is get created here, and now you can create any file or folder inside it. Okay, student.txt, you can add some contents to it, like this is the test. Okay, the data is written to it. Okay, now after adding the data to our file, let's see with cat mnt red student.txt. Okay, the data is displayed to the output here. Okay, now we learn how to create and mount the red array. Okay, but in case of any drive failure, how to remove that faulty drive. Okay, here I would like to show you how to remove a faulty drive if some drive fails. Okay, so let's check here mdadm detail dev md0. Okay, suppose at the bottom here you can see dev std stc is here, and suppose sdd drive fails. So how to remove that drive and how to replace with new one. Okay, so to remove that drive, what you need to do is first you need to fail that drive. So to fail that, just type the command mdadm. Okay, then dev md0, and then type fail and the drive or that device name, that is dev std. Okay, after making that drive fail, you can see the status or the detail. Now here you can see it's showing the status removed. Okay, so now after this just type the command remove. You need to remove that drive. After failing, you need to remove that like this, hit enter. Okay, now it says hot removed. Okay, now see the details. The drive is get removed or that device is removed. Okay, now we removed the faulty drive. So how to add a new one? So to add a new one, just type mdadm dev md0 -- add, and that new device name, I want to re-add that SDD, or if you add a new disk, then you can name here that disk. So I want to add the STD again, so hit enter. Okay, now it shows added. So now let's see the details. mdadm tag detail dev md0. Okay, here you can see the message spare rebuilding. That means our drive or that device is rebuilding into the array. Okay, and at the top here it says 81% completes. Okay, it shows the status of it. Okay, so while rebuilding, you can see, let's get inside the file mnt red. Okay, ls, and here you can see our files are still present after replacement of the faulty drive. Okay, in this way the red 10 is helping us to protect our data. Okay, while rebuilding the drive we can still have access to our files or folder. Okay, in this way we can add a new disk into our red system. Okay, but after creating all the procedure we need to save this configuration to a file. Okay, so the file is present inside the etc directory, so we need to save that configuration to the file mdadm.conf, which is present in etc mdadm directory. So to save the configuration, type mdadm, then detail, then scan verbose, then the path. Okay, hit enter. Okay, now our data is written to that file. So let's view the contents with cat. Okay, here at the bottom you can see array dev md0 level red 10. Okay, in this way our configuration is saved with the UID number, okay, in this file. Okay, now we learn how to create the array, how to mount it, how to access that, and how to save the configuration. But we can permanently mount our device, like we permanently mount our hard disk or pen drive, okay, with the help of fstab file. Okay, before actually doing that, just do one thing here. You just need to type update init ramfs and then -u, hit enter. Add on some Linux systems, the mdadm command is not present by default, so you need to install it, and you can simply install it by sudo apt-get install mdadm. Okay, I'm going to quit this operation here because it takes a long time, but you should follow this step. Okay, so after performing this update operation, just go to the file inside the etc directory fs tab. Okay, and here you can add, okay, our information like dev md0, then hit a tab, and here mnt red. Okay, then tab our file system ext4, then 0. Okay, I don't want them support and don't want fsck. Okay, here just set defaults, okay, like this. Now it's complete and you can save it, okay, like this. And after reboot you can get the device or your red in working order. Okay, in this way you can permanently mount the device with this technique, as we apply on the normal devices or normal hard disk or pen drives. Okay, now we learn how to create, how to save, how to permanently mount our red array. Okay, so how to stop the red array, okay, or how to remove the red array, that I would like to show you here. So to remove the array, first you need to unmount the array. So just type umount, then dev md0, this is the array name, and after this type mdadm stop dev md0. Okay, it says stopped. So now with fdisk you can view its status L. Okay, here you can see at the bottom there is no information regarding the dev md0 is present. That means our array is removed successfully. Okay, so in this way you can implement the red array. Practically you can create or you can remove array in this way. Hello friends, welcome back. In this lesson we're going to talk about LVM, that is Logical Volume Manager. In our previous lesson we learned how to create and implement the red array. So in this lesson I would like to show you how to create and implement the LVM. So first of all, let's understand what is LVM. LVM is nothing but a group of different hard drives and with that group we can create some logical partitions on that group, okay, with a technique. Okay, so such mechanism is called as the logical volume manager or LVM. So before actually showing you how to create that, let's understand it with the help of some graphics. Okay, suppose you have different physical hard drives. Okay, now suppose you have these 4 hard drives, each is having size 5 gigabyte. Okay, and these hard drives do not have any partition. So to implement the logical partition on that, what you need to do is you need to convert them into physical volumes. Okay, you need to convert each of these drives into physical volumes, and after converting them into physical volumes you need to convert them into a larger volume group. Okay, this larger volume group is a combination of all these physical drives. Okay, so now it becomes 20 gigabytes. When we convert all these 5 gigabyte hard drives into volume group, then it becomes 20 gigabytes. So in this way we can create a larger volume group, and after creating this volume group we can implement some smaller partitions on that, and these partitions are called as logical partitions. Okay, in this way we can create a single partition of 20 gigabyte on that. It's our choice what size we want. So in this way we can create logical partitions on that volume group. So let's see practically how to actually create these things. Okay, first of all you need to add 3 different virtual hard disks. Okay, we learned how to add them in the previous lesson. So here I would like to show you that hard disk. Okay, here you can see SDB, SDC and SDD. Okay, and here I would like to combine SDB and SDC to form a volume group. Okay, and for some reasons I put SDD as it is, and I will show you how to use the SDD to grow or shrink the volume group. Okay, so first of all, to create a logical partition you need to convert our disk into physical volumes. So to convert into physical volumes there is a command pv create. Okay, and after that you need to provide that devices. So sdb dev sdc. Now it displays the message physical volume successfully created, sdb and sdc. Okay, now there is a command pv display. Okay, after creating those volumes you can view the status of the volumes. Okay, so here you can see SDB and SDC, those volumes are get created here. Here we can see the size of it, also we can get the UUID of those volumes. Okay, now after creating the physical volumes we need to convert into a volume group. So to convert that into a larger volume group there is a command vg create. Okay, vg create, and here you need to provide the volume name, volume group name. So I want to name it as computer. Okay, and after that here you need to provide the physical volume list. So here I have sdb sdc. Okay, now hit enter. Now here it displays the message volume group created successfully. So after creating the volume group you can view its status with sudo vg display. Okay, here you can see let's do this again more. Okay, here you can see our volume group computer is created here of size 9.99 gigabytes. Okay, so that 2 5 gigabyte hard drives are combined to one, and we get a new volume group of size 9.99 gigabytes. Okay, in this way you can create and view the status of a volume group with the help of this command. Okay, now after creating volume group, now it's time to create the logical partition on that. So for that there is a command sudo lv create. Okay, and after lv create you need to provide the name. Okay, for the partition. So I want to set it to Matt. Okay, Matt is a student which belongs to computer group. Okay, and then you need to provide the size. So tag size, and here I want to set it to 2G, that is 2 gigabyte. And here you need to add the group name. So dev and group name is computer. Okay, now hit enter. Why? Yes. Okay, now logical volume mat created. Okay, and you can view its status with LV display, sudo LV display here more. So here you can see the mat is present here, and you can see its size is 2 gigabytes. Okay, so in this way you can create a logical volume, and you can also view it by getting into dev computer ls, and here you can see the mat. The mat partition is present here inside this directory. Okay, but creating just a partition is not enough. You need to format it, and then you need to mount it. So to format this or to install a file system on it, there is a command that we always use, mkfs.ext4. okay, and here the device name, that is the mat. Okay, now we have installed the file system successfully. Okay, now we need to mount that somewhere. So here I would like to mount it. Okay, first of all let's check what is inside mnt. Okay, there is a directory robo, but here I would like to create a new directory, computer ls. Okay, and here I would like to mount our this new partition here. So sudo mount dev computer mat to mnt computer. Okay, now let's get inside. Here we have mounted this device successfully. Okay, so in this way you can create the logical volumes in this way, and you can mount them and you can use them. Okay, but after creating all these things, here I would like to show you how to extend or how to reduce the logical volumes. Okay, so to extend and reduce, first of all let's unmount our volume. Okay, so sudo umount dev computer mat. Okay, now I would like to show you how to extend the logical volume. So there is a command sudo lv extend. Okay, lv extend, and here you need to provide the size. I would like to extend it to 1 gigabyte, so here +1 g, and you need to provide the partition here. So dev computer mat. Now here you can see size of logical volume computer mat change from 2 gigabyte to 3 gigabytes. Okay, because we have extended it up to 1 GB. Okay, so now after extending, you can view the status lv display, and now here you can see it's having the size 3 gigabyte. Okay, now after extending, I would like to show you how to reduce its size. Okay, so to reduce the size, there is a command lv reduce. Okay, and then size, here you need to provide the minus sign. So I want to reduce it by 1 g, that is 1 gigabyte. Okay, after reducing it, here you need to provide the path. Okay, for that partition. So computer mat, yes. Okay, successfully resized, and you can view sudo lv display more, and here you can see we get our logical volume back to 2 gigabyte. Okay, because we reduce it by 1 GB. But only extending or reducing is not enough. Means I want to say that only extending will not actually increase the size. You need to resize its file system. Okay, so either you perform extend or reduce operation, you need to resize the file system. So to resize its file system, there is a command. Okay, first you need to run e2fsck, okay, and then -f on our device. So dev computer mat, okay, and after this resize to fs. It will resize the file system. Okay, the file system is already block long, nothing to do. Okay, that means it's already resized. But here I want to say one thing, that it is a warning, because don't always resize and reduce the size of your logical volume, because it may corrupt your file system and you may lost all your data. So creating a logical volume once at a time is a good idea, or creating different logical volume on the same volume group is a good idea, but always resizing or shrinking is a bad idea. It may cause your system to corrupt. Okay, so avoid always reducing and resizing the file system. Okay, now after extending and reducing, I would like to show you a command, sudo pvs, that is, it displays the free space on your physical volumes, or it shows you the available space. So here we are having SDB and SDC of 5 GB. Okay, with VGS it displays the space on volume group, free space on volume group. Okay, so we are having free space for our computer volume group 7.99 GB. And you can also view the logical volume status with LVS. Okay, in this way you can use these three commands to make sure about the sizes of the devices. Okay, so let's mount our device here. So sudo mount dev computer mat menti computer, and let's get inside computer ls, and here we get the file system in working order. Okay, so after this I would like to show you how to extend and reduce the volume group. Okay, right now we'll learn how to extend and reduce the logical volume, but here I would like to show you how to extend and reduce the volume groups. So for that there is a command, that is vgextend. Okay, but you need to have a physical volume first. So first create a physical volume from the SDD device that we are having. So let's convert sudo pv create dev SDD. Okay, and now to add that converted or that physical volume into the volume group, use the command vg extend, and here provide your volume group name. Okay, here you need to provide the device name dev SDD. Okay, here you need to provide that physical volume. Okay, now we have added our physical volume to the volume group. Okay, now after adding the physical volume into our volume group, we can view the status of volume group like this, and here you can see right now we are having the computer group, that is, it is our volume group of size 14.99 GB, because we have added an additional drive of 5 GB into that. Okay, in this way you can extend the size of volume group, and if you want to remove that disk, so you can easily remove with vg reduce. Okay, and here you need to provide the group name and then the device name like this. Okay, now it says it is removed. Okay, and you can view the status here again, and now we are having its size to 9.99 GB. In this way you can extend and reduce the volume group. Okay, now after performing all these operations, I would like to show you how to stop the LVM or how to remove the logical volumes. So first you need to unmount the logical volume. Okay, so to unmount the logical volume, sudo umount dev computer mat. Okay, and after unmounting there is a command sudo lv remove. Okay, first you need to remove the logical volume. It says do you really want to remove? Yes, press Y here. Okay, successfully removed. After removing this, you need to remove the volume group. So to remove volume group, there is a command vg remove volume group. Hit enter. It says successfully removed, and after removing the volume group you need to remove all the physical volumes. Okay, after removing the volume group you need to remove the physical volumes. So to remove that, there is a command pv remove and dev sdb dev sdc dev std. Hit enter. Okay, it says successfully wiped. Okay, now we have successfully removed our logical volume. Okay, in this way you can create a logical volumes from different hard drives and combine them to a larger volume group and create different types of partition on that. Okay, hello friends, welcome back. Welcome to another important section of this course series. In this section we're going to talk about network management in Linux. Okay, but for now in this lesson we're going to talk about how to configure the network interface. Okay, we're going to talk about the network interface, the different IP address classes, all these basic things. So what is a network? Okay, when two or more computers are connected to each other to share information, so this is called as the network. Okay, when we connect two or more computers with each other to share information, that is any file, folder, okay, that is called as a network. So there are different types of network, that is LAN, WAN, MAN. Okay, so when we connect two or three, four computers or any devices, that is mobile device or any laptop with that network, is called as LAN. When two or more LANs are connected to each other, okay, to share the information, then this group of network is called as WAN. And when such different WANs are connected to each other, then it is called as MAN. MAN stands for Metropolitan Area Network, LAN stands for Local Area Network, and WAN stands for Wide Area Network. Okay, so in this way different computers are connected with each other with different types. Okay, so in the whole world all the computers are connected to each other via such network to share information. So such group of network is called as the internet. Okay, computers are identified on the internet with the help of an IP address. Okay, whether the computers are on local network or they are on the internet, they are identified with the help of an IP address. They are not identified based on their names. So IP addresses are used to identify a computer or a device, okay, in the network. Okay, so here we're going to talk about the IP addresses. There are two types of IP addresses. Okay, number one is public IP address and number two is private IP address. So public IP addresses are those IP addresses which are actually available on the internet. Means whenever with the help of any mobile or any computer you connect it to the internet, then there is a public IP address with the help of which you are sharing the information or accessing any information with the world. Okay, and it is happen due to public IP address. And private IP addresses are local IP addresses. When you get an IP address or a connection from your internet service provider and you connect different devices, suppose you get an internet connection from internet service provider and you connect that connection to a router. So a number of devices that you are connecting to the router are assigned an private IP address. Okay, those IP addresses are not accessible to the outside world, they are local to your network. Okay, so that's how private IP addresses works. And there are two types also, that is, or you can call it as a protocol, that is IPv4 and IPv6. So IPv4 stands for Internet Protocol version 4. Okay, and due to lack of IP addresses, IPv6 is introduced. Okay, so in this lesson we're going to talk about IPv4. So there are 5 classes of IPv4 public IP addresses. Okay, here I'm going to show you all the IP address classes here. So the number 1 is class A. So this class supports an IP range from 1.0.0.1 to 126.255.255.254. Okay, so this is how an IP address looks. Okay, with these kinds of IP addresses you can connect to the world. Okay, and with class A you can support this range. Okay, and it supports up to over 16 million hosts on 127 networks. Okay, so here you can see the number in the bracket. It supports that number of hosts, okay, on 127 networks. So this is how the class A IP address works. Okay, so there are different concepts of IP addressing, networking. Okay, those concepts are belonging to CCNA classes. Okay, it is not a CCNA class, so I'm trying to teach you everything possible in a brief about all the networking concepts. Okay, that will help you to understand this section. Okay, so here let's talk about the next class, that is class B. So class B, it supports an IP range from 128.1.0.1 up to 191.255.255.254. Okay, and this class supports up to 65,000 hosts on 16,000 networks. Okay, 16,000 different networks. Now let's talk about the next class, that is class C. The class C supports an IP range from 192.0.1.1, okay, to 223.255.254.254. okay, and it supports up to 254 hosts up to 2 million networks. Okay, in this way these 3 classes works. Let's talk about the next class, that is class D. This class supports an IP range from 224.0.0.0 to 239.255.255.255. okay, separated by dots, and these IP addresses are reserved for multicasting purpose. These IP addresses cannot be used for home uses. Okay, now class E. This class E supports an IP range from 240.0.0.0 to 254.255.255.254, and these IP addresses are reserved for future or experimental use, and these also cannot be used for home purpose or any kind of business purpose. Okay, so in this way these public IP addresses work. The difference is that the number of hosts they support. Okay, after discussing the public IP addresses, now it's time to discuss something about private IP addresses. So these IP addresses are also having 3 classes, that is class A. The private IP address class A supports this range, that is 10.0.0.0 to 10.255.255.255. okay, and the next class is class B. It supports the range from 172.16.0.0 to 172.31.255.255, and the next is class C. This class supports the IP range from 192.168.0.0 to 192.168.255.255. okay, these IP addresses are assigned to the local devices by the network administrator. That means by you can assign these IP addresses to your local devices to access the internet. Okay, and after learning about these private IP addresses, there are loop back IP addresses, and these are having the range from 127.0.0.0 up to 127.255.255.255, and these are reserved for a self-testing purpose, means you can ping to your local host with the help of these IP addresses, and 127.0.0.1 is the IP address which is reserved on Windows or Linux machines, okay, for pinging the host. Okay, it is set by default. Now, after talking about loopback, there is a concept of subnet masks. So subnet mask is used to convert an IP address into network address and host address. Okay, it is a 32-bit number which is used to convert an IP address into network address. Okay, so there are 3 different subnet masks, okay, which are used, okay, according to the classes. So for class A, the subnet mask is 255.0.0.0. For class B, it is 255.255.0.0, and for class C, it is 255.255.255.0. Okay, in this way, these subnet masks are used for dividing the IP address into network and host. Okay, so after learning all these things, here I would like to show you how to manage the network interface in the Linux environment practically. Okay, here you can see we're gonna log in here on Ubuntu Server 17.04. okay, so there is a network card which is present on your Linux machine. So we're gonna see here how to configure that network card which is having an IP address. Okay, we share all the information with the world or access the internet with the help of this network address. So here I would like to show you how to identify the available interfaces on your network. Okay, so ifconfig is a command which is used to identify the available interfaces. So here when I type, it will reveal this information. Here you can see at the first line here it shows the interface name, that is ENP0S3. Then it reveals the IP address, its network mask, broadcast IP address. Here it displays the MTU, that is maximum transmission unit. Okay, it reveals the hardware address. It reveals lots of information here about the interface. Okay, at the bottom it reveals the loopback interface. Okay, so after identifying all this information, if you want to know all the active as well as deactivated interfaces, then just type -a and hit enter. This will reveal all the interfaces which are active and inactive. Okay, the above command only shows the active interfaces, but when you type -a, then it reveals all the interface information. Okay, you can enable or disable an interface. So to enable or disable, just type here ifconfig interface name ENP0S3. okay, and hit down. Okay, you need sudo access sudo. Okay, and now type ifconfig. Okay, here you can see it does not showing us the interface. Okay, in this way you can disable an interface, and if you want to enable the interface, just type up, okay, in this way and hit enter. Okay, and now type ifconfig. Okay, and here ENP0S3 is enabled. Okay, now I would like to show you how to set an IP address. Okay, here you can see it's having an IP address 10.0.2.15. okay, so to set the IP address, first here sudo, then ifconfig and interface name, that is ENP0S3. okay, and here type the IP address that you want. So I want to change it to 2.22. okay, and hit enter. Okay, now see, here you can see the IP address is changed to this IP address that we set. You can change the network mask with the help of this command. So just type net mask. Okay, and we learn that how network mask can be set. So 10.0.2.22 is a class 1 level IP address. Okay, but here I want to set a class C level subnet mask here, 255.255.255. okay, .0. okay, here above you can see it is a class 1 or class A level subnet mask, that is 255.0.0.0, but I'm going to set here class C. Okay, now if config, and here you can see class C level subnet mask is set, and there you can see at the next of the mask broadcast IP address is there. You can also set an broadcast IP address. Just replace this subnet mask with broadcast, and you can set the IP address here. Okay, in this way you can use if config command to set an IP mask, broadcast IP address, okay, all these things. You can also set an MTU, that is the maximum transmission unit, okay, of your network. So here I want to set it to 4000. Here you can see above it is 1500. Okay, so I want to set it to 4000, and now let's see here if config. Okay, now it's set to 4000. Okay, in this way you can set the maximum transmission unit. Okay, now let's talk about promise mode. Okay, here I would like to show you how to enable the promise mode. When you enable the promise mode, your network card is going to receive all the packets. Okay, you can learn online about the promise mode in detail. Okay, so here I would like to show you how to enable it. If you want to enable the promise mode, just type if config enp0s3 and then promise. Okay, here spelling mistake. Now hit enter. Now our promise mode is enabled, and if you want to disable this mode, just type here hyphen and hit enter. Now the promise mode is disabled. In this way you can enable and disable the promise mode. Okay, the next thing that I would like to show you is how to set the MAC address. What is MAC address? MAC stands for Media Access Control, and it is a hardware address. Okay, hardware address of your network card, and it is permanently mounted. You cannot change it. You can change it temporarily, but you cannot change this address permanently. Okay, so you can set the hardware address here with the help of this if config command. So here what you need to do is you need to provide this information like this, that is sudo if config interface name, then HW for hardware, then ether, and there here you need to set this hardware address. So here above you can see there is ether 080027A83069. It is the hardware address of our local virtual network card. So I want to replace this with 02, then 00, then 27, A831, and here 65. Okay, hit enter and if config. Now here you can see our hardware address is replaced with the new one. Okay, so in this way you can set an hardware address of your network card. Okay, but it is changed temporarily, not permanently. Okay, after performing all the operations, I would like to show you some another commands, that is if up and if down. These are used to enable and disable an interface. Okay, so just type sudo if up. It is used to up an interface. Okay, and if down is used to down an interface. So enp0s3. Okay, and hit enter. Now our network is down. Here just type if config. Okay, and if you want to up the network, just type if up and the interface name. Okay, now let's check if config. In this way you can enable and disable the interfaces with the help of these two commands. Okay, so we learn how to manage the network interface in this lesson. Hello friends, welcome back. In this lesson we're going to talk about how to setting up your own static IP address. So what is static IP address? In our previous lesson we learned how to set up an IP address with if config command. Okay, but those IP addresses are dynamic IP addresses, means those IP addresses are provided by the router. Okay, So dynamic IP addresses changes when you restart your machine. Okay, so static IP address is a concept in which when you set the IP address, you need to set it manually and it do not change even if you restart your machine. Okay, it remains the same whenever you restart the machine. Okay, the benefits of static IP address is that if you want to set up your machine as a web server or mail server, or you want to remotely access your machine, so setting up your IP address as static will help you to deal with your machine very well. Okay, so in this lesson we're gonna learn how to set up a static IP address practically. Okay, so let's see. Okay, first of all, let's check here our IP address. Currently we are having an IP address 10.0.2.15, okay, and net mask 255.255.255.0, okay, separated by dots, and then the broadcast is 10.0.2.255. okay. You need to know these things to set up an IP address, because here 10.0.2.15 is an IP address provided by the DHCP server. So I'm going to set the IP address in between this range, okay, to avoid any error. So to set up your own static IP address, you also need to know your network address and also the gateway address. Okay, so to see or to find the network address and the default gateway or gateway address, there is a command root. Okay, with root you can get this information. Okay, now here with this you can see here the destination here is 10.0.2.0. this is our network address, and 10.0.2.2 is our gateway address. Okay, so write down this on your computer. Okay, in my case it is 10.0.2.2. okay, it may be different in your cases. Okay, so write down all these IP addresses on your paper with a network, then gateway. Okay, we need to write down in a configuration file all these IP addresses. Okay, so after getting these IP addresses, we need to move inside etc network and interfaces. Okay, now we are inside this file. Okay, so to set up a static IP address, just replace this DHCP with static. Okay, and enter, and now hit tab, and after that type address. Okay, here I want to set 10.0.2.16. okay, the previous address is 15. okay, now I changed to 16. okay, after this set the net masks, so 255.255.255.0, then the network. okay, our network address that we got is 10.0.2.0, and after network address you need to provide the broadcast. The broadcast address is 10.0.2.255, and after broadcast address provide the gateway. So the gateway is 10.0.2.2. okay, and at the last you need to provide the DNS server address. okay, so you get the DNS server address with the nslookup command. okay, so I will show you later how to get it. okay, first of all let's set this IP address here, 169.30.251. okay, now write down the data and quit the file. okay, just type nslookup and do this with our loopback address. okay, here you can get the server address, the DNS server address, that is 10.169.30.251. it is in my case, it may be different in your case. okay, so write down that address and write inside that configuration file. okay, now after adding all the data, now it's time to check the IP address. okay, it is still the same, that is the previous IP address here, that is 10.0.2.15. so here what you need to do is sudo if down enp0s3. Okay, there is a problem. If up, now again perform if down. Okay, and now do if up. Okay, now check if config. Okay, here you can see that we are having the same IP address that we have before setting the static IP address. So and the if down and if up command doesn't work. So in this case, what you need to do is you need to restart your virtual machine. Okay, so to restart it, just type sudo reboot now, and after restarting you will find your IP address changed to 10.0.2.16. okay, so let's reboot it now. Okay, now after restarting the machine, let's see the IP address. So if config, and here you can see our IP address is changed with the IP address that we set in the configuration file. Okay, that is 10.0.2.16. okay, in this way you can setting up your own static IP address and manage your services. Okay, and we're gonna learn about how to set up your own web server in the upcoming lesson. Okay, and if you want to test whether this IP address is successfully changed or not, you can use the ping command to test its connectivity. So just ping with the www.google.com. let's see. Okay, our ping is successful. That means our IP address is configured successfully. Okay, in this way you can configure your own static IP address. Hello friends, welcome back. In this lesson we're going to talk about how to monitor the network services, okay, in the Linux environment. In this lesson we're going to talk about some of the important commands which are very helpful for you to monitor the network services. Okay, so let's see here all the commands one by one. Okay, the first command that I would like to show you is netstat. The netstat command gives you the information about all the active connections. Okay, so let's see here how it works. When you type netstat like this, it will list the connections on your system. Okay, there are different switches with the help of which you're gonna get more information. Okay, when you type -a, then it will list all the active connections on your system. Whether it is active or not, it will list all the connections with a -a. So just type -a and more to view the connections status one by one. Okay, so here you can see it gives this information like this, okay, with the inode number, with the path of that process or that software or program, and it gives the status whether it is listening or connected, okay, like that. Then type, that is stream or dgram, okay, then flag, then proto, that is the protocol. There are different protocols like TCP, FTP, UDP. So in this way, when you type A, then it will list all the active connections. And if you want to listen only the TCP connections, all TCP connections, then just type A and T, then it will list all the TCP ports. Here you can see it shows the TCP ports only, okay, with their local IP address and foreign IP address and the state, whether it is listening or not. Okay, and here if you want to see only UDP ports, then just type U, then it will list all the UDP ports which are currently listening on your system. Okay, and if you want to see all the TCP ports with only listening ports, so for that reason just type L and hit enter. Now it lists only the listening ports on your system. Okay, so listening ports are those ports which are waiting for the incoming connection. Okay, listening ports are generally are the ports which are provided by the server for the clients. Okay, so in this way you can view all the active listening connections for the TCP ports. And if you want to do the same with UDP, then just replace this T with U and hit enter, and here you can see the active listening UDP port connections. Okay, in this way you can view this information. Okay, and if you want to see the statistics of your interface, then just type s like this, and here more to view one by one. So here you can see the statistics like the IP information, the packets sent, received information, the protocol, that is TCP UDP. Okay, like this information here in complete form, okay, in the form of statistics. And if you want to view the information of the program, okay, if you want to view the program name, okay, also, so just type T and P. Okay, so now, okay, it's not printing here, listening. Okay, so here you can see on your right hand side you can see the program name, but it is blank here because it may be hidden for some reasons. Okay, so but if you want to view the program name, just type P. And if you want to see the username of the process or the program, so just type E. Okay, when you type E, you can see here it gives the information about the inode number and the user. So here you can see the root user, the systemd resolve, these are the users for the TCP ports here. So in this way you can list this information. If you want to view the routing table information that we saw with root command in our previous lesson, you can just type R and hit enter. Okay, here you can view like this. And if you don't want to print the host name, if you want to print only the IP addresses, here you can see in this case the host name must be default here, column number 1. If you don't want to print that and you want to print the IP address, just type N and hit enter. Now here you can see 0.0.0.0 is get printed here, okay, instead of that default name. Okay, in this way you can see such kind of information. If you can also print the interface name, okay, on your local system like this. Okay, so these are the interfaces. Here you can see ENP0S3 and LO. These are the interface names that you can list with I. And if you want to see more user-friendly output of this, then just type E. Okay, and hit enter. Okay, then you can see the output like then ifconfig command. Okay, and if you want to view the multicast group information, then type -G. Okay, this will list the multicast group information. And there is a fun way. If you want to view the output of nestas command in a continuous way, like you maybe saw in some hacker movies, that screen continue to scroll the DOS output or that command line output. So just type here C and hit enter, and now you can see it continues to scroll that screen, okay, for a long time until you press Ctrl C to quit. Okay, in this way you can use the netstat command to monitor the network connections on the interface, on your local interface. Okay, in our previous lesson we saw a root command. Okay, we saw here like this root, and with this we get the network IP and the default gateway. Okay, here I would like to show you the more information about the root command. So you can add a default root into your system with the root command. So sudo root, then add. Okay, after that default gateway and the IP address of your gateway machine, okay, or the gateway interface. So after this hit enter, and you will find that the default gateway has been added. And if you want to delete that, then just type sudo root del default, and after typing this you will find your default gateway will be removed. Okay, in this way you can perform these advanced operation with root command. You can also block a particular host from your interface. Okay, so to do that, what you need to do is just type the command root. Okay, you need to have sudo access, and after that sudo root add, okay, then host. Suppose I want to block a host 10.0.2.14, and for this type reject. Okay, and hit enter. Okay, and if I try to ping that 10.0.2.14, let's see what it says. No route to the host. That means that host is blocked on this interface. Okay, you can also block a complete network, okay, on your system. So to do that, what you need to do is just replace this host with net. Okay, and here you need to provide the IP range, suppose like this, and then net mask 255 or here 0, and after that reject and hit enter. Okay, after doing this you will find you blocked all the networks, means you cannot configure any IP address in that range on your interface. Okay, in this way the root command can be used to perform the advanced operations. Okay, after performing all these advanced operations, the next I would like to show you how to monitor the packets, or how to capture the packets on your interface. Okay, so there is a command called as tcp dump. With the help of tcp dump command, you can monitor the packets on any interface on your system. Okay, so first check whether that command is installed or not, or if you find that command is not installed, just type sudo wget install tcp dump. Okay, and after that that command will get installed on your system. And now I have that command, so just type tcp dump, and you need to provide here switch I for interface, and then interface name emp0s3, and hit enter. Okay, now here you can see it start to listen for the incoming or outgoing ports, okay, on that interface. So what happens is it captures the packets on that interface and show it to you. Okay, so currently I'm not going to capture the packets because it takes a long time actually to capture the packets, because there is no interaction is going on this interface currently. So I'm going to press Ctrl C. Okay, you can hit the command here and wait for a long time. Then after some time you will find something is going on, means it captures some packets on your system and show it to you. Okay, so in this way you can capture the packets. If you want to see all the available interfaces on your system, then just type here the switch capital D. Okay, so hit enter, and this will list all the available interfaces on your system. After this, suppose you want to capture the packets for particular amount of time, or particular packets, specific packets, then just type here -c and then 5. Okay, and then -i and interface name. Okay, like this, and it will capture the packets, only 5 packets or 5 times, okay, on this interface. Okay, and if you want to print all the packets in the ASCII format to the output, then just type -a and then I and the interface name emp0s3. Okay, and hit enter. Now it start to capture the packets and it will display it to you in the ASCII format. And if you want to display it in hexadecimal format, then type capital XX and hit enter. Now this will start to listen or start to capture the packet and show it to you in the hexadecimal as well as in ASCII format. Okay, in this way you can capture packets in different forms. You can write down these captured packets to a file. Okay, so if you want to capture those packets, then what you need to do is you need to type W here, and here you need to provide the file name. I'm going to provide here 001 dot or 2 dot pcap for packet capture, and hit enter. Now after hitting enter, it will capture the packet on interface emp0s3 and save that file in your current directory. Okay, and if you want to read that captured packets, what you need to do is just provide -r and the file name. So here you can see on my system currently I have already captured a packet, okay, in the file 0001.pcap. So I want to show it to you. how to read the packet file. So tcp dump then r and file name 001.pcap and hit enter. Now here you can see how it read that file and show it to you, okay, with -r. Okay, you can also do like if you want to see only TCP ports, if you want to capture the packets from only TCP ports, okay, then you can do it like this, like tcp dump then enp0s3, and here just need to provide TCP. Then what happens is it captures only TCP packets on that interface in enp0s3. You can also provide a port number. If you want to capture the packets for port number, a particular port number, then you can provide like this the port number and then hit enter. You can also capture packets from the source machine, okay, or source IP address. So for source IP address, just provide src and the IP address of your source machine. Source IP address means your local machine, okay. So suppose I want to capture it for this, then hit enter. Now it start to listen or start to capture the packets on this interface on for this IP address only. And you can also capture for destination. So to capture the packets for destination machine, just type DST and the IP address of the destination machine. So here you need to provide, suppose I have destination machine of IP address 192.168.0.1, okay. Now it start to capturing the packets on that interface. Okay, in this way you can perform all the network monitoring related tasks with the help of these commands. These are very basic but very important commands, okay. These commands are very helpful in performing the network administration, okay. So practice these commands on your own. Hello friends, welcome back. In this lesson we're going to talk about how to talk with the DNS server. So what is DNS server? DNS server is responsible for resolving a domain name into an IP address. Okay, so whenever we type any domain name into the browser, then the DNS server finds the corresponding IP address of the website, okay, and find that website for us and gives us the access to that website, okay. So DNS servers are responsible for finding the IP addresses of the domain names, okay, that we type into the browser, okay. So in this lesson we're gonna talk about how to get the information about the DNS servers, okay. In case there is a problem on our system about the DNS server, then we can easily resolve that, okay. So there are few tools, okay, which can be used to get the information about the DNS servers. So let's see practically how to do this. Okay, the first command that I would like to show you is nslookup. The nslookup command is used to find the information about the DNS server, okay. So there are two modes with which we can start the nslookup. The one is non-interactive mode and the other is interactive mode. So first of all I would like to show you how to use the command with non-interactive mode, okay. So the non-interactive mode is like this. First you need to type the command and after that you need to type the domain name, okay. So I want to get the information about ubuntu.com, okay, and hit enter, okay. After hitting the command like this, here you can see we get the information about the IP address of ubuntu.com and the local DNS servers, okay, on this Linux machine, okay, that is 127.0.0.53. Okay, in this way you can get the basic information in this form, okay. If you want to query different records about any domain, then you can do like this. Suppose you want to query an MX record. An MX record is a mail exchange record, okay, which is responsible for whenever some mail sent to ubuntu.com, then it confirms that that mail actually sent to that domain, okay. So to query that, you need to type query equal to mx and this will find the mail exchange record for ubuntu.com. So here you can see it says non-authoritative answer for ubuntu.com, and mail exchanger equal to 10. Okay, mxcanonical.com, it is the record for this domain. Okay, you can also search for NS records. So what is NS record? NS record is name servers, or you can call it DNS servers. So to find the name server records for ubuntu.com, just replace this mx with ns and hit enter. And here you can see you will get the name server records for ubuntu.com. So there are 4 name servers: ns1, ns4, ns3 and ns2. Okay, these are the name servers which are reserved for ubuntu.com. You can also search SOA, start of authority records. So just replace that ns with SOA. Okay, and hit enter. Okay, with SOA you will get the records like this. Okay, that is it gives the origin ns1.canonical.com, then mail address hostmaster.canonical.com, then serial number of that domain, refresh, retry, expire and minimum. Okay, this information you will get with SOA records. If you want to see all the records of this ubuntu.com, then you can do here like this. Just type any and hit enter. And here you can see it will gives you all the information about that domain. Okay, it contains all these records. Okay, so in this way you can query the information about a DNS server with the help of this NS lookup. There is a technique called as a reverse DNS lookup. So to perform reverse DNS lookup, what you need to do is you need to provide an IP address. So here you can see the IP address of this ubuntu.com is 91.189.94.40. You need to provide the IP address, okay, instead of domain name, and hit enter. Now here you can see it will give you this information after performing the reverse DNS lookup. Okay, in this way you can perform all these operations with the help of NS lookup command. So after performing this, I want to show you an advanced thing that you can perform a port based operations. Okay, suppose you want to perform on port number 34. Okay, so what you need to do is port, and then here specify the port and provide the domain name. You can perform an port specific query information operation here like this. Invalid port, because that port is not actually set there. The by default port is 53 when you are performing NS lookup operation, and that is why it's not giving any proper answer. Okay, in this way you can perform all these operations in non-interactive mode. So now I would like to show you how to perform these operations with interactive mode. Okay, so get inside interactive mode, just hit enter. Okay, now we are inside the interactive mode. So suppose I want to search for mx record. So type here set mx. Now after this, type the domain. Suppose I want to do this for ubuntu.com. Okay, now this gives the information about the mx record. And you can perform this operation for multiple domains. This is the difference in between non-interactive and interactive mode. So suppose I want to do it for codeoffline.com, which is my domain or my website. Just hit enter, and this will give this information. Suppose you want to perform NS information, so set type equal to NS and query Ubuntu, or suppose let's try for google.com, and this will give this information about the name servers of google.com. Okay, in this way you can perform all these operations in interactive mode. And if you want to see all the records, then just type set type equal to any and then domain name. Okay, in this way it will perform the operations in interactive mode. If you want to quit, type exit, clear. Okay, this is the way by which you can get the information about your name servers or MX records, and by getting that info you can actually get to the point that exactly where the problem. Okay, suppose your domain is not working properly, it goes offline, or for any problem you can search for this information whether it is properly configured or not. Okay, by knowing this you will debug the problems about the DNS. Okay, so the next command, which is the similar command like NSLOOKUP, I would like to show you here. The command is dig. With dig command you can perform the same operations on any domain. So suppose I want to perform for ubuntu.com, and this will give this information to the output like the IP address of Ubuntu and other information, that query time, server address means the local DNS server address. And this answer is very long. You don't need this kind of ugly output. So if you want a short answer, you just need to type plus and short and hit enter, and then you will find this answer in this short form. Okay, suppose you want to find MX record, then just type here MX and hit enter, and this will give this short answer. If you remove this, you will get this long ugly answer. Okay, if you want to search for NS record, just type NS short, and this will give you the name server information about ubuntu.com. You can also perform for different records like SOA, and for all type of records just type any, and this will give all the information. You can also perform a reverse DNS lookup with this. So for that just type the IP address 91.189.94.40. okay, it's not giving any answer. Just type the okay, like this you will get an answer. In this way you can perform all these operations here. But with dig command, at the command line you can query for multiple domain names at one. So suppose I want to perform codeoffline.com for NS record, then short, and for Ubuntu I want to perform MX record, or you can do it in small and type short. Let's see what happens. Okay, there is a spelling mistake for ubuntu.com. okay, in this way you will get the information about the multiple domains with this technique. In this way the dig command can be used. And there is another command which is used to perform the same operations. The command is host. With host you will get the same information like above commands, like codeoffline.com. okay, like this. Here it displays the IP address of codeoffline.com, and if you want to see a particular record like MS, NS, then just type here -t and then MX, and for suppose I want to do it for Google, then google.com. okay, like this you will get the info for a particular record. And if you want to see all the records, then just type -a and hit enter. okay, you need to remove this MX, hit enter. okay, in this way this will gives all the information regarding the google.com domain. okay, it gives the A record, the A record, MX record, NS record, CAA record, TXT, SOA. all these records can be found here about google.com. In this way you can query the DNS related information with the help of this command, okay, on your Linux system. And if you have any problem about your domain or anything like that, you will resolve that by getting this information. okay, hello friends, welcome back. In this lesson we're gonna talk about how to manage our Ubuntu server with SSH server and putty software. okay, so suppose you are having this Windows machine. okay, and you want to control your server remotely. Okay, you can control your server from any part of the world with the help of this technique. Okay, so what you need to do, okay, in order to access your server, so first of all you need to install an OpenSSH software, okay, OpenSSH server software on your server machine. Okay, and after that you need to download and install a putty software. Okay, it is a client software you need to install on your client machine. Okay, so after doing this, what happens is it will establishes an SSH protocol in between client and server machine, and you will be able to access your data, okay, via this secure protocol or via this pipeline. Okay, so let's see practically how to do this. So I already having the OpenSSH server installed. So what you need to do is you need to do sudo wget install OpenSSH server and hit enter. Okay, and after that, because I already having, I'm not going to install here. Okay, after installing the server, what you need to do is you need to go to your network connections, and here you can see the virtual host only network. Okay, here you need to go to properties, and here go to internet protocol and properties, and here you need to set the IP range, okay, according to your server. So on our server we are having 10.0.2. That IP range. So here I'm going to set an IP address in that range 10.0.2. Suppose here 19, and here set up the gateway that our machine is having. Okay, the server machine is having. So 10.0.2.2 is the gateway of this server machine. Okay, and click OK. Okay, we are doing these settings here because we are using the Virtualbox. Okay, we are using here our virtual machines, and that's why we need to do these settings here. Okay, we have set that IP address here. The next thing that you need to do is you need to download the putty software. Okay, let's check here for our IP address is successfully configured or not. First of all, go to devices here, then network settings. Okay, here we have set the NAT. Okay, now select here host only adapter. Okay, it will automatically select this virtual host only Ethernet adapter. Here click on this allow all and click OK. Okay, and from Google you need to download the putty software. So type Google and type putty and click Google search. Okay, until that just ping here our IP address that we have configured 2.19. okay, our ping is successful. That means we are able to connect to our machine. Okay, now click on this download putty and click on here. Okay, just scroll down here at the bottom, and here you just need to download this putty 32-bit. Because I have 32-bit machine, that's why I'm downloading this. If you are having 64-bit machine, you can download this. Okay, so click this for download and it will automatically download. So here I'm going to cancel it because I already having that software on my machine. Okay, now our ping is successful for that IP address that we have configured for the virtual host adapter. So now here the putty software is on my desktop, so you need to click this. Okay, and here you need to find your IP address from your server. So if config, and here we are having 10.0.2.16. okay, so type that IP address here 10.0.2.16, and here you need to set 22. okay, here select SSH and click on these default settings. Okay, and save. Okay, and now open. Okay, here you can see it says login as. Okay, if you are trying this first time, it will ask you to save the SSH key. So on that dialog box you need to click yes. Okay, because I already saved that registry key on my machine, that's why it does not showing any pop-up box here. Okay, so here I'm going to log in as Prashant and my password. Okay, and we have logged in successfully. Okay, now here you can see our server is running here, and I'm going to control our server via this putty software. Okay, you can increase the size of it like this. The benefit of using putty software is that you can point out the things like this with the help of the mouse. Okay, which is very easy for navigate. Now here I'm going to perform command like clear or if config. You can perform any operation via this putty software. Okay, so this SSH server is pretty secure to perform a remote connection. Okay, with the server. Okay, you can securely transfer files, or you can securely perform any command operation with the help of this technique or this software. And with putty you can see here you can perform different operations. Okay, now I'm going to close it. Okay, and run. Okay, here you can set the colors. You can set here different settings for putty in case you want. Okay, and it's simple to do those settings here. That's why I'm not going to show you here. You can do it on your own. So in this way you can securely connect to your Ubuntu server with the help of putty software. Okay. Hello friends, welcome back. Welcome to this final lesson of this section. In this lesson we're going to talk about how to troubleshoot the network problems. Okay, in our previous lessons we learned some of the commands to troubleshoot the network problems, like if down, if up, or we learn how to configure an IP with if config command. Okay, so here in this lesson I'm going to show you some of the important commands for troubleshooting the network problems. Okay, we saw in some of the previous lessons the use of ping. Okay, in this lesson I'm going to show you some of the details of the ping command. Okay, so let's see practically how to do this. Ping is a command which is generally used to test the connectivity in between two computers. Okay, so there is a format like this. You can ping either a domain like this or an IP address like this. Okay, but you can't ping both at once, so just hit enter here. We saw this kind of output in the previous lesson. So when we ping google.com, it gives the output like this. The number of bytes of data is transmitted to the destination or that google.com to get the reply. Okay, and we get this reply. So such kind of reply means we have successfully connected to google.com. Okay, so at the statistics here you can see 15 packet transmitted, 15 received, and 0% packet loss. Okay, the time required for this operation, you get the statistics like this. Okay, so when you ping any IP or domain, it continues to ping until you press Ctrl C. Okay, but there is a switch -C with which you can control this output. Okay, so I want to see the output only 5 times. So here I can set like this, ping -C 5 and google.com, and let's see. Okay, now here you can see it's gonna print only 5 ping output. Okay, like this. Okay, you can set the ping output like this. Okay, now there is an option we can set, and that option is called as time interval. Okay, so with small -I you can set a time interval. So I want to see the output of this ping after 5 milliseconds. Okay, means I want to set the time interval between 2 pings. Okay, so here you can set like this and hit enter. Okay, so now let's see. This is our first ping, then second, and third, 4th, 5th. Okay, it's gonna print each output with an difference of 5 milliseconds. Okay, in this way you can set the time interval, okay, with -I. Okay, there is another option called as a flood ping. So you can send flood of pings to the destination IP address with -F. So by pressing this, but you need to set a time interval also. So let's see what happens here. It is not showing any output here very fast because it is busy in sending floods of ping to the google.com. Okay, so now press Ctrl C. Okay, now you can see here we cannot get any ping output, but here at the bottom statistics you can see 6 packet transmitted, 6 packet received. Okay, that means it send flood of pings to the destination with -F. Okay, if you have multiple network cards, okay, or multiple interfaces on your system, then you can specify with -I and then the interface name. So like this 0, and you can ping to the IP address. So I have this IP address configured, invalid argument. Okay, we are having enp0s3. Okay, it takes a long time because we only have one interface and we specify with -I. So I'm going to quit here. Okay, when you send the ping command, by default it sends 64 byte of packets. Okay, so you can set up a size of packets to be transmitted to the destination IP, so with -S. So here I want to set it to suppose 100 bytes. Okay, it send the packets in bytes. Okay, so just ping to the Google with 100 bytes. Okay, when you set it to 100 bytes, okay, at the left column here you can see 72 bytes from this network. Okay, you can set the size for the ping. Okay, now after performing all the ping operations for your configured IP, if you get your ping is successful and still you are not able to access the connection or the PC, then there is a problem with the MAC layer. Okay, so to deal with MAC layer, there is command ARP. So with ARP you will get this configuration like this. Okay, so it prints the gateway address, okay, the hardware address, then the address of the destination machines. So 10.0.2.90 is a virtual host only adapter that we configured on the Windows machine. So with this you can see the configured options and you can determine machine or the IP that you are trying to ping is present in this list or not. If it is not present here, that means you need to configure it inside this ARP. Okay, so there is a switch with the help of which you can add an IP address into this list. Okay, suppose I want to add 10.0.2.16. okay, not 16, 22, only 22 here, and I want to set the MAC address to suppose 00:0C 0A. okay, let's do it capital 0A CB EC and 9C. okay, and hit enter. Operation not permitted. Let's do it with sudo. Okay, and now view ARP and -V. Okay, now here at the beginning you can see 10.0.2.22 is been added into this list. Okay, and if you want to delete the entry, what you need to do is you need to provide the switch -D and the IP address. Remove this MAC address from here. Okay, and now let's view arp-v. Okay, the IP is still present there. Okay, let's try to ping 10.22. It says destination host unreachable. That means our IP is removed successfully, but you need to restart this interface to see the changes into this ARP list. Okay, in this way you can determine or troubleshoot the problem on Mac layer. If the problem is present on Mac layer, with the help of this command you can solve that. Okay, after performing all these operations, if you still have problem with your network, then you can test for the gateways or the routers. Okay, so there is a command called as trace route. So first of all you need to install sudo apt-get install and trace route. Okay, I have already installed it on this machine. So what trace route does is it gives the address. Okay, it gives the address of the gateways in between the source and the destination machine. Okay, so an internet is a group of giant networks. So to reach from source to destination, the packet needs to travel along different gateways. Okay, so if there is a problem present in any kind of gateway, so you can determine it with the traceroute command. So to use traceroute you need to type traceroute and then the IP like this google.com. You can type an IP address like this 2.16 or 15. Okay, now I want to traceroute to Google. Let's hit enter. Okay, now here in the output you can see at the beginning it shows the gateway of this local machine, and at the end it shows the gateway of this local machine, and in between these two it shows the output with these stars. The stars represent that either the gateway has blocked the traceroute command, okay, or there is a problem with these gateways. Okay, the gateways which come across this source and destination machines. So by observing this you can easily determine where the problem exists. Okay, so suppose I'm trying to ping here for this 10.02.16. okay, it shows a very small output here. Okay, because it is just a single machine and it is a virtual machine, so that's why we get such kind of output. Okay, the traceroute command by default prints the destination with UDP protocol, but you can set it to ICMP protocol by providing the switch like -I, and the I should be capital. So I'm trying to ping Google with capital I. It says operation not permitted, sudo. Okay, now after providing capital I, we are getting here different IPs that we can't get with the previous output. Okay, which come across between the source and the destination. Okay, in this way you can get such kind of information which will be very helpful for you to solve the problem if it is about the gateways. You can traceroute to any domain or IP by providing a different port. So to traceroute with particular port you need to type -p and the port number. I want to traceroute it with port number 30 and the domain is Google, or let's do it with ubuntu.com. Okay, it's take a long way to reach to ubuntu.com from this local machine. Okay, here you can see there are 30 gateways in between that need to pass, but we have here a different port. Okay, so that's why we get this kind of output. So in this way you can troubleshoot any machine with the help of these commands. Okay. This course is not about networking like CCNA or that, but if you know the basics of computer networking, or if you already completed the basics of CCNA, then you will understand how this works, okay, very easily. So if you don't have any knowledge of CCNA like thing, you can search on YouTube and get a very cool YouTube tutorials for it to understand the basics of it, and then after that you will be able to understand the depth of these tutorials. Okay. Hello friends, welcome back. In this lesson we're going to talk about how to set up your own web server in Linux. Okay, but before actually installing the web server, first understand what is a web server. A web server is a computer which is present somewhere on the internet. Okay, and the job of this web server or this computer is to deliver the requested web pages. Okay, the requested web pages by the users or the clients. Okay, suppose this client machine has opened a ubuntu.com domain. Okay, and suppose the client machine the user from that client machine clicks any link on ubuntu.com, then what happens is it sends an HTTP request to this web server. Okay, and in response this web server sends that requested web page back to the client machine. Okay, in this way the interaction is going on between client and the web server. Okay, if the requested web page is not available, then it sends an error message, okay, back to the client machine. Okay, I hope you understand how the web server works. Okay, there are plenty of softwares available in the market which works as a web server, but I want to show you the best one. So I would like to show you here how to install and configure Apache web server. Okay, Apache is the world's best web server software in the market. Okay, according to Wikipedia, up to now 100 millions, okay, more than 100 millions of websites has been served by this software. Okay, and according to the survey, more than 43 or 48% of websites, okay, are available on Apache web server. Okay, so here I would like to show you how to install and configure the Apache web server in this Linux machine. Okay, so let's see practically how to do this. Okay, first of all, what you need to do is you need to type sudo apt-get install Apache 2 and hit enter your password. Okay, it says already the newest version because I have already installed this on my machine. So after installation complete, I would like to show you the important files, okay, configuration files about Apache web server. So let's get inside cd etc and Apache 2, okay, and ls. Okay, here apache2.conf, the first file present here is the main configuration file for Apache server, and near about all the configurations, okay, can be done in this file. Okay, then here you can see ports.conf. This is the configuration file, okay, where we can specify on which port number our server should listen. Okay, and there are some directories like conf.enabled, conf.available. So the configurations which are available for Apache server are reside inside conf.available, and conf.enabled contains the enabled configurations. Okay, then there is mods available and mods enabled. So all the modules which are available are resides inside this directory, that is mod available, and all the enabled modules are reside inside mods enabled directory. And there are also two directories, sites enabled and sites available. So all the websites which are available are reside in sites available, and enabled sites are reside inside sites enabled. Okay, so next I would like to show you some of the important files. So let's get inside var. Okay, so here inside this var you can see www, okay, at the end. So let's get inside www. Okay, here you can see HTML. So all the contents of an sites are available inside this directory, all the contents. So let's get inside HTML. Here you can see index.html. It is a dummy or example website. Okay, it's a web page which is present inside this directory. If you want to store your own website, you can copy all the data here in this directory and you can enable that site. Okay, after this I want to show you another important file, var, then log. Okay, inside this you just need to get inside cd apache 2. Okay, ls. Here you can see access.log and error.log. These are two important files. So whatever requests that sent to your server are recorded in this file, that is access.log, and whatever error messages are generated by the server are recorded in error.log file. Okay, so suppose you are getting any kind of error, then you can go to this error.log and see the reason for that error. Okay, you can find the reason for that error. Okay, Apache is a big concept. Okay, it's a big concept. In this lesson, just I want to show you how to install and configure your own web server. Okay, so this is just the basic thing that I would like to show, and in the next lesson I'm going to show you how to secure your Apache web server. Okay, so now our server is installed here. Okay, so how to check whether the server is running or not? So just type service, then Apache 2 and status. Okay, it says running. Okay, Apache 2 service changed on disk, run system ctl units. Okay, there is no problem. Press Ctrl C, clear. Okay, I want to see the output of this server to this Windows machine. So first of all, go to devices in your Virtualbox, the network settings, and here click advanced and port forwarding. Okay, here I'm going to port forward because I want to see the output of our server outside this Virtualbox. Okay, so here type the application name. You can type whatever you want. Okay, here the host IP. So here your Windows IP. Okay, our IP is this 192.168.0.101. So just type in here 192.168.0.101. Okay, here the port number. Okay, host port, I want to listen on port 2500, and here is the IP address of your Linux machine, that is 10.0.2.16. okay, and the port number. By default Apache runs on this port number, and you can change this port number via that ports.conf file. Okay, now click save. Okay, so because we can't access 10.0.2.16 outside of that virtual machine, okay, so for that we need to do this port forwarding. So now just type this IP address like this and the port number here, and okay, and here you can see the output of our web server. Okay, this is the port number on which our server is listening. Okay, because we set in the port forwarding. Okay, and this is the IP address. Okay, suppose you type www.facebook.com, that is the domain name, and behind that domain name an IP address is present. Okay, behind each domain name. Okay, in our upcoming lesson I'm going to show you how to set up and install your own DNS server where your all concepts gonna clear. Okay, will be clear about the working of this concept. Okay, so here our web server is present. Okay, after this var www cdhtml. Okay, this is the main config, this is the main web page. Okay, here you can see index.html. This is the page, this is that page, that is index.html. okay, so suppose I want to do some changes to it, so sudo y index.html. okay, here you can see this is the data which is present. I want to modify this to something else. Okay, suppose I add here, this site is hacked by. Okay, it's not an hacking demonstration here, but just to show you. Suppose this is your own website. Okay, a website is a collection of different web pages and files. Suppose there is an audio or video file, and all these files are linked to each other as a link or an hyperlink. Okay, and whenever we click on any link, that link is delivered to the client by the web server. Okay, so I modify this site here and save, and now let's see. Let's refresh this page, and here you can see this is the change. Okay, this change is occurred here. Okay, in this way an website works. Okay, you can add your own website. The main file of any website is named as index.html. okay, so your website should present inside this directory as index.html, and whenever a user types the IP address, okay, then he will find your web page on his machine. Okay, because our site is present on our local network, that's why it is, you can call it as intranet, and if it is available publicly, then you can call it as internet. Okay, so in this way our web server works. Okay, in the next lesson I want to show you how to secure your web server. Okay, hello friends, welcome back. In this lesson we're going to talk about how to secure your Apache web server. In our previous lesson we learned how to install, okay, and configure this server. Okay, now it's time to protect our server against the hacker attacks. Okay, so let's see practically how to do this. Okay, the first attack that I want to show you is knowing the server name and version name. Okay, hackers can use this technique to know what server your website is running. Okay, what server and version number of the Apache. Okay, so first of all let's see how this attack can be performed. Okay, let's type your IP address here. Okay, like this. Okay, this is our website or web page. So what hacker does is it just search for a directory which does not present, like this, and hit enter. So in response our server display this output. Okay, that is Apache version and the server, that is Ubuntu server. Okay, so by knowing this Apache version number and our operating system, hacker can easily know what vulnerabilities are present for these servers. Okay, and by getting that he can easily hack your system. Okay, so to protect against this attack, what you need to do is just go to etc apache 2. okay, here, and open this with sudo access apache2.conf y. Okay, and here what you need to do is you just need to add here these 2 lines of code, that is server signature, okay, and off. Okay, and after that server tokens prod. Okay, by adding these 2 lines of code you can protect your server against this attack. Okay, just write it down and restart Apache service Apache 2 restart. service Apache to restart. Okay, now let's try to perform the same thing again. Let's do it EE. Okay, here you can see now we can't get the version number and the server name here. Okay, by adding these two lines of code you can protect against this attack. The next attack is directory browsing. So what is directory browsing? Okay, first of all let's get inside var var. Okay, here www, then html. Okay, here you can see index.html file is present here. It is our main file for the website. And suppose here you create a new directory here, like with sudo access. Okay, sudo mkdir n or s. Okay, inside this create a text file, sudo touch s.txt. Okay, inside the s directory there is a file s.txt. Now open this file and add some data. This is the test to understand the concept directory browsing. Okay, okay, now we have added a new directory and inside that directory a file is present. Okay, so just try to do here like this s and hit enter. Okay, so what happens is it reveals that directory content here, that is s.txt file, and when you click this it will reveal this information. Okay, so hackers can perform these kinds of attacks and they can get to know the internal information, or they can get your source code. Okay, so to protect against these kinds of attacks, what you need to do is you just go to the same file again, cd 2 sudo y apache2.conf. okay, and here you need to insert, okay, this code, that is directory, okay, var www html. okay, and after this options here hyphen indexes. Okay, and make sure you type as I'm typing. Okay, don't give any space or extra space there. In case of this option indexes, type it as it is and like this. Okay, and after this now restart the Apache. Okay, sudo service Apache to restart. Okay, now it is restarted. Now let's try to perform the same thing here. Yes, okay, now it's not showing anything and it says you don't have permission to access S on this server. Okay, in this way we can protect against this directory browsing attack. The third thing that you need to do is you need to keep update your Apache version regularly. Okay, so to update your Apache, what you need to do is you just need to type sudo, okay, apt get install, okay, Apache 2 and reinstall. After performing this operation, it will reinstall or update the current Apache version. Okay, the next type of attack is the DDoS attacks. Okay, by sending a huge amount of requests to your server, an attacker or an hacker can perform a DDoS attack and your server goes down. Okay, so to protect against this attack, what you need to do is just edit the file again here, sudo y apache2.conf. okay, to protect against DDoS attack. I cannot show you here the demonstration for it because it takes a lot of time. Okay, so to protecting against this attack, just type directory, then var www html. okay, and you can do this for a particular directory. Suppose I want to limiting the request for the S directory, then I can type like this. HTML is the main directory, so that's why I'm going to do this for it. Limit request body. okay, and I want only 10,000 requests, okay, for our server directory in this way, and just write it down, restart. okay, the server is restarted here because we don't get any error here. That means our configuration is added successfully. okay, the next type of protection that I would like to show you is restricting access to particular directories. okay, we can restrict access to particular directories, okay, by adding a few lines of code to this. okay, first of all, here you can see we have access to this page. okay, and suppose, okay, here I'm going to restrict access to the main directory. Here HTML is our main directory, so here you just need to add a few lines of code like this: directory var www, and here I want to restrict for HTML, or you can restrict for a particular directory like this. okay, you need to specify the path here like this way. okay, now after this, here you need to do options none. This option tells that no other user can be able to modify extra feature for your server. okay, so set this option to none, then order, deny, allow. okay, this option tells in which order your directories can be processed. okay, and then deny from all. This line of code protects your server from, or you can call it root directory, from unauthorized access. okay, by adding this line of code you can protect your server. okay, let's see what happens. okay, we have restricted access to the main directory. okay, so sudo service apache2 restart. okay, is restarted successfully, and now let's see here what happens. okay, now because we have restricted access to the main file, that's why it says forbidden. You don't have permission to access on the servers. okay, in this way you can restrict access to particular directory on your server. okay, the next thing I want to show is disable the Apache following symbolic links. okay, Apache follows by default some symbolic links. okay, hackers can use this information to perform some kind of attack. okay, so to restrict that, you need to add a few lines of code here. okay, open this with sudo. okay, now here you need to add only one line of code. First of all, you need to add like this directory. okay, and this is the one line of code. Options, and it is hyphen follow sim links. okay, and after this close this directory. okay, in this way you can perform or protect your server. okay, now again sudo service apache2 restart. Okay, our server is started successfully. That means our operation is successful. Okay, there is no way to see the output for this protection. Okay, in this way we can protect our server against hacker attack. Okay, but it's not enough, because hackers are such persons which are in search for finding vulnerabilities in your server. Okay, they are always trying to crack such kind of servers, or trying to attack it in different ways. They are always in search for finding the way for attacking the server. So by searching online for the latest techniques to protecting servers is the only way to protect yourself 100%. Okay, in this section we're gonna learn how to install and configure our own email server. Okay, but before actually installing and configuring, we need to understand how an email server works. Okay, means in our daily lives we send and receive emails with the applications like Gmail, Hotmail, okay, or private applications like Outlook. Okay, but we don't know what exactly the procedure is going on, okay, at the background. So in this lesson I want to show you the working of an email server. Okay, so let's understand this with the basic demonstration here. Suppose there is a client whose email address is Bob, okay, bob@gmail.com, and every user application that we are using for sending and receiving email is called as user agent. Okay, whether it is Hotmail or Gmail, such applications are called as user agent applications. And suppose this Bob wanting to send an email to tom@gmail.com. So what happens is, every domain that is @gmail.com, okay, @gmail.com is a domain. So every domain contains an SMTP server. Okay, every domain contains this SMTP server called as mail transfer agent. Okay, so when the client machine sends, okay, the message to tom@gmail.com, then the SMTP server search for the domain here. So because it's belong to the local domain name, that is the SMTP server's domain name, so it searches for that account, okay, in the local database, okay, and deliver the message to that account if that account present. Okay, in this way the local mail delivery works. Local means that email is belonging to the same domain to which the client belongs. Okay, and what if the client wanting to send an email to joy@hotmail.com? Hotmail.com is another domain. So in this case public DNS servers gonna help us. Okay, so how they gonna help us? Because every SMTP server is registered to this public DNS servers. Okay, we're gonna learn about how to install and configure our own DNS servers in the upcoming lessons, but for now just understand every SMTP server is registered there. Okay, so as the user sends the email to hotmail.com, then the SMTP server of Gmail checks for the domain. First it checks for the domain, and because the domain is not belonging to gmail.com, it sends the request to the public DNS servers. Okay, and when it sends the public DNS servers, the public DNS servers searches for the IP address of @hotmail.com. Okay, and when they found the IP address of hotmail.com, they send that information back to the SMTP server of Gmail. Okay, and as it gets the IP information, it establishes a direct connection with the SMTP server of hotmail.com and delivers the message. Okay, in this way, whenever we want to send an email to other domain which is not belonging to the local domain, then the procedure works in this way. Okay, in this way the email servers works whenever we want to send or receive any email. In our next lesson we're gonna learn how to install and configure our own email server. Okay, and we're gonna send and receive, delete emails, okay, with the help of command line. Hello friends, welcome back. Now it's time to learn how to install and configure the email server. Okay, in our previous lesson we learned how an email server works. Okay, so now here I want to show you how to install, configure and send and receive emails, okay, with your own email server. So In this lesson, I'm going to show you how to install the postfix. Postfix gonna act as an SMTP server, okay? You can call it as MTA, that is Mail Transfer Agent. And for user agent, I'm going to install MailUtils, okay? MailUtils gonna act as an user application for sending and receiving emails, okay? So let's see practically how to do this. Okay, here, first thing that you need to do is you need to have 2 or 3 accounts. So because I have Prashant and a root account here, okay, for sending and receiving emails, so you can add a new user if you want to test this with another user. Okay, so to install the postfix, just type sudo apt install postfix, okay, and hit enter. Because I already have it installed on my machine, so okay, it says you have already installed it. Okay, so now after installation of postfix, you need to install MailUtils. Okay, MailUtils. Okay, it says you already have. Okay, after installing both the applications, now I want to show you how to configure the postfix. Okay, you need to configure it. That configuration operation can be performed while installation, but because I have already installed it, so to re-demonstrate you, I'm going to do a thing here, that is sudo dpkg reconfigure. Okay, if you want to reconfigure any application, you can do this with this command, okay, that is dpkg reconfigure, and here you need to set the application name. Okay, so postfix. Okay, now this will take some time. Okay, this way, here you need to select internet site. Okay, while installation you're gonna get this screen, so you need to set it according to your current configuration. So here the system mail name is codeoffline.com. okay, don't set anything here. Okay, set it as it is. No, here you need to set your IP address range if you have a network. Okay, here mailbox size limit, you can set a limit here. Okay, and here you don't need to add anything, just click OK all. Okay, okay, this takes some time. Okay, all these things will be asked to you while installation, so set it according to your choice. Okay, here just get inside etc postfix. Okay, and inside this you can see here, just open it via main.cf. it is the main configuration file for your email server. Okay, here you can see my network. Here you can add your network. Suppose you are having a network 10.0. like this. Okay, you can add your network range here and save that file and restart the email server. Here you can set the host name. Okay, you can set different things here. Okay, so for now, because we are on our local network, so I'm not going to set anything here. Just quit it. Okay, now just type mail. Okay, because we have installed MailUtils, so and here I'm going to send the mail to root@codeoffline.com. okay, here you need to send the account name. Okay, so we are sending the email from Prashant account, so just type Prashant and subject is test, and here you need to add your data that you want to send. So this is the test to understand the working of an email server. Okay, and to send the email just press Ctrl D, because it is in command line program, so that's why we need to perform this on the basis of commands. Okay, so now we have sent the email to root@codeoffline.com. Okay, so just switch user to root. Okay, so to view the mails, just type mail and hit enter. Okay, it's showing here 2 mails. Okay, so just type number 2 here because second email is sent by us right now. Okay, so here you can see the data. This is the test to understand the working of email server. Okay, and if you want to delete the mail, then just type D and the mail. So I want to delete mail number 2. Okay, and just quit. Okay, and again type mail. Okay, now here you can see there is only one mail present. In this way you can delete the mail, and if you want to delete all the mails, just type D and star. Okay, like this. Okay, and if you want to read the mail, you need to just insert the mail number, and you're gonna read that mail. Okay, in this way the email server works. So in this way we can install and configure our own email server. Hello friends, welcome back. In this lesson we're going to talk about the basics of DNS server. So what is DNS server? DNS servers are used to resolve a domain name into its IP address. Okay, whenever we type any domain name into our browser, so what happens is our browser contacts our local DNS server to find the IP address of the domain. Okay, and if our server have that IP address into its database, then it provide that IP address to it, and that website gets into our browser. Okay, that website gets downloaded into our browser. Okay, this is how the procedure works. So the job of DNS server is to find the IP address for the corresponding domain. So here let's understand this with the help of an image demonstration. Okay, before that I want to show you the basic structure of internet, how it works. Okay, at the top there are root servers. Okay, at the top there are root servers. Under these root servers there are top level domain name servers. Okay, top level domain name servers means it contains the database for .com, .net and .org, .us like of domains, and it is also called as TLD servers. Okay, and under these servers there are second level domain name servers. Okay, second level domain name server means like Ubuntu.com. It contains the database for such kind of second level domains. And under second level domains there are subdomains. Okay, not every website is having subdomain, but some website contains, so that's why I'm showing here subdomains. Subdomains means like community.ubuntu.com. Okay, when you go to ubuntu.com and click on community, you will find this domain name into your browser, and under subdomain there are web servers. Okay, these are the web servers, actual web servers on which our website is running. Okay, in our previous lesson we learned how to install our own web servers and how we open our own website with the help of the web server IP address. Okay, so remembering the IP address of each website in the world is impossible for us, okay, as a human, but remembering them as a domain name is simple. So that's why for such reason domain name servers are designed. Okay, they are designed to find the IP address for the domains. Okay, so let's see here how the things work. Okay, suppose this client wanting to contact www.ubuntu.com. okay, so what happens is when this client types in the browser, then that query is forwarded to its local DNS server. Okay, so the local DNS server searches its zone database or cache memory for the IP address of www.ubuntu.com. okay, if it found the IP address, then we'll get that site opened in this machine. Okay, if it contains the IP in its local database or zone database, and if the local DNS server does not contain the IP address, then that query is forwarded to the ISP DNS server. Okay, our internet service providers DNS server. Okay, then the ISP's DNS server looks for the IP address of www.ubuntu.com into its local database. If this contains the IP address, then it forward that to our machine and that site get opened. And if it does not contain that IP address, then our ISP's DNS server forward that query to the root servers. Okay, globally there are 13 root servers available in the world. Okay, so first our query is get transferred to one of the root server. Okay, and after that the root servers look for www.ubuntu.com. okay, so root server does not contains the actual IP address for it, but it contains the database of .com. So in response, root server sends the IP address of .com servers, that is the top level domain name servers. So the ISP's DNS server again send that query to TLD servers or top level domain name servers. Okay, and the top level domain name servers looks for www.ubuntu.com, and they said that we don't have the IP address of it, but we contains the database info of ubuntu.com. So in response they send the IP address of second level domain name servers. Okay, and now the ISP's DNS server contacts the second level domain name servers for the IP address of www.ubuntu.com, and the second level domain name server says we don't have the IP address of it, but we contains the information about the subdomains. Okay, so they send the info or IP address of the subdomains back to the ISP's DNS server. Okay, then the ISP's DNS server contacts these subdomains. Okay, and the subdomains contains the actual IP addresses of these web servers. So in response they send the IP address of the requested domains, that is www.ubuntu.com, back to the ISP's DNS server, and when ISP receives that IP address they send back to our local DNS server, and our local DNS server record that into our local database, and then this client computer establishes a direct connection with the web server. Okay, with the help of that IP address. Okay, this is how the procedure goes at the background when we type any domain into our browser. Okay, this is a long procedure that goes in the background, but when in the next time when you trying to open ubuntu.com, then this procedure is gets skipped because our local database contains this IP address. So in this way this procedure works. Okay, now after understanding this I want to show you the types of DNS servers. Okay, so there are primary DNS server and secondary DNS servers. Okay, so let's talk about this. It is also called as master DNS server, and it reads the data from the local zone file and transfer it to the client. Okay, it also transfers its data to the secondary DNS servers. Okay, and the next type is secondary DNS server. It is also called as slave DNS server. Okay, and its job is to receive the data from primary DNS servers. It receives the data automatically. Okay, you can call it as a backup of the primary DNS server. It contains the data, every data that primary server is having. Okay, so after understanding the types I want to show you different records. Okay, there are different records that this DNS server can hold. Okay, the first one is a record. A stands for address. This record is used to point to an actual IP address of the server, that is IPv4 IP address. Okay, the next one is a record. This record is called as IPv6 record, and it is used to hold the IPv6 IP address, or you can also call it as it maps a hostname to its 128-bit IP address. Okay, the next one is MX record. It is called as mail exchange record, and it is used to point to your mail server. Okay, and the next one is PTR record. This record is called as pointer record. It maps an IPv4 address to its canonical name. It can also be used in reverse lookup. Canonical name means an alternative name, okay, for the existing server. And the next one is NS record. This record is called as name server record. It is used to point to name servers for the domain. The next one is SOA record. It is also called as start of authority record. It contains some important information about the zone, like serial number, its refresh rate, expiry date for your zone. Okay, we're gonna learn everything practically how to add these records to our DNS server. So for now, just understand what these records are and what is the use of it. The next one is SRV record. SRV stands for services, so it can be used to define TCP services on which the domain operates. And the last one is TXT record. It is a text record. You can add a textual information about the domain. Okay, so this record can be used for that purpose. Okay, in this way, all these records are there. All these records are arranged, okay, under a thing called as zone. Okay, so each domain contains different zones. Okay, you can arrange these records in a zone. So we're gonna learn in the next lesson about what this zone is, how to create your own DNS server. Okay, we're gonna learn everything practically, but for now just understand these records and their use. So in the next lesson we're gonna learn practically how to install and configure your own DNS server. Okay. Hello friends, welcome back. Now it's time to install and configure our own DNS server. Okay, in our previous lesson we learned the theoretical part of it. Now in this lesson I'm going to show you how to install, configure and test your own DNS server. Okay, so let's see it practically. Okay, there are a number of things that you need to do in order to install your own DNS server successfully. Okay, so first of all you need to install the package, okay, which is necessary for a DNS server. So I'm going to show you here how to install bind9. Okay, it is world's famous DNS server package. Okay, so to install that, just do sudo apt-get install bind9. Okay, this will install the bind package on your server. Okay, and after installation of this, you need to set up a static IP address. Okay, if you already have a static IP address, please set the static IP address according to these settings. Okay, and remove any extra setting. Okay, so for that just open sudo etc network interfaces. Okay, please check out these settings. Please set everything correctly according to these settings. Okay, after setting up your own static IP address, the third thing that we need to do is we need to set up our own FQDN, that is fully qualified domain name. Okay, and for that you need to know your host name. So just type the command host name. This is my current host name. Okay, you can see your current host name with this command. Okay, to set up your own FQDN, just open with sudo the file etc hosts. Okay, here what you need to do is just comment out this line, and here what is our static IP address 10.0.2.16. okay, and here you need to set up first the host name code of line. Okay, it is the current host name, and I want to set up a domain name codeofline.com. okay, you can set up any domain that you want, but the format is same. That means you need to set first the host name, then dot and codeofline.com. okay, after this again host name code of line. Okay, this is our FQDN. Here just set 10.0.2.16 codeofline.com. okay, after writing this, test our host name and FQDN. To test FQDN, just type F, and here you can see codeofline.codeofline.com. now it is our FQDN. okay, after this the next setting that you need to do is you need to set up this DNS server, okay, as your DNS server. okay, so for that what you need to do is just open the file etcresolve.conf. okay, here you can see this is the current DNS server. So comment out this, and here just type name server and add your own name server here 2.16, and then search codeofline.com. okay, and after this just write this data. okay, now after setting this DNS server, the next thing you need to do is you need to add forwarders. Means in case your server failed to respond a query, then that query is transferred to that forwarders. Okay, so here I'm going to set Google's public DNS server as forwarder. Okay, so to set forwarders you need to go to etc bind ls, and here you need to edit the file name.conf.option. so sudo y name.conf.options. okay, here you need to remove these comment lines, and here please add your own forwarders. You can set up the IP addresses according to your choice, but I like Google's public DNS servers. 8.8.4.4. okay, now we have added the forwarders, and now it's time to test our forwarders. okay, so for that just restart your DNS server. So for that, service bind 9 restart. okay, clear this screen. okay, to test the forwarders, just dig to ubuntu.com. okay, now here you can see the time in milliseconds, query time, and again dig the same domain. okay, now that time is reduced to just 3 milliseconds. okay, so our forwarders are working correctly here. okay, the meaning of it is that. okay, so after adding the forwarders, now it's time to create forward and reverse lookup zone. okay, so to create that you just need to go etc bind, and you need to open the file name.conf.local. okay, so just open that with sudo name.conf.local, and here we're gonna add the zone information, or you can say we're gonna add here the zone names. okay, with the file locations, so you can create any zone according to your domain. Here just type codeofline.com. okay, and after this here you need to type, our type is master DNS server or primary DNS server, and here you need to add the database location. okay, the zone database location. so file etc bind, just add here codeofline.com.db. okay, this file is not present there currently. We're gonna create that file, okay, at this location, and add the data according to our current settings. okay, now this is the forward lookup zone. okay, and after this forward lookup zone, just create a reverse lookup zone. To create the reverse lookup zone, you need to reverse your IP address like this. okay, that is 2.0.10. okay, you need to set your IP address in reverse zone in this way, and in addr.arpa. okay, and here again type master file location etc bind, and here for reverse file I'm gonna name it as db.10. okay, you can name your database file whatever you want, it has nothing to do with your domain name. okay, so after adding this forward and reverse lookup zone, just write the data to it. okay, and now it's time to create our database files. so for that, to create the file, I'm going to just copy here, I'm going to copy the db.local file. okay, just copy db.local to codeofline.com.db. just do this with sudo. okay, why am I copying this? Because to avoid the time. okay, to avoid the time to type some information. so after this, just sudo y edit our database file. okay, so just start to insert our data with this. Okay, here you need to replace this local host with our current domain. Okay, so just type code of line. Here you need to set the fqdn code of line.com, and at the end add root. Okay, that dot is root. Okay, and then here again root.codeofline.com. okay, this root.codeofline.com will be the server or mail server for this zone or domain, and this is the fqdn. Okay, and here you can see ttl. This ttl, you can set this ttl according to your choice. Okay, here the serial number, this serial number should be changed, okay, according to the zone. Means when you create next zone for another domain, then this serial number should be increased by 1, or you can set whatever you want, but this should not be the same. Okay, this is the refresh rate, this is retry, expiry, negative catch, ttl. Okay, all these settings are for your zone. Okay, this is the refresh rate for your zone, expiry date. Okay, all this information is for your zone. Okay, here what you need to do is you need to add your IP address 10.0.2.16. okay, and here add your domain codeofline.com, and at the end add the root. Okay, and here www in a record, A for IP address. Okay, that we have learned in the previous lesson, different records 10.0.2.16. okay, the first record here is ns record. We are adding here two records, ns and a. okay, this www means it is a web server. Okay, after this just write down the data. Okay, now after adding this data, the next thing we need to do is we need to create the database for reverse lookup zone. So for that, now this time copy the codeofline.com.db to db.10, because we have set this name into our forward lookup zone file. So just copy it. Okay, and now open it. Okay, now here you need to make some changes. Okay, here what you need to do is replace this @ with your IP address end. Okay, 16 is the end of the IP address of this machine, and here just replace it as codeofline.com and replace this with ptr, that is the pointer record, which is used for a reverse lookup zone, and n is for name server. Okay, now just write down this data. Okay, clear. Okay, now what you need to do is service by 9 restart. Okay, now check the status of it. Okay, here you can see our bind9 service is active and running. Okay, so after creating forward lookup zone, reverse lookup zone, we have added the database for it. Okay, and after that, now it's time to check or test our DNS server. Okay, so to test it, I'm going to do an ns lookup with our server. Okay, so ns lookup set type equal to any. I'm going to test any record, and we have already learned how to talk with the DNS server. Okay, so just do codeofline.com. okay, and now it's revealing every record that we have. Okay, now do the reverse lookup query. Okay, just type IP address. Okay, like this. Okay, now this means we have successfully configured our DNS server. Okay, our installation is successful. In this way you can create your own DNS server, okay, and use on your local network. If you want to make it public like Google's DNS server, you need to register them online. Okay. Hello friends, welcome back. In this section we're going to talk about different ways to protect our Ubuntu server. Okay, we're going to learn different ways to protect our Ubuntu server against hacker attacks or against unauthorized user access. Okay, so in this lesson I'm going to show you how to set up an UFW firewall. Okay, by setting up UFW firewall you can protect your server, okay, from unauthorized IP addresses, okay, or you can allow the connections for only particular ports. Okay, so let's see practically how to set up an UFW firewall. Okay, UFW stands for uncomplicated firewall. Okay, it is the most popular firewall in the Linux world. Okay, and that's why it comes by default in few Linux distributions. Okay, so you don't need to install in this Ubuntu server distribution. By default it comes in this package. Okay, in some cases if you want to install it, just type sudo wget install and UFW. This will install the UFW firewall. Okay, now let's see how to use this firewall. Okay, first of all I would like to show you here how to check the status of the firewall. Okay, so to check the status, just type sudo UFW status. Okay, right now it says active. Okay, this will shows you the current status of the UFW firewall. Okay, if you want to disable the firewall in some situations, then you can simply disable it by sudo UFW disable. Okay, it takes some time. Okay, and now again check the status. Okay, right now it says inactive, and if you want to enable it, then just type enable and again check the status. Right now it says active. Okay, in this way you can disable, enable the firewall. Okay, and in some situation you need to reload all the rules of the firewall. Okay, so in those situations you just need to simply type sudo UFW reload. Okay, and hit enter, and now it says firewall reloaded. Okay, in this way you can perform these basic operations with this UFW firewall. The next operation that I would like to show you is how to allow ports or an IP addresses, okay, from the firewall. Okay, let's talk about the port. If you want to allow some particular ports on your server, okay, if you allow some connections on a particular port, okay, then in this condition you just need to type sudo UFW allow. Okay, and I want to allow the connections on port number 22. 22 is generally used by SSH server. Okay, all we learned in the last lessons about how to set up the SSH server. Okay, so I want connections, outside connections on this port, then I can simply type like this and hit enter. Okay, and after adding this rule you can check the status. Okay, after adding the rule you can see we got a different status. Okay, in this way you can check the rules by status. Okay, like the port number, we can also add a particular IP address to connect on our server. Okay, so for that just type sudo UFW allow from. Okay, if I want connection from 192.168.0.1, hit enter. Okay, it says rule added. Again check the status. Okay, now here you can see at line number 2 we have our rule. Okay, that means this IP address is allowed on our server to connect. Okay, like this we can allow a particular IP address to connect to a particular port only. Okay, so what you need to do for that, sudo UFW allow from, okay, 192.168.0.1, and I want this IP address to connect to only port number 22. Okay, so just type to any port 22. This IP is allowed only on port number 22 after this. Okay, rule added, check the status. Okay, In this way we can allow any IP addresses in this way. Okay, and after allowing we can also deny some port or IP addresses. Okay, so to deny a particular port, just type sudo ufw deny. Okay, and if I want to deny port number 80, okay, port number 80 is used by web servers. Okay, all we have learned in the previous lesson. Hit enter. Okay, it says rule added. Check the status. Okay, and you can also deny a particular IP. Okay, so for that just deny from 192.168.0.1 or 0.12. Hit enter. Okay, it says rule added, means suppose there is some hacker who is trying to hack your server, and then you can grab that hacker's IP address and you can block that hacker from connecting to your server. Okay, by this rule. Okay, after allowing and denying the IP and port numbers, I want to show you how to delete the rules that we have added. Okay, so there are two ways by the which you can delete the rules in the firewall. Okay, number one is with the help of number, and number two is with the help of command. Okay, so let's see how to do this. Okay, first just type sudo ufw status numbered. Okay, this will gives us the numbers for each rule. Okay, so we have numbers from 1 to 7 for each rule. Okay, and I want to delete rule number 2 here. So to delete that rule, sudo ufw delete and enter the number here and hit enter. Why? Okay, it says rule deleted. Again check the status. Now we have only 6 rules. Okay, here with 6 numbers. Okay, this is the first way by which we can delete a rule. Okay, the second way is from command, means you need to know how you entered the command. Okay, so to delete suppose a rule here, sudo ufw okay delete, you need to type that command. Means suppose we have added allowing port number 22 for IP address 192.168. So here sudo ufw delete allow from 192.168.0.1 to any port 22. Hit enter. Okay, rule deleted. This is the second way for deleting the rule in the firewall. Okay, you need to type that command like this. Okay, in this way you can add the rules or delete the rules, okay, in the firewall. Okay, all this depends on your requirement for your server, what you want to do with your server. Okay, after doing all this, there are some situations where you need to reset your firewall back to its original status. Okay, so in such situations what you need to do is just sudo ufw and type reset and hit enter. Okay, enter Y. Okay, this will reset the firewall back to its original status. Okay, in this way you can use this firewall and secure your Ubuntu server from unauthorized users, okay, or unauthorized IP addresses. Hello friends, welcome back. In this lesson we're going to learn how to set up an IP tables firewall in Linux. In our previous lesson we have learned how to use the UFW firewall, okay, but this IP tables firewall is more advanced as compared to UFW firewall. Okay, so let's see here practically how to use this firewall. Okay, before performing any operation please log in as root. Okay, and I want to explain some theoretical part of the IP tables firewall. Okay, IP tables firewall works on the basis of chains. Okay, there are 3 chains in this firewall. Okay, the first one is input chain. This chain is used to set up the rules for incoming connections. Okay, when some user trying to connect to your server, then you can set up the rules for that kind of incoming connections. Okay, the next one is output chain. Any server reply means, suppose you have a web server, and if a client tries to connect to your server, then in a response your server replies some data. Okay, so you can set up the rules, okay, on the basis of that reply. Means you can block that reply with the help of this output chain. Okay, and the next one is forward chain. The forward chain is generally used to set up the rules for any local network which have the forwarding options enabled. Okay, the local network which have the forwarding. Okay, so for example, NAT network, so you can set up the rules, okay, according to that network with the help of this forward chain. Okay, so these three chains are there in IP tables, so you can perform either accept, reject or drop operations with the help of these three chains. Okay, you can either accept an IP, reject or drop. Okay, so let's see here practically how to use this firewall. So first of all, just try to ping this server, and this is our IP address. Okay, we can ping this, but to use this firewall, just type IP tables, then -a for add a new rule or append a rule. Okay, and after that you need to provide the chain name. So I'm going to provide input chain. Okay, and then -s for source, so the IP address 10.0.2.16. okay, and here -j for action. Okay, and you need to provide either accept, drop or reject. Okay, so just do drop. Okay, I want to drop these packets. Okay, and now try to ping it. Okay, you can see here it doesn't give any reply, okay, for the pinging client. Okay, because we are trying to ping our own machine, so that's why we are watching here this ping 10.0.2.16, but we do not see any output, okay, for the ping. So in this way you can block an IP address with the help of input chain. Okay, so if you want to view the rules, just provide IP tables L. Okay, this will list the rules, and if you want to see in more details, just provide -n and -v. Okay, it gives more detailed information about our IP tables rules. Okay, in this way you can add a rule. Okay, and after adding the rule, I want to show you how to delete the rule. So to delete the rule, just type IP tables -d, and here you need to provide the chain name. So just provide input, because we have set the rule for input chain and rule number. So we have only one rule, so that's why 1, and hit enter. Again IP tables, and here you can see there is no rule present in this list. Okay, in this way you can add a rule, delete a rule. Okay, let's perform the same operation with advanced thing. Okay, so let's open up your Chrome browser, and all we have learned how our web server works. Okay, here you can see this is the output of our web server from this virtual machine. So I want to set up the rule, that is IP tables A for input chain, and the source is 10.0.2.16/j drop. Okay, when you set this rule, what happens is you can still access this website, because we have set the rule for input chain. Okay, and with input chain we have set the rules here with -s. Okay, -s, that means the source, and when you set the same rule with destination, okay, destination means the replies that gonna get out from our server. Okay, so what happens is this output gets blocked due to this rule by replacing this -s with -d. Okay, let's refresh this page. Okay, here you can see it is just moving around and around but is not showing any output. Let's copy and paste here. Okay, you can see there is no output because we have blocked with this -d. So what is this DNS? So -s for source IP address. Okay, source IP address, and -d means destination IP address. So source means any IP for incoming, and destination means IP for outgoing packets, incoming packets. In this way you can set up the rules on the basis of source and destination as well. Okay, after this just remove all the rules. Okay, if you want to flush all the rules, just type -f. Okay, this will flush out all the rules. And now let's see here. Okay, our web page is back. Okay, so I want to show you how to set up the rules on the basis of a port. Okay, you can block a particular port on your system. Okay, so first of all, please install software here, links. This is a command line, or you can call it as a text-based browser. Okay, it is a browser which shows you any output in the form of text. Okay, so just type sudo apt-get install links. Okay, so let's open our web server here on our local machine, that is this virtual machine. Okay, this is the same output. Here you can see Apache Ubuntu default page. Here you can see the same name here, Apache Ubuntu default page. Okay, we are watching this output in the text form due to this links browser. Okay, so I want to block this on our local server. Okay, so you can block it on the basis of port. Okay, so just type IP tables, again -a for append chain name input. Here provide P protocol, that is TCP. Okay, and here S port, that is source port, and every web server by default uses port number 80. Okay, and you can change that to any other port, but by default every web server uses port number 80. And right now just add the rule drop, or you can also add reject. Okay, and now links 10.0.2.16, and here you can see after adding that rule we can't get any output here. At the bottom here it's just showing that making connection, but it is not going to open any web page here because we have blocked with the help of port. Okay, so just flush all the rules again. Okay, here ping 10 dots. Okay, because we have flushed all the rules we can ping, but you can block, okay, or you can add the rules on the basis of a particular application. Okay, means on the basis of particular protocol. Okay, ping application, this ping command uses ICMP protocol, okay, to send the ping or get the replies. Okay, so you can block only pings, not the web server or not the email server. You can block only specific protocol, that is the ICMP protocol. Okay, with the help of this firewall. So in order to do that you need to provide the rule like this: IP tables, A for append, then input, here -p for protocol, ICMP, S, and 10.0.2.16, -j, drop. Okay, now try to ping 10.0.2.16. Okay, we can't get any ping reply. Okay, but just do links 10.0.2.16. we can get the browser open. Okay, that means we have allowed to access this HTTP protocol but blocked the ICMP protocol only. Okay, so you can set up the rules on the basis of these protocols. Okay, after performing all these operations I want to show you how to set up the rules for output chain, or with the help of output chain. So I want to block our web server output here on this browser. Okay, so for that IP tables -a for append, and here you need to provide the chain, that is output chain, then source 10.0.2.16, and here the action, that is, okay, at this time use reject action. Okay, and now go to browser. Okay, paste our IP address here, and here you can see after adding the rule we can't see any output here, it is just moving round and round. Okay, in this way you can block this server output with the help of output chain. Okay, now we have learned how to set up the rules with input and output chain, and also with the help of a specific port and protocol. Okay, but adding the rules is not enough. Okay, because when you restart this machine, all the rules get deleted from your server. Okay, so what to do if you want to have that rule back even if your machine restarts? Okay, so for that you need to do the following things. So first of all, let's do IP tables save. Okay, and show the path etc here IP tables dot rules. Okay, hit enter. Okay, and after doing this, just go to open this file interfaces, and here at this static, add these lines pre-up IP tables restore. Okay, pre-up IP tables restore, and here provide the path, that is IP tables dot rules. Okay, write it down, and when you restart your machine you will find all your rules back, okay, as they are there before. Okay, so in this way you can use this IP tables firewall to secure your server in detail. Hello friends, welcome back. In this lesson we're gonna learn how to protect our server against IP spoofing attack. Okay, there are different ways that hacker uses to hack our server with this method, but we can protect our server by adding few lines in the script. Okay, in the script file which is present in the etc directory. Okay, so let's see practically how to do this. Just open up the file which is present in the etc directory, that is host.conf. Wow. Now just delete these lines and add bind host, and here no spoof on. Okay, and write this data to file and reboot your machine. And after reboot you will find your server will be protected, okay, from IP spoofing attack. Okay, hello friends, welcome back. In this lesson we're gonna learn how to harden the SSH server. In our previous lesson we have already learned how to install the SSH server. SSH server is generally used to establish a secure connection over the internet. Okay, but this SSH server can also be hacked by the hackers. Okay, they can brute force to our server because root account is present on every Linux machine, so they can easily use that username for cracking the password. Okay, so how we can protect against these kinds of attack? Okay, so we can easily protect against these kinds of attacks by disabling the root user account and also changing the port number. Okay, by default SSH server uses port number 22. Okay, so let's see it practically how to do this. Okay, first thing that you need to do is with sudo access open up the file which is present in etc ssh sshd config. Okay, and here come to the bottom and add few lines of code that I'm gonna add. So the first port, okay, I want to change the port number to 55. By default it uses 22, and here add permit root login, say no. Okay, and just write this data and restart the SSH server. And now let's try to connect with Putty software. Okay, here you can see our IP address is 10.0.2.16. okay, let's try to connect with port number 22. It says network error. Okay, again try to connect 10.0.2.16. now at this time at port number 55. okay, now it's showing us the login box, so Prashant and password. Okay, we have successfully logged in here. Okay, let's exit and try to log in as root. 10.0.2.16 55. okay, and root, my password. okay, it says access denied. okay, in this way you can block this or disable this root user account and change the port number. okay, this is the way of securing our SSH server. Hello friends, welcome back. In this lesson we're going to learn about how to harden our network layer. okay, in our previous lesson we have learned how to use the UFW firewall and also IP tables firewall. okay, so in this lesson we're gonna learn in more deep about how to harden the network layer. okay, so let's see practically how to do this. okay, first of all open up the file which is present in the etc directory with sudo access. okay, so etc here and the file name sysctl.conf. okay, and in this file I have already added the line of code, okay, which is gonna protect our server against different types of attack. okay, so let's talk about each code here and its working. so the first block here you can see it's gonna protect the server against IP spoofing attacks. okay, it is another way to protect our server against IP spoofing attacks. okay, in the last lesson we have learned how to protect against IP spoofing. okay, so this is another way for protecting against IP spoofing attack. The next line is ignore ICMP broadcast request, means a hacker can ping to our server and get some information. so we're gonna block here the ping replies. okay, this line gonna block the ping replies. okay, so this line will protect against these kinds of attack. The next block is disable source packet routing. so the source packet routing means it is a mechanism used by internet protocol to get a packet from its source to destination. so what happens is a hacker can analyze the packet, okay, and he can get the information, the sensitive information like our network topology, and by getting that possibly he can provide some damage to our system. okay, so by adding these 4 lines we can protect our server against these kinds of attacks. okay, or hacker can also bypass some security restriction, okay, by getting to know this information. okay, so the next block is ignore send redirects, okay, and also ignoring ICMP redirects. Both are for same reasons. The reason is that ICMP redirects are basically used by routers, okay, basically used by routers to specify the best routing path, okay, out of the network for the host choice. So what happens is hacker can easily alter the routing table, okay, alter the routing table, and he can send the traffic to his own choice, okay, the incoming traffic to his own choice, and in this way he can damage our server in a different way. So we can block by adding these lines, okay, in this configuration file. okay, the next block is SYN attacks, blocking the server against SYN attacks. In SYN attacks what happens is an attacker sends hundred or thousands of ACK messages to the server. So due to that, what happens is our RAM gets full. Okay, so due to this, our server could get hang or get slower. So okay, so due to that, our performance is get down. Okay, the server performance get down due to this attack. Okay, so we can easily block these kinds of attack by adding these 4 lines of code here. Okay, the next block is log martians. In log martians, what happens is an attacker send the packets from a fake IP, or you can call it as the IP which is not present. Okay, means some IP addresses are reserved for experimental purpose. So in these types of attacks, what happens is our server time, okay, the time which is used by our server to process that packet, and also our bandwidth get wasted. Okay, when an attacker sends these kinds of packet, our time and bandwidth get waste. So we can easily block log martins types of attack by adding these 2 lines of code. And the last one is ignoring directed pings. By using some softwares, hacker can send hundred or thousands of ping requests, okay, from different part of the world, from different computers to our server. Okay, and these pings are called as directed pings, and due to that our server get down or get crashed. Okay, so we can protect our server against the directed ping attack. Okay, so in this way we can harden our network layer, okay, from all these kinds of possible attacks. Okay, hello friends, welcome back. In this lesson we're gonna learn how to protect our server against rootkit. So what is rootkit? Rootkit is a special program used by hackers, okay, to take control over the system, okay, over the target system. They install this software on the target machine and they can control that machine remotely. Okay, so let's see how to protect our server against this kind of attack. So to protect our server, there are 2 packages in the Linux system that you can install. Okay, so you don't need to install both the packages, you can install any of these packages. So just type sudo apt-get install rkhunter. Okay, rkhunter is one software and the next one is chk rootkit. Okay, both the software works the same, but rkhunter takes a long time as compared to chk rootkit. So I'm going to install here chk rootkit. Okay, just hit enter. Okay, it says chk rootkit is already the newest version. It's because I already have it on my machine. So let's see how to check our system for rootkits. Just type sudo chk rootkit and hit enter. Now it has started to scan our system one by one for rootkit. Now it's searching for sniper logs. It takes some time, but it is much faster as compared to rkhunter. It takes a few minutes. At the right side you can see the result of scan. Okay, here you can see not infected for each command or each program they have searched, and at the left side you can see the program name, and you can see here our scan is complete and it is infection free, because at the right side there is no warning or nothing is found. Okay, so in this way you can scan your whole system for rootkit software with this command, okay, and protect your server. Hello friends, welcome back. In this lesson we're going to learn how to secure the Grub. Grub stands for Grand Unified Bootloader, which is used to load the operating system from the disk. Okay, so protecting Grub is very important in the Linux environment, because there is a feature with the help of which hacker can get into our system before actually loading the operating system. Okay, so let's see how hacker can get into our system. Okay, he can either log in or get into our system as a single user mode, or he can copy or get some important information or edit the Grub configuration file, okay, before actually loading the operating system. Okay, so let's see how hacker can get into it and how to protect our Grub. Okay, first of all, see here, when we start our server, this screen pop-ups here, and when you press E, okay, we get into edit mode. So hacker can get into this mode. He can log in as a single user mode, and when he logs in it as a single user mode, he will be the root user and he can perform any operation. He can damage our system, okay, or he can copy or collect some important information with cat command, okay. So we need to protect, okay, our server to get anybody in this edit mode, okay. So just press F10 to boot normally. Okay, please log in as root. Okay, before actually protecting the Grub, you need to install a software package called as GPM. Okay, so just type get install GPM. GPM is a text-based utility which will help to copy the text on your computer screen. Okay, here you can see I can select this with mouse. So now after installing GPM, you need to create a password, okay, for the Grub. Okay, you can directly set the password in human readable form, or you can create an encrypted password. So here I'm going to show you how to create the encrypted password for the Grub. So just type here Grub mk passwd and pbkdf2. okay, this will create an encrypted password. Here provide the password that you want to set for Grub. Okay, now this is our password. So copy the text here like this, okay, up to this line grub.pbkdf2. okay, and now it is copied. Just select these lines, and after this go to the file which is present in etc directory, etc grub.d. okay, and list the files here. Okay, here 40 underscore custom, you need to open this file. Okay, so just open, and here you need to set the username and password. So to set the username, just type set super users equal to, and make sure don't have any space here, okay, between the super user and this equal to operator. And here in double quote provide the username. I'm gonna set the super user as root, or you can set any username which is present, okay. And here just provide password underscore pbkdf2, okay, and here space username. And now here just click the middle button on your mouse, and this will paste the password which is in the encrypted form. Okay, and just write down the data. And after writing down the data, the next step is you need to update the Grub. So just type update Grub. Okay, and after this just reboot your machine, and let's see what happens. Okay, now I'm gonna press E. Okay, here you can see after pressing E, it is asking me to enter the username and password. Okay, now let's enter the password. Sorry, let's enter the username, and here enter the password. In this way, you can protect the Grub bootloader, okay, from hackers, from these kinds of attacks. Hello friends, welcome back. In this lesson, we're gonna learn how to set date and time in Linux. Okay, so let's see practically how to do this. To set the date and time in Linux, there is a command date. Okay, so when you type date and hit enter, you will see the current date and time. Okay, so if you want to set the current date to any another date, then let's see how to do this. Just type date tag set. Okay, the current date is 13th November. This is the current time. Okay, here you can see I'm pointing. 13th is the date. Okay, November is the month, Monday is the day. Okay, and 15 means right now it is 3 p.m. okay, it is hour, it is second. here is the year. Okay, so if you want to set it to new date, I want to set it for suppose 15th November. So I need to type 15. Okay, 15, then November 2017, and here specify the time. So right now here 3 p.m. so 3 p.m. or you can set 0 and complete this double quote. Okay, and here you can see the date is changed from 13th to 15th of November. Okay, in this way you can see the current date and time and set the date and time with the help of this technique. Hello friends, welcome back. In this lesson we're gonna see a little bit of wget magic. Wget is a command which is used to download any file from the internet to our local server. Okay, so let's see how to use it. Okay, here you can see it is a Virtualbox. Okay, it is a Virtualbox link for download. So to get the download link, exact download link, what you need to do is you need to find that from this Windows environment. So this is the download link for Windows. So when I click on this, here you can see the download begins at the bottom. Cancel this and right click on this and see here, copy this link address and paste it here. Okay, or just do like this, paste and go. Okay, and cancel this. Okay, we need this link address here, that's why I have copied and pasted here. Okay, now let's move on to our virtual machine, and here to use wget command, just type wget and here provide the file path. Okay, this path, the download path. So, and it is case sensitive, so provide the link as it is, virtualbox.org/virtualbox5.2.0/virtualbox tag 5.2.0 tag 118431. okay, tag win.exe and hit enter. Okay, and here you can see the download has started. In this way you can download any file okay from the internet to this server with the help of wget command. Okay, so for now just press Ctrl C to quit this download. I want to show some other switches that you can use. So if you want, okay, right now we have paused our download. So if you want to continue that download, okay, means you can continue an interrupted download with this switch. The switch is -C. Okay, and just hit enter and this will continue to download from the interruption, from the time of interruption. Okay, let's quit it again. The next switch I would like to show you is -B. -B is used to send this download to the background. Okay, so now I'm not going to send it to background right now. Just remember that -B will send this download to background. And if you have multiple downloads there, okay, if you have multiple downloads, so what you can do is you just need to copy all those download links into a text file and provide that text file path here, okay, with -I. Okay, what you need to do is just do -I and here provide the path of that file which is present wherever on your Linux system. Okay, so wget will start to download those files one by one. Okay, and if you want to download the file with different name, okay, suppose this file is gonna download as a virtualbox win.exe, and if you want to give it a different name, so use the switch -O and here the new file name. I want to download it as virtual. Okay, so this will download that file with this virtual name. Okay, in this way you can use this wget command to perform these download operations, okay, in different ways. Hello friends, welcome back. In this lesson we're gonna learn how to use the tar command. tar is a command line utility which is used to create a compressed file, okay, in the Linux environment, okay, from any file or folder. As we use WinZip software in Windows environment to create an compressed file in Linux, tar command is used. Okay, so let's see practically how to use it. So to create a compressed file, just get inside the root directory. Here I'm gonna create the archive or the compressed file for this etc directory. Okay, so to create that you need to have sudo access, because etc is the folder which is belonging to our file system. So we need to have sudo access, and then tar, and here provide the options -c for create an archive, then provide z for Z tells to create the gzip format. Okay, it tells about the format. So after that v for verbose mode, means when you hit the command to create that archive, then that procedure will be displayed to the output, or that process will be displayed to the output. And then f for file name. Okay, so after this specify the file name. I want to set this as a backup. Okay, backup.tar.gz. okay, and after that provide the file or folder name. Okay, so etc, and hit enter, and the procedure starts here. It takes few minutes to create the compressed file. Okay, the procedure completes. Let's do ls, and here you can see backup.tar.gz file is created. Okay, in this way you can create an archive with the help of this command. But as you created this archive from one directory, you can create it from different locations or different directories. Okay, let's do ls, and suppose I want to create the same archive for opt directory and also for bin directory. Then you need to specify the options like this, and this will create the backup, okay, file for these three directories. Okay, you can also specify the file names as well. Okay, in this way you can create the archive. Okay, the next thing that I would like to show you how to view the contents of the tar.gz or the compressed file without extracting them. Okay, so for that there is an option, just type sudo tar tvf. Okay, so due to -t we will be able to see the contents. Okay, so and then provide the file name or the compressed file name backup.tar.gz and hit enter. Okay, and you can see here it is showing us all the file contents here without actually extracting them. Okay, in this way you can view the contents. Okay, the next thing that I would like to show you how to create the archive or compressed file with bzip format. Okay, bzip format can also be created here. What you need to do is just replace this z with j. Okay, and here type bz2. Okay, this will create the compressed file with this file format. Let's do ls, and here you can see the compressed file in another format is get created here. Okay, in this way you can create the archives or compressed files, okay, for your files or folders. Okay, the next thing that I would like to show you how to extract the compressed files. Okay, so to extract the files you just need to provide the option like this -x. Okay, sudo tar-x zvf, and then here the file name backup.tar.gz. this will extract the file contents into the local directory. Okay, and if you want to extract them to another directory, then provide the option -c and then the directory path. Suppose I want to extract them into temp directory, just hit enter, and this will extract them into temp directory. Here you can see inside the temp directory etc folder is present. In this way you can extract the files, and if you have the bzip format, then you need to provide here -j instead of z. Okay, and this will extract the bzip2 format. Okay, in this way you can use this atar command to compress and uncompress your files and folders in Linux environment. Hello friends, welcome back. In this lesson we're gonna learn how to scheduling tasks with cron jobs. Okay, so what is cron job? It is a command line utility which is used to set up your tasks to be run at particular date and time. So what are the benefits? The benefits are like you don't need to go to your server and execute the same command for performing some tasks. You just need to set those commands here with task scheduler, and those commands will be executed at particular time. Like if you want to back up your important files and folders, then you can set up that task to be run every day or in a month or in a week. Okay, or you can also set up the task to scan your system for viruses or that kind of thing. So you can set up the cron job to secure your system by scanning it at a regular interval. Okay, an interval of a day or month. So before actually performing the practical with cron jobs, let's see how it works. So there is a syntax. There are 5 stars in the cron job setting, and here at the right side you need to set up the task or command that you want to execute. Let's see what each star represents. The first star represents minutes. You can set the number of minutes after which you want your task to be executed. Okay, you can set the minutes from 0 to 59. Okay, because a single hour contains 16 minutes, so here you can set from 0 to 59. The next star represents hour. So a day consists of 24 hours. Okay, or a clock is consisting of 24 hours. So you can set here numbers from 0 to 23. 0 means 12 a.m. Okay, it works like a 24-hour clock. So at which time you want to execute your task, you can set up that number here according to your needs. Okay, suppose you want to execute your task or command after 12:30 p.m. So how you need to set that? You need to set the hour star to 12 and the minute star to 30. So whatever command you set here at the right side will get executed at 12:30 p.m. Okay, the next star represents day of month. In a month there are maximum of 31 days, so you can set the number from 1 to 31, and whatever number you set here, that command will get executed at that day. Okay, and the next represents month. So there are 12 months, so you can set the number from 1 to 12. Okay, 1 means January. Okay, so you can set the numbers if you want to set or execute your task at particular month. Okay, and the last one is day of week. Okay, so 0 and 7 means Sunday, and 1 means Monday, 2 means Tuesday, and so on. So if you want to run your task at particular day of a week, then you can set according to that here, that number. So there is one thing that I want to mention here. When you set the field to star, suppose you set the minutes field to star, not from 0 to 59, but set it to star as it is, then the task, whatever task you set here at the right side, will be executed every minute, after every minute. Okay, the same logic is applied for every star. When you don't set it to particular day of month or day of week or hour, then that means the task will be executed, okay, for every month, week, day of month, hour, and minutes. Okay, so in this way this star works. So let's see it practically how to set up cron jobs. To set up the cron jobs, there is a command called as cron tab. Okay, and with cron tab you need to provide -e. When you provide -e, then it will start your cron jobs in the edit mode. Okay, if you want to list available cron jobs, then type -l, and if you want to remove any cron job, then type -r. Okay, in this way you can use these switches. Okay, there are few commands like start, restart, or stop the cron jobs. So if you want to start or see the status, then just type service cron status, and here you can see the cron service is running. Okay, in this way you can see the status or start or stop the cron job. Just type here select editor and hit enter. So when you type cron tab -e at first time, then you will see the output like this. Okay, this is asking you to choose the editor for your cron tab file. Okay, so I want to select here number 4. Here you can see 4 represents Vim editor and number 2 represents Nano editor. So Nano is simple for some users, so you can choose it according to your choice and go ahead. Okay, so to create a job or to schedule a job, just type cron tab -e. Okay, and I want to set up the cron job for taking the backup of the etc directory, okay, that we have set in the last lesson. So because etc needs root level privilege, so type here sudo cron tab -e. Okay, so let's try to set the job here. So I want to take the backup every minute, so I'm going to set here star. Okay, so let's give the 5 stars here, and our job is to take the backup, so provide the command tar. Okay, then here provide the file name. I want to create it in the root directory example.tar.gz, and here the file that you want to backup. Here provide -c zf. Okay, and just write down. Okay, and let's move inside root directory. Okay, here there is no file present with example.tar.gz, so wait for 1 minute and let's see what happens. Let's see again. Okay, here you can see after 1 minute example.tar.gz file is get created. In this way you can set up the cron jobs to take the backup, or you can perform any task that you want. Okay, this is the one way for setting up the cron job. I want to set it for let's see here. Okay, first of all let's get inside root and delete this file. Sudo rm -r example.tar.gz, and after this write down the current time. Okay, here you can see the current time is 14. Okay, 14 means it's 2 p.m. 2 p.m. and 11 minutes. So let's set the job here for suppose 2:14 p.m. Okay, so let's see how to set it by changing the hour field. Okay, so let's start the cron tab file here. Let's get insert mode. Okay, remove this comment line, and I want to run our task after 13 minutes. Okay, after 2 p.m. and 13 minutes. Okay, and write it down. Okay, and now we need to check this after 1 minute. Let's see here what is the time. Okay, it is 14:13. Okay, let's set it to 15 minutes here. Okay, write it down. ls. Okay, there is no file in this directory. Okay, and let's see the date. So it's 40:30. So let's see what happens. ls. Okay, now after 1 minute we need to check the status of this task scheduler. We have set it to 15 minutes. Okay, 2 p.m. and 15 minutes. Again, see the date. Okay, it's done, and let's see. And here you can see in the root directory example.tar.gz file is created. Okay, after this 14 hour and 15 minutes. Means 14 means it's a time. Okay, 14 hours is not exactly, I want to say it's 2 p.m. 15 minutes. Okay, in this way you can schedule tasks on the basis of month, week, day of the month. Okay, so in this way task schedulers can be used. So there is another way of scheduling tasks. Let's get inside TC, and here you can see here these are the directories cron.d. okay, where you can write on in these directories you can write your own script. Okay, and you can run those script on the monthly basis or hourly basis or daily basis. You just need to write down your own script and save that script in this directory, and that script will get executed on the basis of your saving, means on the daily or hourly or monthly basis. Okay, this is another way, but the last way we have learned is important and very useful. In this way you can set up the cron jobs and lower down the burden on your mind to perform some specific task again and again. Okay. Hello friends, welcome back. Welcome to this final lesson of this course series. Okay, in this lesson we're gonna talk about the disaster recovery and management steps. Disaster recovery or planning for disaster recovery is a very important step for a Linux administrator. Okay, so in this lesson I'm going to talk about the few important points you should consider before planning a disaster recovery plan, or these points will help you to plan a proper disaster recovery plan, okay, for your company or organization. So let's see these points one by one. The first point is think and write down. It depends on what company you work. Okay, what company you are working on. So what type of company you have, let's think about what type of possible disasters that could happen to your system and write down all those possible disasters on a paper. Okay, so this will be our rough plan on a paper which will help us to determine exactly what type of steps that we need to take. Okay, so the next step is you need to perform data backup and restoration. Data is very important for every organization. Suppose you are working in a e-commerce company, then customer data is really important for you. Okay, if you are a Linux administrator in that company, then in this case performing the data backup on daily basis or hourly basis is really important. Okay, so setting up data backup on hourly or daily basis will be helpful for you. And for some organization data is important but not that important, so for such organizations you can set up data backups on weekly basis or twice a week. Okay, in that way. Okay, and after data backup, why we need to perform restoration? Okay, in sometimes what happens, data backup fails or the files get corrupt. Okay, so to test our data backup is successful or not, we need to perform the restoration procedure. Okay, so restoration is also an important part of the data backup. So you need to perform, you don't need to perform restoration every time. You can perform it once or twice a week. Okay, for against your data backup. Okay, the next step is you need to set the proper user file permissions and encrypting the data. In this step you need to set up the proper permissions for user. Permission means you need to you want them to have sudo access or not, or you want them to have access to some important files or not. Okay, you can set the proper permissions for some important files like password files, okay, against some normal or average users. Okay, you need to think about it and set them those permissions. Okay, so this is the third step. and encrypting of data will be additional security against the kind of disaster. The next step is have a proper up-to-date network diagram. Okay, if you are working in a large organization and if you have multiple servers, okay, so having a proper network diagram will help you to figure out the problem. Suppose in your large number of network, any computer or system causing a problem, then to figure out that problem, this network diagram will help you. Okay, it will help you to figure it out very quickly. Okay, so make sure to have a proper network diagram of your network. The next step is you need to monitor softwares and hardware regularly. Monitoring software means monitor it for updates, regular updates of softwares like Rootkit Hunter or malware scanner will be very supportive for your system to protect against viruses, rootkit kinds of attacks. Okay, and monitoring hardware regularly means you can monitor the performance of your hardware. Okay, and by monitoring that you can protect against the sudden loss of hard drive or RAM. So monitoring regularly, you will protect against that kind of disaster. The next step against power outage problem. Okay, having continuous power supply or power is also an important step in disaster recovery. Sudden loss of power will be a big disaster for a company or organization that could cause a great loss for a company. So for such kind of disasters, you can have an UPS or you can have additional utility line, or the third one is you need to have an emergency generators for your company or organizations. Okay, and the last step is testing recovery plan. No matter how good your plan is, until you test that plan, you're never gonna know how it works. Okay, so testing of your recovery plan is very important step in disaster recovery and management plan. Okay, so when you go through these steps, you will have a perfect disaster recovery and management plan for your company or organization where you're gonna work as a Linux administrator. Okay, so thank you so much for enrolling in this course, and in the next lesson I'm gonna talk about how to find a job or how you can work online as a Linux administrator. Okay, you can make actually thousands of dollars a year working online, or you can find a job where you can make thousands of dollars a year, okay, on the basis of this course. Hello friends, welcome back. Welcome to this final lecture of this course series. Okay, first of all, thank you so much for enrolling into my course. Okay, in this last lesson, I'm gonna give you an introduction to my other courses. Okay, and I'm gonna give you the coupon codes for that. Okay, so let's see an introduction about my other courses, which was designed by me by doing a lot of hard work. Okay, so as you can see here, I have 3 courses published on Udemy platform, and on each course I did a lot of hard work. Okay, so if you're wanting to learn Linux server administration, then you can get my course, the complete Ubuntu Linux Server administration. Okay, and if you're wanting to get into the programming world, then you can get my course on C programming here. Okay, that is the complete C developer course, build 7 exciting projects. And if you're wanting to increase your knowledge about ethical hacking, okay, so in that case you can get my course Unreveal the Secret DOS commands for ethical hackers. Okay, I did a lot of hard work on each of these courses. Okay, I have designed these courses to give you the complete knowledge about that subject. Okay, if you get my course on Linux server administration, then you will find that I did a lot of hard work. I have tried to give the complete introduction about the server administration. Okay, the same logic is in a C programming course and in Unreveal the Secret DOS commands course. In this C developer course, I have tried to give you the complete introduction about the programming world. I have covered a lot of advanced topics like game programming, software development, okay, and building your own DOS command or building a computer virus. Okay, there are a lot of fun things and also an exciting things has been covered in this C programming course, and this C programming course is the world's best C programming course. Okay, you're never gonna find such course which covers such a detailed concept about C programming. Okay, so this course start with very basic like building hello world program to building advanced projects. So these are my courses which are published on Udemy platform, and currently I'm working on ethical hacking course where I will explain everything in detail about ethical hacking. Okay, so if you want to get each course for $10, then simply go to www.codeoffline.com. When you get into codeoffline.com, you will find all of my courses. All these courses are designed by me myself. Okay, and when you follow the links, you will get a Udemy page, okay, where you will find the coupon code. So what you need to do is you just need to buy, okay, from that page. Okay, you will automatically get that course for just $10. Okay, so this is why this final lecture has been designed to give you the introduction about my rest of the courses and to give you the discount coupons for that. Okay, so thank you so much again for enrolling in my course.